যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine, right? Yeah. So today we will have mainly two topics to get into. They are very precise. One is Presidency University yesterday held a roundtable discussion between some of their alumnus and professors in the sociology department. I don't know exactly who were the professors from which departments, but you all know the names. We shared the event page and stuff. We will check out the names anyway. And two of our members from our CSK Vanguard group that we are building up sort of as a debate team, later on as a think tank or maybe a social pressure group and lobbying group, etc. So two of our guys from that group did go there to check out, to enlighten themselves, educate themselves on these discourses concerning our era and times. One of them is here already. We will have him, and we have one surprise guest as well who will discuss his thoughts on the Syama Mookherjee Roundtable at Presidency. And then we will discuss the CSK Vanguard plan of proposing to the West Bengal government to provide whey protein in the midday meals in West Bengal government schools, over which there has been a huge controversy, whether the right-wingers have argued that whatever they are providing now is hygienically speaking at least 100 times better than what CPIM governments and Trinamool governments provided those kids. But others have argued that no, after all you need you need eggs and protein and onions and garlic, none of which will be there in the midday meals that are being proposed right now. Although we heard in some reports that the government is rethinking eggs. So we are saying, why even get into the controversy? Why not provide something to, or propose something to the providers, Akshay Patra, ISKCON, whoever it is, themselves, that if you want to really provide veg food, why not just shower one scoop of whey protein in every meal? And we have chalked out mainly our CSK Vanguard bro, Mookherjee Bhattacharya has done all the math behind it, done all the comparisons between Rajma protein, Paneer protein, whey protein, and soybean, which we do not have any problems with, and projections and how much it will save the government and how much that protein in fact matters to those kids. We will get into all those details as well, and please share your thoughts in the live chat as well. So first, Shondipan is here to discuss what he saw at the Syama Mookherjee roundtable discussions. Hi Shondipan, first introduce yourself and tell us how was your experience at Presidency University. Your audio is muted. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening, and I am Sondipan Haldar. I'm from Baliganj in Kolkata. So I'm currently a student at Jogesh Chandra Chaudhary College, English major. So, and I also practice martial arts in as a hobby. So yesterday when I went to the presidency, I got to know from Dada. So earlier I have maybe attended 2 or 3 seminars like this, on not on this topic but on other topics like Hindutva at the CDC, then changing heritage, reclaiming heritage at Kolava. So, but yesterday's seminar was particularly different. Like it was supposed to be mostly scholarly, and it was to some extent. But I saw that taste of that in like archaic taste of like to appear good in a scholarly way of presenting points and discussions. Uh, so which clicked maybe good in the earlier generations, but I saw a bit disconnect with the current generation, young generation. So, but it was a good experience. Like I got to know what the inside of discussions look like.
What arguments did they present? What were their thoughts on, and who said what on Syama Prasad? What was their tone about Syama Prasad?
Yeah, so the moderator opened. Well, I saw that it is the first time that Syama Prasad Mookherjee, any event on him is happening at the presidency, because as far as I know, I searched it up that no event on him went on in any colleges or universities as well, and also not in the presidency university of which he was a like a pass out and alumni. So it is very peculiar when I saw. But the moderator started as uh, delving into his ideas and speeches. She said that it will mostly be in Bengali because he emphasized of the usage of Bengali in the medium, and as well as introducing like getting rid of the colonial system of English medium in English studying. So she mostly talked about that he delved into Bengali so much, and his speeches were originally in Bengali. And he also, she said that he also invited Rabindranath Tagore to give a convocation speech in Bengali at the Calcutta University when he was made a vice chancellor of it in around 1934, I guess. Yeah. So she talked about he was the youngest VC there, and he made very like rigorous changes in the educational system and all. And then the next panelist mostly delved in the lives of Rabindranath Tagore, how he uh, introduced education as a like different system, like what it was used to in the ancient India, and how we should rather reimagine education as a system here, and not just not just depend on the colonial system. And he also talked about that rethinking, like thinking as Rabindranath, not only in the sense of like Rabindric music and সকাল হলেই রবীন্দ্রনাথ রবীন্দ্র সঙ্গীত চালিয়ে শোনা, and also like enjoying dances on Rabindra Sangeet. But mostly he sounded like Bhalo Kaku, what we say in as in communists, because
Do
mostly
you remember?
he,
Do you remember the
yeah.
names and biodata of who said what?
Yeah, wait, let me look at that
Yeah,
banner
please
of it.
mention that as well, because it's never important what somebody says. It's always important who says what.
Okay. You pasted the banner on the screen once. It will be helpful. আরেকবার যদি করতে পারো।
Okay. Yes.
Okay, I remembered that it was Abdul Samad Gayan who
Yeah.
said that that like Bhalo Kaku vibe, who gave that Bhalo Kaku vibe, and the moderator
Who is he?
was here,
Who is
Sukanya
Abdul Samad Gayan?
Sarvadhikari.
Who is
Yeah,
Abdul
yeah.
Samad Gayan?
Oh, so he was introduced as a elderly, like he said that I'm not an expert, but he's a scholar on mostly I remember on humanities stream, like
Is he a
research
professor
on.
or student, or what is he?
No, he was a professor. He was a faculty in there.
Oh, no.
That moderator
What were his
introduced him as a
points?
former faculty.
What were his
Yeah.
arguments about Syama Prasad?
He didn't touch much on that topic. Wait a minute.
Which topic? Syama
एक
Prasad.
minute.
Okay. Okay. By the time he comes, the question we must ponder over is why is Presidency even doing this out of the blue? Syama Prasad Mookherjee discussion roundtable at Presidency. Though I was disappointed with how they did it because it practically ended up being 5 monologues from or 6 monologues from 6 people. Yeah, 5 monologues from 5 people and their one-way thoughts on Syama Prasad. And I heard that people were mostly in favor of Syama Prasad. That's the question we must ponder over. Yeah, go ahead, Shondipan. What were some Abdul Samad Gan's views on Syama Prasad?
Yeah, so he didn't mostly get into him, but lightly touched upon his
Mostly get into
educational.
Syama Prasad.
No, he lightly touched upon his educational ideals, like
Then why was he there?
we should just instill, like he said that Syama Prasad said that we should instill nationalist ideals in students and all. But mostly he talked about Rabindranath and his life and how what he
Okay.
said in the speeches, original some quotations
Okay,
and
okay.
all.
What
Yeah,
did
yeah,
God of Lama say? And who is God of Lama? He's a professor in
Gaurav Lal, yeah,
Presidency,
he's
right?
a professor in the history department. He was
Okay.
introduced at it, and he
Okay.
gave a speech. He gave most of the he gave the speech in English, and he delved into the mostly his life, his earlier life as a VC, and what
Who's earlier life?
steps he.
Syama Prasad.
Syama Prasad, yeah. Syama Prasad life as a VC, and
Okay.
what ideals we need to instill. Like he said that we need to instill nationalistic ideals in the students via the using the institution as a whole, and also that he's a forgotten like a chapter in the history of freedom struggle, and like in also the scholarly aspect, like the social and political aspect too, that he is forgotten, and we need to remember him. The Gaurav Lama said about it, and mostly.
Okay. What did this Shatanik Pal say?
Yeah, so Shatanik Pal stood out from rest of them because he started in a very like what can I say, attractive way. He started
Okay.
by quoting Ajay Sanyal from Dhurandhar that किस्मत
Okay.
तो बदलती है, किस्मत का एक वही होता है कि वो बदलती है, and because mostly the other people's statements were
Okay. By the way,
left-leaning.
check the private chat once, Shandipan. Okay. After that, continue.
Okay.
Did you find the private chat in StreamYard?
Oh,
Yep.
On the right. Private
okay.
chat খুঁজে পাচ্ছি
Yeah,
না।
yeah.
Oh, আচ্ছা।
Yeah. No, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess let us do away with this topic. Then we are going to talk about the whey protein thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shandipan.
Yeah, so he stood out because his statements appeared more like what can I say, reverberating with our generation. So he said about why Syama Prasad was sidelined from the conversations and scholarly circles because he was himself an outcast, and he was also in conversation, and he worked also with people who were outcasts. So but he didn't get much into who were these people, so it was a bit of a cloudy statement that Syama Prasad was sidelined, but why it appeared a bit less uh, what can I say, believing my like I believed it was due to his what can I say, his association with the Hindu Mahasabha at that time, and foundation of that Bharat Jan Sangh, but mostly the people surrounding him were unnamed, and so yeah, it was that.
Okay. Then Saurabh Chattopadhyay, who is he, and what did he say?
Yeah, Saurabh Chattopadhyay was introduced as a researcher now in University of Chicago,
Okay.
researching in, I guess, works of. I don't remember the field exactly, but he in some humanitarian field in now in University of Chicago.
Okay.
So he mostly gave a vague outline of why should we not look at a person just by symbolic garlanding, and neither symbolic garlanding and nor by effigy burning, mostly in an objective way. And he talked about the ideals of how to look at a person's life, and how to criticize his works on a scholarly level, and but delved less into his personal contributions, and both social and educational. So
Okay.
yeah, his
Then
topics
Somen
really.
Mukherjee.
And yeah, so this Somen Mukherjee gave his talk at the last of it. He said that he would bridge the conversations of Rabindranath, lives of Rabindranath and Syama Prasad, but he mostly delved into the topics of educational ideals of Europe. Like he quoted Humboldtian ideals of education, and then Newman from London, and his ideals of education, like he some terms like Lehrfreiheit and Lernfreiheit. I don't know what that means. He later said that some of these terms are uh, from that ideals of education, how a teacher and student should study in a university, like the concept of a university. But it appeared mostly contradictory, because Rabindranath said that we should believe more in developing our ideals, like with as an institute of based in our indigenous ideals, and but he didn't get into those. So yeah, it was a bit contradictory.
Okay. Okay. Now, Soyan, how do you remember the round table? বাহ, আসল সময় ক্যামেরা বন্ধ করে দিয়েছে। ও বোধহয় মাইক অন করতে ক্যামেরা বন্ধ করে দিল। Let's wait for him. So anyway, Shandipan, why do you think Presidency is hosting a Syama Prasad Mukherjee event?
Yeah, it is mostly due to the it is because of the mandate that there has to be a Syama Prasad Mukherjee fortnight. It has been declared by the Chief Minister himself that Syama Prasad Mukherjee fortnight will be observed, and so they are doing it for the sake of it, for the sake of appearing that yeah, we are doing Syama Prasad Mukherjee fortnight. See, look at us, we are aligning with the government. So the lightning doesn't rain on them. That's why.
Okay. And okay, where did Sharon go? Then okay. I don't know how you are seeing it. Sharon's camera seems to be coming on and off. Okay. And then Shandipan, was it your first time in an academic conference in Presidency?
Yeah.
How many people attended? Okay, everyone's internet is fucked right now. I don't know what Adani is doing. Hello. Where's everybody? Whose internet is gone? Hello.
Sorry, I had a problem with the internet.
Okay, everyone's internet is fucked right now. Yes. So, how many people attended? What was the environment like?
Then the attendance was mostly middle-aged people, and some of the like 10 or 12 students were there. Some of them were from the university, it seemed. Sorry, most of them from the university, and two or three maybe got to know of it from some friend or some. They appeared like that.
So SFI, IC, and all, they didn't seem to have any problem with this.
Well, when I entered, it was obviously like loaded with their iconography and their murals, paintings, and all. But inside the hall, the lecture went smoothly without any problem, I saw.
And why was that? Why aren't they protesting at even? Why have they given up protesting?
Well, I thought that there would be protesting inside the campus or maybe outside the gates of that auditorium.
Yeah.
But
how can they take these things lying down? No protest against Syama Prasad Mukherjee in Presidency. What? Why?
It's very shocking, I must say, but I think it's because of the mandate only. Because as far as it goes, institutions have to observe this. So I think they fear that maybe if we give like block institutional events or something, then we can get booked or something charged. Mostly they do these on like gray areas where there can or cannot be consequences against them.
Hmm. Now the fun part is that if at all they believe that Shyama Prasad Mukherjee or people like him, people of his ideology are hardcore fanatical Hindus who want to kill all Muslims and stuff, then why would you not protest against him just because of some guy who is in power right now? So Shubhendu Adhikari becoming CM means that Shyama Prasad Mukherjee is not a Hindutva fascist anymore. What do you think is going on in their minds? Why? How can they not protest? What the hell? What will happen to Muslims now?
Uh, Yeah, so I think they have this confidence that we will, regardless, win the academic debate anyhow of our because of our representatives and all. And I saw one of them taking notes and getting out. She appeared in a stereotypical commie sense of dressing, but other than that, I saw nothing from them.
Hmm. Now,
Mostly, I think it's because of the confidence
what confidence?
that we can win academic debates and we don't need to go to the limits, because I think they still think presidency is their one of their bastions in academia, and they
Hmm.
don't need to like claim or fight with the other side of claiming the grounds, academic
Hmm.
grounds.
Hmm. Now, Seeker is asking all naughty questions. Firstly, he's asking why there was almost none Muslim women as freedom fighter, because Muslim women who had any say in their lives or in society were that minuscule Ashraf percentage. And the Ashrafs, the only thing in their minds, the only anxiety in their minds was losing state power and becoming irrelevant, Persian becoming irrelevant, Urdu poetry becoming irrelevant in governance, etc. All their Islamic Islamicate vibes, everything becoming irrelevant. They were shit scared and shit worried about all these things being lost in their lives. And so the only thing they were worried about is now becoming, let's say, subjects under Hindu rule once again. That they could not tolerate, and so they were not going to prioritize freedom fighting. Obviously, some probably did. I don't know. Now maybe some JNU big cleavage historian might come up with one Muslim woman who was fierce freedom fighter, but mostly they were not. Um, Now
Yeah, I
there
remember
were many other groups.
one.
Now, yeah, go ahead, Shandipan.
I remember I saw a fact that Jyotiba Phule, there was someone, sorry, Savitribai Phule, there was some figure besides Savitribai Phule who was a Muslim woman and who also championed that oppressed rights and oppressed voices and education rights of oppressed. Turns out that she was a fabricated character all these years. Now it is getting proven.
Hmm. Okay. Now we have Anthony Gonzalez, who has some views on the presidency, Syama Prasad Mukherjee roundtable. Hello, Anthony.
Thanks for inviting me. Uh,
Yeah.
so basically, what I know a bit about academia is that
Or
it's a closed
your
caste.
volume is very low. Can you get closer to the mic or something, or somehow
Yeah,
increase the volume from somewhere?
uh, I think StreamYard just sucks. Yeah. Anyway, so the point is that it's it's a bit of a problem when you try to do something without laying enough groundwork. Uh, Especially when it comes to this Syama Prasad Mukherjee celebrations in Presidency or Jadavpur and all that, it's you're you're trying to organize. I don't know, maybe Jewish Liberation Day in Nazi Germany. It's like that. It doesn't work unless you actually have the relevant groundwork and the and a kind of base of faculty and students to support the endeavor. So what happens is that they invite a few token people to kind of pay a bit of homage to Syama Prasad, and they do away with it eventually. And what happened is, as far as I understand, is that uh, Syama Prasad Mookherjee's legacy is being given to them, but they are trying to twist it in their own little ways. So for example, the guy from Chicago, from what I understood, is he was trying to kind of malign Syama Prasad by trying to say he's not actually dedicated to any cause. So that kind of uh, these kind of views are going to be prevalent. They're going to come about, and the problem here is essentially that there is not enough charisma in the right, in the, if I can call the Indic wing right. It's not, we're not really right wing per se, but the thing is that if we are taking that into account, why the government has to force people to talk about Syama Prasad, then it's your failure as an organization, as an ideological group, as a think tank, whatever it is you are, right? So this should have happened in general. Syama Prasad, or even if not Syama Prasad, Savarkar, Syama Prasad, there should have been, out of the 5 people, there should have been 2 or 3 or 4, I would say 3 maybe, who would have spoken in favor of him without them being prompted by the government to do so. So that doesn't happen without without laying the proper groundwork in academia, and it will never happen unless you spend a lot of money and resources, and you invite the best minds into the fold. If
What
you
is the
can't
proper groundwork, Anthony?
The groundwork is, you have to take the most meritorious people, because academia, whatever said and done, is an elitist space that respects people with achievements and talent and degrees, right? You can't be a businessman in the morning and an academic at night. That kind of thing doesn't flow. You need people like Shomode. You need 50 Shomodes. You need 100 Jesai Deepaks. You need, and Jesai Deepak is also not a trained academic per se, which is why it's easy for them to write him off, or maybe Rajiv Malhotra, JSD. They make very good points. They are great, but you have to understand academia is a closed caste, and you can abuse the caste. You can sit outside the caste and keep insulting them and saying what are they doing, or how does it matter what they say, what Western universities say and stuff. But the fact of the matter is that that's how the world works. It's I think you keep sharing on your community tab how the narrative of the West is still against India. And how do they do this? Because they have a lot of highly educated people with foreign degrees to do it for them, with Ivy League degrees. So that's where the Sangh tries to see academic institutions as possibly like factories where the BMS, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh strategy might work, but it doesn't. And this is not a new point. I think this point frequently comes up on your shows and your podcasts, but I don't see yet the direction. In fact, I would say in a way, this kind of thing was an insult to Syama Prasad. I don't want to say it like people in the government, people of BJP might get angry if I say this. But what are we trying? You can't force somebody to eat the food they don't want to. You have to create a demand for that food. And for that, you need a bunch of people who are going to create the demand. From what I heard, I think Sudipta Guho has written on his wall that many of them are giving ChatGPT kind of presentations. Like a lot of them are just reading out presentations from ChatGPT, right? So no one even knows Syama Prasad. So yeah, I felt it was, these kind of celebrations are more of an insult. You can't force people to love Syama Prasad, and they'll hate you equally for it inside. The students don't want to go to college and attend lectures, get forced to attend lectures like that. It's what the BJP misses, the Sangh misses, is that it's marketing. Everything has to do with marketing, and marketing is usually done by. Why do you think the pharmacy reps are the most good-looking people in any field, right? I don't want to sound like Barney Stinson here, but pharmacy reps attract the most attractive people, physically attractive, because that's who gets in with the doctor and prescribes the medicines. So the same way, you need attractive speakers, you need attractive thinkers, and I'm not saying physically attractive, I'm saying that somebody who can hold an audience, like JSD, like Sanjeev Sanyal, you need 50, 60 of them, at least minimum. So till they realize that having angry old, grandpas, nobody listens, who says Mahabharat mein helicopter tha, as long as you keep saying that, Gen Z is never going to connect with you at any level. And I think that's the failure of this whole thing. And yes, people might hate me for saying that, but you can't force people to celebrate Syama Prasad. You can't force people to celebrate an ideology or a person they don't like, and it always backfires.
And how was the discussion anyway? What was the quality of discussions? What were the points that came out from the people, the mouths of those people?
No, mostly it was how Syama Prasad Mookherjee was a great Bengali, he was a great VC, he was a great... there were attempts to basically show him as a educationist. Now let's face it, no young person no young person gives a shit about how Syama Prasad Mookherjee was as a VC. I'm sorry. People would rather listen to a heated debate on Arnab Goswami's thing, right, on Republic. Because
Anthony, doesn't that sound like actually a good strategy to make Syama Prasad more palatable to the leftist, generally leftist, default leftist masses of Bengal and the student community of Bengal, who will probably might be less open to Syama Prasad as a savior of Hindus than him being a great VC?
No, this is where I think a lot of people, not you, a lot of people make a mistake. People have already made up their minds till 2026. A lot of people, very few people are neutral at this point, I believe, at least in West Bengal. And since so few people are, they either hate Syama Prasad or they love Syama Prasad. There's very few people who are like in the middle. Okay, maybe he was.
They mostly hate Syama Prasad in the campuses, right? The people in the campuses did not vote BJP into power. Exactly
why, what you had decided, you had kept saying that a debating culture, debating team, the debate you can't say that, okay, he was actually a nice guy. I'm going to defend him on the grounds that he was a very nice guy. Okay, that doesn't sound good in a debate. But a roundtable is not a debate. Roundtable is just to promote Syama Prasad in a way, right? Yeah, that's the whole point of this. That's why, you can't force people to do this. I'm not saying it's democracy and all that stuff. I'm not going into that. My point is, then they're just gonna say, okay, he was basically a bhalo kaku. Okay. And he may have lost his way. Bhatke hue yuva ho gaya tha till the 40s. And he was basically a nice guy, but he lost his mind and then he joined the Hindu Mahasabha. So that does not make the Hindu Mahasabha palatable. Isn't that a step in the right direction though? Like he was completely an unacceptable anti-Muslim guy, and now he's at least a bhalo kaku who lost his way. Why Donald Trump did not win 2016 by being a nice guy. Modi did not win 2014 by being a nice guy. Okay. Are we talking about elections or campus? Elections, those elections, 2016 in America and 2014 in India, they were effective precisely because they were polarizing. But were there campus kids involved and kids from JV and Presidency? Campus, that's why I'm saying campuses aren't so easy to win over. Because if you see the quality of the questions coming in later, right? They completely ignored Syama Prasad's achievements as a vice chancellor or whatnot. The questions which came in later, they were basically questions like, he was a British bootlicker, that kind of question. So they ignored completely the guys who decided Syama Prasad is a villain. They completely ignored all the
No,
speakers.
one roundtable is not going to change their minds, obviously.
That's the whole point. See, that's the whole point. That's the failure. Kota roundtable hobe.
Every
The-
year.
Are bhai, it's gonna be the same, more of the same. Again, there are gonna be 5 people who will come up and say, "Oh, Syama Prasad was a British agent." Right? You did not create a. See, if there are 100 students in Presidency, 100 students in JU, there are maybe 10 people who are nationalists, and that too they are chupa nationalists. Okay, many of them. Because they're, as far as I know, in Jadavpur their marks are deducted in many subjects if they are pro-Hindu. Okay, so they fear for their careers. They are silent, and till you have enough faculty members, till you have the right kind of talented people to give them the confidence to come out and challenge their own fellow students. You see, this is how peer pressure works. If your peers are leftists, you have to be a leftist. But the peers, they listen to professors. Professors are very important. Teachers, professors, they are the real holders of power in a university. And I'm sorry, but ChatGPT speeches will not create that thing. Okay. Yes, that's why Andrew Tate is so important. Citizen vigilante is so important, because what happens is, because they hear the same old NPC crap all day, they go to a guy who says the exact opposite things. Right.
What do you think should have been the alternative? Not do a roundtable, or have a roundtable with only people who...
You can't force, like I said, you can't force people to celebrate Syama Prasad like that. And I felt that it, again, ultimately in a space like Presidency, where the student, see, the professors, they may have jobs, they are scared of the government. The students aren't. That's why the students kept abusing him. Right. Very few students actually, later on may have, or they didn't speak up. The nationalist students never spoke up. So you needed at least 5 to 10 faculty members in the university who would be dedicatedly pro-Hindu, pro-India, which will not happen. And you can't always say system unka hai. Bhai, you are there in the center for 12 years now, right? System unka hai bolte মানে 3 generation পরও বলবে system unka hai. ওটা ওইগুলো বলে লাভ নেই। হ্যাঁ, নিট পেপার বাঁচাতে পারছে না, এরা আবার ইয়ে করবে। So the point is that we are not in any position to shove Syama Prasad down anyone's throat, and I feel it is at the end of the day, it's kind of an insult when you force people to, because in the mind of a student it's like, oh, I was a student last year as well, right? And Syama Prasad was nowhere to be seen. Oh, this year, because Shubhendu Adhikari mandated, I have to now listen to Syama Prasad. That never works. Tell me one thing. Do you, like, there were lectures we all hated in school and college, right? So do you actually remember the shit you learned in those classes, or do you ended up hating the teacher? Right. And this one aspect, you see, SFI recruited the most good-looking kids. This is a kind of unsaid rule in SFI. And DU তেও এটা BJP এইটুকুনি বুদ্ধি আছে, they do it in DU. They get the most good-looking kids in the unions. All the girls and guys, they all are well groomed and good looking.
No, that they can do for a different reason, because every region has a different social elite who has a different ideology, and social elites are usually from healthier, richer backgrounds, and therefore they are always identify with the elite discourse of the area, and the elite discourse in the area called Kolkata is leftist politics. Therefore, most good-looking people will definitely be leftists. Right-wingers can't hire good-looking people in their fold, even if a gun was put to their heads. There aren't enough good-looking people in the right wing. It can't be, because it's a counterculture in Bengal. In Delhi, in many other states, the right-wing ideas are not the counterculture. They are the socialists, and therefore the good-looking people are in the right wing.
Yes, I agree. And the point here is that you've had your government for 12 years, right? So you have central institutes in every part of the country, and you could have built a base of scholars and teachers and professors. In 10 years is a very long time, right? A decade is a very long time, right? you could have at least had a few hundred scholars and teachers and professors. And I don't know, the Hindu Cafe guy, he made a very good video on this exact thing where that dude went, that guy, अरे कौन है वो, natcon গিয়ে যে বলেছিল we have
Ram
reclaimed
Madhav.
our universities. Yeah, so we have reclaimed our universities বললে তো হবে না, you have to actually reclaim the universities. So মানে that's what he said, that you can't even teach Manav Dharma Shastra in Delhi University because some dudes protested against it. So why is that the case? Why is that the case in Delhi? And the guy apologized. The vice chancellor came and apologized. Bhai, I'm not. Why you have to teach Manav Dharma Shastra for a different reason? Because it was a historical text. You can see it as a historical text. It wasn't written by Narendra Modi, right? Or Mamata Banerjee. It was written 2000 years ago almost. So that's the whole point. That even if you teach it as a history text, why would you have to bow down all the time? Because your faculty members are dumb. Because if you look at Delhi University professors and teachers who have been recruited in the last 10 years, most of them are retarded. I'm sorry, most of them are dumb, and they just came into the position because they oiled the right people in the Sangh or BJP.
I
So
see.
that is the massive, huge failure. And they could have created 10 people there and then exported those 10, 50, 100 people all over the country, and then you would have seen something very different right now. Because a professor, even in presidency, if there are, I don't know, 50 professors, even if you can get 10 guys on our side, that means at least 100 students in 5 to 6 years who are on your side. And a strong
Okay,
alumni.
Abhay has a question for you,
Yeah.
and then we'll go to Shrayan.
I
Can't hear you.
Am I audible?
No, very sorry. It's probably because of your speaker or Bluetooth headphone.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Namaskar to all of you and the audience also. So my question is regarding this event held for Dr. Syama Prasad Mookherjee. As Anthony said, that in the last 10 years, they should have.
Your audio is very blurred, Abhay. See if you can rejoin, or maybe, are you using Bluetooth headphones?
I guess I'm using a speaker. Let me fix it and come back.
Yeah. Okay. Shrayan, how was the experience? What were the views and stuff? How did you like the discussion?
Just confirm once if I'm properly audible, because I've changed my location due to some reason.
Yeah. It's
Am I audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I must firstly declare that I was not there for the entire part of the discussion. I was there till the fifth speaker had completed speaking out of 6. So I am unsure if there was indeed some sort of bipartisan discussion at the end. That Shundipan can confirm. But my major grievance with this entire thing was, and there were several good parts to it, but there were certain problematic parts as well, that it did not seem like a round table. It was mostly a bunch of people giving monologues, and that doesn't get the job done somehow. So I partly agree with what my previous panelist said. It was a bit too sanitized. And the problem with doing that is dissemination of ideas do not go well when it's a monologue. You have to understand what the audience was, and it was eventually an audience of Presidency College. So we have to assume that the overwhelming population already has well-registered preconceived notions of Mr. Syama Prasad Mookherjee or Dr. Syama Prasad Mookherjee. Just delivering a monologue is not going to do anything remarkable. I agree with the idea that you should not be extremely combative, because it is one of the very first initiatives. So it's good to make him a likable character. But the problem is, if today you just go and try to convince a commie something across the lines of, see, the BJP has spent so much on Muslims, so they do not hate Muslims. Are they going to be convinced with it? They are not. So at the end of the day, you have to give certain definitive facts to say that these things were done for a particular reason. And I generally do not want to conflate several things, but I must bring in how certain people get the job done in their own lives. For example, let's see the speeches of Rajiv Malhotra or let's say Jai Deep. When they speak on certain topics, the language of discourse is not so rogue that it would not be absolutely palatable to the leftists. They do maintain that sense of serenity in their speeches, but they do not shy away from making certain points that should be made. When you overly sanitize anything, it would get across to an unreasonable audience as he is trying to, or he or she is trying to, cover the bad sides of an individual while singing praises of the good sides just to hide a certain part of the discourse. Because one has
Absolutely.
to understand these people. Well, if let's say if these people were normal audience who has gathered for hearing something about Syama Prasad Mukherjee, probably this would have worked pretty well. But this was a seminar that was being organized in one of the colleges or universities which is considered to be a bastion of the left. So these people are not fence sitters, right? They already have sufficient knowledge. Now one can argue that the knowledge they have is wrong, but it is registered in their brain. So everything that is being said, which does not at least initially or even partly disintegrates what they are thinking or the line across which they are thinking, they would view everything from the framework that they already have and color it in the way they already see things. That was my major problem. Now I would just highlight there were several good parts to it. And overall, I would also maintain, although there were people from both sides of the aisle who said good and bad things about Syama Prasad Mukherjee, what was the appreciable part was nobody basically, let's say, drifted away from the basic integrity a researcher should have. So nobody said anything so outrageous that was not justifiable. They raised certain points, but that was with a lot of dignity, which I appreciate wholeheartedly. And so let's start by mentioning what the speakers said in a chronological order. Firstly, basically, the chair of the entire discussion was, I suppose, and it was remarkably punctual. Okay, so it started within 2 minutes of the starting time. That was the second most appreciable thing about the entire venture. The first speaker was Mrs. Shorvadhikari, or Miss Shorvadhikari, I'm not sure. And I must say, if possible, she should be brought into this podcast as a guest someday. I am not completely aware of all her viewpoints, but she was remarkably well versed in whatever she was trying to convey. The sheer amount of research she had done, and the best part about whatever she said was she was directly quoting things verbatim to show what several people thought about each other, and that there did exist a certain amount of familiarity which would not paint these characters in black and white. It was very good. Secondly, she is a fabulous orator. So it is only fitting that, and she was the only woman in the panel as it is. So it's only fitting that she was the most able chair for the entire discussion, I believe. Now, the first and the second speaker, the first speaker was Ms. Shorvadhikari and the second speaker was Mr. Abdus Gayan. Both of these people said things which were somewhat similar to each other and which basically brought something to the forefront which is generally not discussed in normal narratives. It basically started along the idea of how Syama Prasad Mukherjee was not just a political figure, but the role he played in the development of the university in the early days, apart from being the son of Ashutosh Mukherjee. Somewhere down the line, I did feel that they painted him too much under the influence of umbrella of Ashutosh Mukherjee, which went to a certain degree to the extent of saying that since he is the son of Ashutosh Mukherjee, he had to turn out brilliant, which is generally not the case for most of the things. But the fact that he was involved very intricately with the functioning of the university, and even before he became an authority in the university officially, the sheer amount of things he was doing. Secondly, the one of the main discourse that was brought to the forefront, which I believe is gradually coming to the forefront as it is how Syama Prasad Mukherjee thought of our mother tongue. At a time when people were basically drifting away from the mother tongue and accepting, let's say, foreign languages or even other regional languages, he was one of the first people who basically would kind of be probably the Bangla Pakho of the time, speaking of Bengali Asmita. So that partly is a very important discussion because it already makes him palatable to a very large section of our society, and not in a way which is falsely sanitized. He actually said all those things. He actually stood for those things. So it is important that that aspect of him is discussed. Secondly,
Okay, Swayon,
yeah.
hold on to your thoughts so that Anthony Gonzalez can answer Abhay's point and then leave.
Sure.
And then you come back. Do remember your points. So yeah, so Abhay's question to Anthony Gonzalez is that how should people be initiated to discourse around Syama Prasad Mukherjee? What points should be discussed about him? Go ahead, Anthony.
So, is your end goal to discuss Syama Prasad, or is your end goal to make people Hindutva oriented? Because these are two different things.
Okay.
Right.
So, do you want me to clarify, or are you continuing with your answer? I thought you wanted me to clarify.
It's a rhetorical question.
Okay. Please continue.
So, basically, my point is that you give a something like, see, Syama Prasad Mukherjee is not really known for his thoughts on Hindutva. Okay. Unlike Savarkar or somebody like, Golwalkar or somebody like that. So the point is that it's not, you will love Syama Prasad if you are a Hindutvavadi by default. Now, you can love him in two ways. You can love him because he was a great Bengali who loved Bengali language and tried to introduce it, and so the Bangla Pakho angle works. Okay, but he was still a bad guy because he did the partition and all that. Or you could introduce a little anarchy into the minds of people and create what I would say that is a base for Hindu thought. So that's why we must go back to the basics. At any level, it's very important. See, this is the difference between us and Muslims. Muslims don't celebrate a figure. Muslims celebrate a kind of essential and abstract thought, but that gives them power. Okay. You must strike at that root. You must give the people facts and figures, and even, maybe writings of Ambedkar if they are open to that. So I am all in favor of having an Ambedkar study circle where if the government wants to mandate, then read some of his actual, nice texts like Buddha versus Marx and this one, Pakistan or the partition of India, and even the original stuff. So I'm all in favor of that. If the government has to, because Ambedkar is anyway mandated by the government, so might as well read the stuff he actually wrote really well. And that is how you do it. You give people something that they did not expect, but something that they are supposed to kind of also read, but that surprises them, and then that reintroduces them to the arc. That okay, so Ambedkar was saying this, so then Syama Prasad wasn't alone in trying to partition Bengal, which is such a cardinal crime according to some people. So that's where I see that the fallacies lie. And who will teach the kids partition of Pakistan or the partition of India? You don't have people enough, right? And the leftists, they have a lot of convenient tropes. They will say, "Ha, bhai likha tha, but that time was a bad time. Ambedkar otherwise hated Hindus and stuff, so disregard it or whatever." But still, you have to have people who can attract students towards that kind of thought.
Anthony Gonzalez, then essentially you are saying that the roundtable was was a bad idea to
was a
begin
bad
with,
idea to begin with,
and Syama
and Syama Prasad.
Prasad. Wait. Abhay, everything is
Abhay,
reverberating and decoing. Holy shit! I'll go deaf because of Abhay's mic today. There's something seriously wrong with his Bluetooth. Are you on Bluetooth headphone or mic or something? What's going wrong today?
What's going
I
on
have
today?
removed my Bluetooth.
Shit.
Oh shit!
Everything I'm saying is getting echoed very loudly back to us as well. Okay, see if you can do something. So, yeah. The roundtable was a bad idea, and Syama Prasad is not the person to be introduced to academia anyway, because Hindutva is the priority and not Syama Prasad Mookherjee. Are you saying that then? Because you're not even entertaining the idea of having Syama Prasad Mookherjee brought into the discourse in the first place, right?
I'm saying that if the government has to mandate something like celebrate Syama Prasad Mookherjee, then that in itself is your first failure. Your second failure is that what they could have done is call like use the government's power, if at all you have to, use Presidency's hall with a lot of security, by the way, added security after what happened to Charlie Kirk, and get some very charismatic guys on our side to debate with a bunch of leftists. I'm on your side on this. So let's debate Syama Prasad. But let the government mandate it like that. Like you have people from outside, but not just some random dude from some college in Jaipur or something. I'm not like looking down on people in Jaipur, but I'm just saying that you can't just invite anyone. Not in a space like Presidency or Jadavpur. Okay, you have to give them the best, and let there be fights and let there be insults and abuses. Let that happen. But what that does is that through combat, essentially, you can establish that there are winners and losers in front of an audience.
Yes.
And that plays magic at a very different level.
Yes.
And that's why Arnab Goswami worked at a time. Well, it doesn't work much now, but at a time it worked. Right? And why do people like Shehzad Poonawalla? Shehzad Poonawalla is awesome because Shehzad Poonawalla basically does that only. Panele jaige chatte log ke just random kalayo panele. So it's important, and that's what that's what I'm trying to say basically.
Okay. Abhay, did you have any follow-up questions? Otherwise, he'll leave now, and then we'll go back to Shayan.
Anthony, thank you for your answer. I couldn't listen to half of it because of my mic issues. Sorry for that. I will later check out this segment of your whatever you shared was quite interesting, as in how academia works and how these things happen. And I think government should take some of your suggestions on this. But I do have a little bit disagreement with you, as in I think this is a start, and I feel right wing will learn from here. I think they will realize that some things need to be done subtly. It cannot be so overt that people really understand your game. So I am a little optimistic about this, but still, your points are worth considering.
I'll just make one last observation and then leave. That is that it's not about subtlety or show. Jesai Deepak is not subtle. He comes on a stage and does what he does. Sanjeev Sanyal is not subtle. It's not about subtlety. It's about, and it's not even, we've been giving the 70 years argument for a very long time. 70, 70 saal, system unka hai, theek hai. I mean, we heard that in 2015, 2016. I am sick and tired of system unka hai. Okay. At least academia mein itna bhi wo nahi hai. I mean, you can do a lot. I don't see the effort. I'm sorry, and I haven't seen it at the national level. So I don't see it happening anytime soon in West Bengal. Okay, and this is where there's a lot of missed opportunities. I don't want to comment on it because it's pretty close to my heart in a different way. The ministry and all that stuff, but that's the whole point. That it's about what your methods are, and so far in 14 to 12 years I have not seen any method except promote the dumbest guy in the government to education minister. That's the only method I've seen. That's the method in the madness. Okay, Anyway, good night.
Yeah. Okay then. Good night, Anthony. Yeah, Stroyan, finish the point. Who else said what?
So, and Shukarna, sorry, my bad. Shukarna Sharwadikari
Shukanna.
also actually, yes, verbatim quoted, probably it was a conversation, it was she who quoted or it was Mr. Gayatri, between Rabindranath and Syama Prasad Mukherjee, which, as I said, obviously is important simply because these people who apparently had different ideals or different visions at that point of time did not shy away from interacting and trying to understand each other's point of views. It is only now that the left has become so radical that it does not want to get into the discourse on a pre-proposed and seemingly superiority complex based on which they feel they are right. They have decided it. And pardon me if I am making an overreach, but I would go on to say I actually believe it is the left's sheer will and desire to color every single individual into black and white, turning them into the god and devil, which is partially largely responsible for the lack of individuality in our society. It is exactly this or this format of discourse which every time, even let's say, makes the right go into justifying every single act of all their icons. Let me say this. Why is Savarkar so important in the right-wing discourse? Because Savarkar was probably one of the first people who actually extensively wrote about his own vision and about his own thoughts on several things. Savarkar did not shy away from critiquing several of the Maratha rulers and what they did in certain parts for a greater good. So every time the right wing goes about saying कि चलो ये तो हमारा है, इस पे तो चर्चा होगा, and stop it midway and do not let it spread according to the way it should in a normal society and keep sanitizing things simply out of the fear of it can go south, you are doing a great disservice to your own cause. रायता तो फैलेगा भाई, रायता फैलने से आप नहीं रोक सकते. रायता जब फैलेगा तभी लोग उसको बिरयानी मिला के खा पाएंगे. रायता ही नहीं फैलेगा तो you are basically concretizing whatever the other side is saying, but by not letting the others pick up certain points. That's what I'm trying to say. Systemic incursion, I guess it was J.S.I. Deepak who said it. आप एक बार में सब कुछ ही भयानक और outrageous नहीं बोल सकते, एक बार में सब कुछ ही sanitize और अच्छा नहीं बोल सकते. You have to give a proper proportion of both and keep passing things. It is exactly like the budget of this time. You have to do social welfare and your integral humanism. उसके साथ साथ थोड़ा थोड़ा palatable amounts में you have to push the right wing version of the how one perceives the economy, the capitalist view. आप ये नहीं कर सकते कि एक बार में पूरा ही सैनिटाइज कर दिया इस आशा में कि हम तो अब we are trying to appropriate Syama Prasad Mukherjee according to the left's taste. No, why would you do that? Why do you want to do that? If that is what you are going to do, then Syama Prasad Mukherjee would be no different from 10 other of the, let's say, Commie Brigade who did outrageous things and did bizarre things simply because that was a part of, let's say, the labor revolution or whatever. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to amalgamate several things that have happened even over the past few years or months, let's say, which are very reflective of what undertook in this seminar. For example, let me make this, it's an out of the discussion point, but I would like to make it because I feel it is pertinent. I'm not sure of the pronunciation, but I guess we all know this very intelligent guy, Mr. Abhas K. Maldiar. I am not sure of the surname, right? Who writes on Babur. Now, this guy who did this fantastic job of exposing the cruelties of Babur when he mixes architecture and the historic incidences that happened and presents it in a way to debunk certain myths. And he was doing that. That guy got cancelled in MP by the right-wingers because he was writing on Babur. अरे ये किस तरीका का मतलब चुतियाप है? You want some magical figure to come down from the heavens and change the narrative and change the discourse, and you simply cancel a guy because he's speaking about an let's say debatable figure. तो वही है ना, आप कीचड़ में पैर ही नहीं डालेंगे तो आप कीचड़ को साफ तो नहीं कर पाएंगे. Which is exactly I'm sorry to say, I have lots of admiration for several things that the RSS does. But if you're going to tell me that the only way to go about an intellectual discourse is जो बुरे लोग हैं उनके बारे में बात ही मत करो, फिर तो you are let's say speaking in the tone of Mr. Gandhi who said बुरा मत देखो, बुरा मत सुनो, बुरा मत करो. ऐसा तो नहीं होगा. So this exact undertone was flowing as an undercurrent throughout the discourse yesterday. Now moving on, Mr. Gayan was also somebody who spoke in a very non-combative fashion, but he too quoted several of the conversations between Rabindranath Tagore and Syama Prasad Mookherjee, which again reflected that how they were not opposed to each other so brutally. In fact, they did have some amount of mutual admiration for about each other, and Rabindranath Tagore wrote extensively about how his admission or his participation in the Calcutta University was a point of dispute, and he did not want to partake in the activity simply because he wanted to evade what the public had to say about him, because he was not a part of the university and he was being invited by the authorities that be at that time to come and teach over there. So he had this moral dilemma, and it was Mr. Syama Prasad Mookherjee who said, "Sir, you are a part of the Indian discourse at the end of the day. यहाँ पे मुफ्त में सिर्फ गाली खा सकते हैं, कुछ भी अच्छा करना होगा में तो उतरना पड़ेगा." And it was very telling. It was a very important point being raised. And the scenario is pretty much the same today. So every time if you are going to take 5 steps back, when something doesn't go in your favor, you're not going to get across. Things will get messy, but unless things will get messy, how do you want to disseminate into people who share your version of the narrative? रायता फैलेगा तभी ना और लोग आएंगे संभालने उसको. If everything is collected and calm and in a narrow channel, then most people would feel यहाँ पे कुछ है ही नहीं करने लायक. There is no.
So, and you know why that's happening, right? Because if these directives are coming from the government, then because our government is so centralized right now in the state, this Mamata Banerjee's government was historically, I think, the most centralized any West Bengal government has ever been, and Shubhendu is about maybe 95% as centralized in his governance. Only difference is that Shubhendu is using his centralized powers for good things and Mamata used them for bad things. They were obviously bad for some people, good for some people, and vice versa. That's why I'm using quotes. But this is the side effect you get from such centralized governance. Because Shubhendu can't trust anybody and everybody in the government. Therefore, he needs to either make it happen through RSS, maybe some guy or some faction inside the RSS that he can trust with this. And that faction is saying, the way to go about this is doing these roundtables, even if they are monologues. And if there were in fact proper decentralization and stuff, there would be different bodies with different varieties of intellectuals who would be suggesting these things to different universities maybe. See, because ultimately different universities in different parts of Bengal have different kinds of political opinions as a mass opinion in their populace as well. Because the views of a guy in some village in some college in Bonga is not going to be the views of the guy in Presidency. So if there was in fact a decentralization in our West Bengal government or in the education system, they could be suggesting things that would be better off to cater to the masses in Bonga, to make them get convinced of Syama Prasad. And that same procedure would not be applicable for Presidency, because you need to approach these kids with a different weapon. But that can't happen anytime soon, not in the next 15-20 years in Bengal, because it's so centralized.
Yeah, I mean, probably that thing would happen eventually, because you see, now if you look at the, let's say, even the state cabinet, most of the people who have become, who are the part of the cabinet are pretty newcomers, except for Adhikari and Shapon Dasgupta, who has such humongous amounts of experience as to how to deal with certain things. Even the education minister is a, let's say, new face. I mean, he's a regional leader in his own sphere of influence, but he's not that popular overwhelmingly. That even Shapon Dasgupta isn't, but he has a greater experience of how to deal with academia at least. So I guess that discourse will evolve, and if anything, I expect Shubhendu Adhikari to evolve that discourse more than any other chief minister in India. So probably sooner or later, because you see, he has this own ingrained sense of spontaneity. He doesn't reply to journalists like 10 other, let's say, NPC CMs would do now. he has this sense of being spontaneous and reciprocative. So I guess that would eventually seep into
And
the
Modi doesn't
discourse
have
if
that.
it-
Modi doesn't have that sense, that instinct, that intuition, and that's why he avoids press conferences.
That's the
Suvendu Adhikari
funniest
will
part.
never need to avoid a press conference in his life. He can give a press conference even if he's in coma.
I would partly disagree. If you see Modi's 2002 interviews, they were extremely good and he was a fiery responder. So I guess it is only because he became a. I guess there were two factors. Partly how he was being framed by majority of the journalists about Godra. And secondly, after he became a prime minister, when you get to become the representative of the entire nation, you have to tone down a bit to suit the sensibilities of different parts, because otherwise the last section would feel alienated from the majority of the discourse. So I guess that made him to soften his tone a bit, but I do not think that he is incapable of being spontaneous. In fact, he used to be extremely spontaneous in his press conferences and interviews. There is this very famous interview with some BBC lady that Mr. Modi was a part of. There was another interview with Digvijay Singh sitting next to him, and he basically went on to whoop his ass. So he is very much capable of doing that. I believe at some point even Amit Shah, if he becomes the prime minister, would have to tone down. Nowadays, he is extremely brutal with press conferences. So I guess that's a thing. But let's see what happens eventually in a few years. I do hope things get better. Now, moving on, I'll just wrap up my points about the other speakers. If I may just check who was the third in the list. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so the third in the list was Mr. Gaurav Lama. And now the thing is, unfortunately, or fortunately, I wouldn't say unfortunately, there was nothing unfortunate. But
Who is he?
our
And
second
introduce all of them.
speaker-
Okay, so he's a history professor at Presidency, right? Gaurav Lama.
Yes. Most of these people are history professors. Two of them are ex-students of Presidency, including, I believe, Shotanik Pal and Saurabh Chattopadhyay. Shoumin Mukherjee too is probably associated with Presidency now, and Mrs. Shukanna Sharvadhikari is a professor of sociology in Presidency University, right?
This paper is by her.
So,
Yeah, I wanted to give a background of her. That's why I have this on my screen. This paper
please
she
go on,
wrote
please go on.
with a friend of mine, and she is going on with a lot of research on Motuaz. So she and her husband are both sociology professors in Presidency, and they are phenomenal. You can't obviously agree with them on probably 80% on things, but quality wise they are phenomenal, and that's why Presidency sociology syllabus quality, the quality of their publication is still somewhat world class, and no other college or university in Eastern India comes close. Only TISS, JNU, they come close to Presidency. So this is the woman, and this is her paper from 2023 on Motuaz, female Motua warriors of Bangladesh. They went to Bangladesh and did this research. Anyway, yeah, go ahead, Shran.
Yeah. So the thing is, Mr. Gayan took a pretty long time, and he said everything that was there to be said in this version of the roundtable. So the other speakers were a bit perplexed as to what more to add to the conversation, which would be valuable, right? So I guess Mr. Gayan spoke for about, Dr. Gayan spoke for about 20 to 25 minutes. And when you speak for that long and in such a sanitized discourse, you say most of the things that are there to be said. And not to mention that Mrs. Sharvadhikari already had given a very robust introduction to the entire discourse. So Mr. Lama obviously pointed out, I'm not sure about their doctorate degrees or to what their designation is, but Gaurav Lama pointed out several pertinent things about how actually Syama Prasad Mukherjee was eventually a secular figure. And he was very much in favor of secular values, which is the RSS way of doing it. All right. I'd be very categorical about it. And he was this extremely secular figure, and he was pushing secular ideals as far as, or as long as he was associated with the Calcutta University. And okay, that is good. To sum it up, he spoke about other 10 benefits that come with Syama Prasad Mukherjee, and that is that. ठीक है ना? And then there was Shotanik Pal. He too was good. He, as I guess Shundipan mentioned, started up with this Dhurandhar quote, and he actually spoke about secular values as well, and he specifically focused on how the entire language discourse was evolving in that period of the time. And Syama Prasad Mukherjee was one of the first people to actually point out that there's no point if you're going to abandon your language. Why to abandon battles which are not yet fought? Okay, so that was across the lines he said. And He spoke well, but as I said, since the first two speakers had said so much, at certain after a certain point, everything that was being said felt like a reflection or somewhat of a repetition of what was
Okay.
being said already. Now, the fifth speaker, Saurabh Chattopadhyay, this was the most curious case, and he probably was this powerhouse commie who was preparing all throughout to say the most outrageous thing of the entire discussion. And there was something about his entire aura that would say that he was going to say all those things. And he approached the mic, and again, as I mentioned at the very beginning, he did not actually drift away from the basic decency and a
Decorum.
researcher should decorum a researcher should have. But he pointed out something pertinent, which is why I wanted this entire discussion to be more bipartisan. Because if you are going on giving monologues, and even one person comes up with this monologue where he will point out something contradictory about the character of Syama Prasad Mookherjee, the other speakers do not get a chance to adequately respond to it. So you already have to mention your points. Otherwise, if you're going to go on say the whites, if any single person brings out the black, the majority of the people are going to take it as अच्छा इसके बारे में तो बाकियों ने चर्चा ही नहीं किया, मतलब छुपाना चाहते थे. So he went on to say how Syama Prasad Mookherjee actually was speaking about secular values while at Calcutta University, and then in the very next year he went to Benares Hindu University, and there he said things across how the Hindu society has been put at back foot by some sort of modification of the curriculum, and we need to push a more Hindu friendly curriculum so as to not make the entire Hindu society degenerate. It was pretty radical compared to what the other people said, and which is why it becomes pertinent to discuss this a bit further. Now, this is the problem when you go for a sanitized discourse. Nobody in the entire discussion pointed out as to what was the reason why Syama Prasad Mookherjee actually had to adopt his views. Was it completely out of the blue that he did that? Was there nothing remarkable going on in the background that actually made him gradually change his perception?
If they had kept it as in the format of an actual roundtable, then these points could have come up. So
Exactly,
if they
that's my
did, if they called it a roundtable and then made people give 25-minute monologues, that means that they did not have any interest in obviously pursuing the cause of Syama Prasad Mookherjee. Just nomo kore dewa arki. The government told them to do it, they had to do it. They just had to show to government that they did something related to Syama Prasad Mookherjee, and they did it. They didn't want any fruitful thing to come out of it. They didn't want any fruits from this conversation.
And I guess he said one or two things which have no remarkable backing, where he said that about some student being put across bad things for breaking the decorum, and Syama Prasad Mookherjee did that. I do not think that has much of a historical rooting, but since nobody was challenging anything whatsoever, in fact, when he spoke and after he spoke, he actually drew the largest applause, which again is reflective of the problem. Nobody says anything, and then some guy says and raises a point which nobody raised, and obviously it is going to come across as यही तो सच बोल रहा है, बाकी सब तो झूठ के सौदागर है. Go on with that. करो तुम ये. बार बार तुम्हें शर्मिंदा होना पड़ेगा. And another very important thing, Shukarna Sarvadhikari actually made this point that she was extremely interested to retort was what Saurabh Chattopadhyay said. But it is only because of the lack of time which she was unable to do so. Now, if one panelist takes 25 minutes laughing and joking about friendly discussions between Rabindranath and Syama Prasad, it is only the obvious thing to happen, which was problematic. And eventually the main point that was being raised by Saurabh was that if he is saying one thing in one place and another thing in another place, then there is no authenticity of this particular character, and he's simply adapting himself to the requirements of the room. Now, that is not a very bad argument to make. That is a decent argument to make. My problem is, what about the context? Because then you are basically claiming that anybody who changes his or her views in a certain period of time are all hypocrites. Then why has the communists at large changed their point of view on Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose all of a sudden? फिर तो वो भी justify मत.
Why aren't they protesting at Syama Prasad Mookherjee roundtable in Presidency?
Yeah. So that is the thing now. if you are going to keep on solidifying what a person thought eventually 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, or even 1 year ago, because certain things can happen within a year which may eventually force you to change the way you look at it. It has happened for me in a similar way. I was this leftist supporter as well, and then certain things accumulatedly happened at a certain period of time which made me shift. That has happened the similar way for most people. So then, since nobody had the time or momentum to challenge him, it went unchallenged and drew the largest applause, which basically was reflective of the majority mindset.
Okay. Anyway,
Majority mindset, which
yeah.
would eventually be held by most of the people. And so he was the last speaker I heard. I could not eventually hear what Showman Mukherjee had to say. So
Okay.
that is that. To some of these
Okay.
were the 5 speakers.
Now we'll get to go to Abhay and ask his thoughts on a roundtable on Syama Prasad in presidency. What significant implications does he see coming out of such an endeavor? And then we'll come back to Soyon, you, to discuss the math around whey protein in midday meals. Go ahead, Abhay.
So, what I can see here is uh, that is how do you push Syama Prasad Mukherjee in general Bengali society discourse? Okay, this
Abhay,
is
actually, Anthony's point is kind of interesting. Tell me your thoughts on that first. Should we even seek to look to promote Shyamprasad Mukherjee, or should we promote ideas? Is promoting Shyamprasad
uh,
a priority? Should it even be a priority in the first place?
for me, it doesn't matter. Okay, whether it's Syama Prasad Mukherjee or his ideas, the goal is the same. The main goal is making the crowd more comfortable with the idea of Hindutva, which was Bengal centric. But my thing is, there's a confusion between two ways of approaching it. One is the more sneakier way, that is insidious way, that you slowly start seeding the ideas in the mind of the people. Okay, sometimes I do take that approach in my gym and all. That I know that these are very staunch leftists, so you cannot be very direct
Yes.
with them.
Yes.
Then there is this another way, which is generally recommended by red pillars, that
Hmm.
if you want to be uh, attractive, be
Hmm.
yourself. Don't try
Yeah.
to placate to the girl or something like that. Otherwise,
Right.
you come across as simp.
Yeah.
So you go on a war of attrition where you start bombarding them with facts. The
Yeah.
point is, some of them will hate you, but
Yeah.
you will overload them with so many facts that they
Yeah.
have to step back a bit.
Yeah.
So that is the aggressive approach.
Hmm.
So my confusion is which approach should we adopt? I do
Hmm.
feel that in this first 6 months of BJP government, we can go with
Hmm.
the aggressive approach. Just go
Hmm.
all guns blazing. I think
Hmm.
Shubhendu Adhikari is much more comfortable with that.
Hmm.
Uh, just go on war footing and start pushing more and more facts.
Hmm.
Then
Hmm.
there can be another approach to make Shama Prasad Mukherjee more palatable. That is, I think we can do it through Ambedkar also. You
Yeah, of
start
course.
with
He's the trump card. He's
caste.
the Brahmastra.
Okay, you start with the caste discourse of Ambedkar, then say he
Hmm.
said this about partition. Then
Hmm.
you move towards Shama Prasad Mukherjee and say that he also said the same thing about partition. And
Hmm.
then tell people what Shama Prasad Mukherjee did, what his role was in creating a West Bengal, okay,
Hmm.
the Hindu homeland.
Hmm.
So you can take that approach. Now,
Yeah.
a very important point made by Anthony Gonsalves was
Hmm.
that these people are, or I think it was made by Shroyan also, that these people have already have preconceived notions. So when people's minds are empty, it is
Yeah.
easier to fill with any idea. Okay, whether it's
Hmm.
garbage or whether it's a very good idea. But
Hmm.
when people have already have garbage in their minds, first you
Hmm.
need to take out that garbage. That is,
Hmm.
you have to convince people to not hold on to that garbage. and then push your ideas in. So it's double the work. So it
Yeah.
is easier to convince the general audience of Hindutva, but when it comes to the students in presidential university, they already have their minds filled with leftist garbage. Okay, so it's difficult to convince them. So the approach has to be different. So maybe one of the approaches could be like many leftists use this against Hindus, saying that they started with the discourse that entire Hindu religion is not a problem, but there are certain problems with certain core tenets of Hindu religion. Okay, like for example, they will say that, and they will over exaggerate those problems, saying that caste system is specifically Hindu. Now they will say, in the beginning, they will say entire Hindu culture is not bad, but caste system is bad and it is uniquely Hindu, right? So they they create a dent on the mindset of a proud Hindu, that okay, there is this problem with the Hindu religion. Okay, so it's not sacrosanct. That is how you start making inroads. So maybe we can use an approach where we say that entire leftist ideology is not bad. This is another approach, by the way. Entire leftist ideology is not bad. They said many good things about how to serve people, but there are these problems with the leftist ideologies, or maybe you don't actually attack the ideology, you start attacking their figures, saying that, oh, this leftist figure made this huge blunder in Marijhapi. This leftist figure made this huge blunder, let's say, in your Shingur and Nundigram. You start attacking their idols, their figures, and through figures, you start saying that okay, this figure was coming from this ideology, therefore this ideology is problematic. That is another way leftists attack Hindu culture. That, and they do it in bad faith, where they put a lot of false accusations on Hindu way of thinking. We will do it in the actual way. Okay, where there are serious problems with leftists' way of looking at the world. So this could be another uh, way, that is, use their idols to attack them. Use their idols as a path to attack them. Okay, then uh, another point is, uh, now this is something, whether the right will learn from its mistake or not. Will they appoint good people in such universities? I say people like Shommo, they would have been very good if they were appointed, if he was given such appointments. Uh, and some of the speakers you talked about, I think uh, who Shandipan talked about Shatonik Pal, and uh, another, I guess, Shroyon talked about
Abdus Abdus Satas or
Abdul.
somebody.
So, uh, so what I can see is, I can see a lot of potential in these intellectuals. Okay, so even if they are young, test them, or you can place your faith against them, faith on them, because right wing doesn't have any intellectuals anyway, to be honest. Intellectuals in the sense that professors, appointees. Otherwise, there are many
Yeah.
erudite people in the right. I
Yeah.
think STEM people do a much better job when it comes to addressing issues of history and sociology. People like
Yeah.
Desai Deepak, who do not have the credentials, unfortunately. That
Yeah.
is what they struggle with. They tried with Vikram Sampath also, but Vikram Sampath still has certain credentials as a historian.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, that is a reality of academia, that you
Yeah.
need
And Vikram
the
Sampath used to
certificate.
be the left's darling, because Vikram Sampath did not publish Savarkar out of the blue. He did not get published by Penguin out of the blue. His work on Mookherjee was very, very appreciated in elite commie circles and liberal circles, etc. He was really a loved historian. He was up and coming, and if he spent his time coming up with books on more obscure people who could be worshipped by leftists today, he would still be there their favorite guy, and more so in fact because he's not doing Hindutva stuff under BJP. But he was not Sanjeev Sanyal and Desai Deepak. He was kind of their guy. At least they thought he was their guy to begin with. After that, Vikram Sampath pissed them off. Okay, Abhay, if you have any more points to add to this, otherwise we are going back to Shravan now.
And I think the RSS and BJP need to be a little more aggressive with their approach. They are way too defensive, especially when it comes to intellectualism. You see, they are so defensive that they had to issue UGC guidelines. That's a big failure of their ideology. If you are a Hindutva centric ecosystem, how can you even think of passing such issuing such regulations in colleges?
You know how they can.
That is
One is
one thing.
for election feasibility, or two is if they genuinely believe in it
No, no.
themselves from the bottom of their heart.
The point is that UGC, they think that UGC, regulation like UGC, is electorally a feasible option. The fact that this remains the overturn window is a big defeat, a big slap on
Yeah.
BJP RSS ecosystem. Then
Yeah.
what Hindutva unity were you talking about? If all you can do it, you do is caste reservations, gender reservations, Latki Behan, Ladli Behan, SC/ST Atrocities Act being strengthened, then what ideological war have you even won? And what Hindutva do you keep talking about? You got to be kidding me. This is a
Yeah,
joke.
women are
So-
powerful and powerless at the same time, simultaneously, parallelly, and in the same moment, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about women. I'm generally saying that they are buying into
Yeah.
that
It's the same genre of
Marxist,
on everything.
cultural Marxist perspective that there is an oppressed group, there is an oppressor group. So you have given up on the ideological war because you don't know how to change this framework. And that can only happen through academia. And this requires a generational effort, at least for 10, 20 years, to change the mindset of the people and tell them that meritocracy is very important.
Abhay,
So,
in defense of BJP, okay, today I am your in-house BJP RSS defender, like Bhupen otherwise, okay? Let's come up with the usual arguments against being able to do this, okay? Their argument would mainly be that the countries whom you will show that, yes, see, they have done it this way through their academia, therefore you must, like Japan, China, Israel, USA, etc. All those 4 countries are richer than us, way richer than us, and all those 4 countries do not have to maybe deal with their border issues all the time. Israel does, of course, but not Japan and USA. So therefore, they have a much nicer time going on. Therefore, they can prioritize academia and social narrative change through academia instead of groundwork through RSS schools, etc.
as far as Japan is concerned, China is always around them. So it's not that Japan does not have border issues. That's a bad argument in my view. Another thing is these countries, okay, did not become rich out of nowhere. They were poor at certain point. Even if you look at US in 1600s or 1700s, the situation was bad for US. It's just that intellectuals and policymakers, the way they thought about things. You yourself keep talking about federalist papers and anti-federalist papers. I mean, one thing I love about US and general discourse in US, that whenever they make arguments, whenever 2 people are debating and they make arguments, they are well thought through. Even if you look at general discourse among social commentators, I'm not talking about cuckoo left. I'm talking about central left, center right. They give proper arguments based on first principles.
Abhay, even their cuckoo left has a guy like Mehdi Hasan, who I have never seen lose a debate except maybe Vivek Ramaswamy. He is a beast in front of anybody. Look at the way he owns any room, any podcast room that he gets into, any newsroom he gets into, even if he's the guest. Within 5 minutes, he establishes hierarchies, that he is the guest, he is the host, no matter what the situation. The only time I have seen him fumble is in front of Vivek.
Yeah, because Vivek is better than him. I don't think Vivek is defeatable in a debate, and that is why I do think that people in Republican Party also kind of hate him because he's not a white guy, and that he has to carry on his shoulders for lifetime. That is sad reality of U.S. society. So uh, so yeah, that's what I keep saying, that they are very, they read a lot, they are well versed with first principles, they understand basic ideas like freedom of expression. In India, you have to explain what freedom of expression means, which is a simple idea for them. Uh, when it comes to ideas like medical termination of pregnancy, abortion, they have very clear understanding of what goes on in their country, how laws are framed. In India, if I tell them what does 498A say, what constitutes an offense under 498A, even government officials would have a tough time explaining it, because you make your laws in absurd language, plus you don't spread the idea of those laws among people, that okay, this is the definition of the law, this is how you should understand, these are the tenets of the law. There is no discussion. uh, the moment the discussion goes a little technical, people are like, no, I'm out, I don't want to participate in this, let the policymakers and the government decide this. In America, you see clear participation of public, general public, in policy making. That is what lacks in India. And that is what we need to push through academia. That be please, we invite you to participate in public policy. That is seriously lacking in India.
Yeah.
So as
Okay.
far
Wait.
as
Abhay, I have a delivery to take. If you want to complete your point, please go ahead. Otherwise, Ryan, you can start the way discussion. Okay. I'll just get my order.
so maybe as far as Shama Prasad Mukherjee is concerned, instead of going in the historical sense, just talking about his history and what his contributions have been, I'm not saying that his contribution should not be discussed, but I always say that tell people how Shama Prasad Mukherjee is relevant in modern day context. How is he relevant today? Yes, he did certain things in history. He was a great person. He uh, created a Hindu homeland, West Bengal. But how is he relevant today? How are his ideas, actions relevant today? How can it inspire the younger generation? How can the Gen Z relate to Shama Prasad Mukherjee and his attitude, his mannerisms, his ideas? For example, if you look at Savarkar, he's very relatable to Gen Z, especially boys who want to be little aggressive, who want to be intellectually aggressive, physically aggressive, because Savarkar was such, and he was bit of a radical in his ideas when it came to reformation of the society. Okay, so how can we do that with Shama Prasad Mukherjee? I think Shama Prasad Mukherjee has to be Veer Savarkar of Bengal. That that has to be his stature in Bengal. So how can you make a Veer Savarkar out of Shama Prasad Mukherjee in Bengal? Because Veer Savarkar wanted India to be Hindu Rashtra, and Shama Prasad said, we will create a Hindu Bengal, that is the West Bengal. So West Bengal, according to Shama Prasad Mukherjee, is Hindu Rashtra in a way, or Hindu Raj, if not Rashtra. Rajya in the way, Hindu Pradesh, let's say. So can we try to put Shama Prasad Mukherjee at a stature of Veer Savarkar in Bengali context? Is it possible? Or because one thing is lacking in Shama Prasad Mukherjee, maybe this may be due to my lack of his reading. Has Shama Prasad Mukherjee done kind of intellectual and theoretical work that Veer Savarkar did when it comes to writing Hindu
He was not that kind
fiction?
of a person. He was more
So,
into hardcore politics, day-to-day politics. He was more of a retail politician.
yeah, so maybe he cannot be Shama. Veer Savarkar. So maybe Syama Prasad Mukherjee can be the face, but the ideas can be of other Bengali intellectuals. The ideological core, the substance, ideological substance can be of other person who was very Hindutva. Maybe Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. Maybe you need amalgamation of two people to achieve Veer
Yeah.
Savarkar for Bengal.
Yeah. And in my personal opinion, it doesn't even have to be from Bengal, because all the while you are taking from Marx, you have Messi statues, and everybody is a Brazil and Argentina fan. Only when it comes to discussing Bengal politics, all of a sudden we have to listen to only people from Bengal. Why? Savarkar is as relevant for Bengal as he is for Maharashtra.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you. But I think a Bengali face will make it easier for Bengali people to just be initiated into this. You can push
Yeah,
Savarkarite ideas, but keep a
yeah,
Bengali face. That's
yeah.
not a
It's
problem.
necessary. Okay, then now transitioning to the second topic of the day.
Just one thing, just one point.
Yeah. Yes, go
To
ahead.
reply to the comment of Yo-Yo V60, I actually
Okay.
agree with it. He has said that I don't understand why we need to bring what Netaji or Rabindranath thought about Syama Prasad when we have to justify Syama Prasad's politics. Why can't we discuss Syama Prasad standalone? I think it's a fair point. I genuinely think it's a fair point, because that is the thing, na. Every time you try to find out that one perfect figure whom everyone agrees to, you fall into the left trap. Instead, I feel if you have to do something, a more constructive thing to do would be to disintegrate all the gods and goddesses of the left and the shitty things they have done, which is probably, according to me, the only way where we can move away from individuals who are perfect, because nobody is perfect, and discuss more on ideas based on the context and way things were, or the discourse was at that point of time. That is important. That has to
In
be gradually done. Yeah.
in my view, the thing is prophetization of any figure has to be avoided. Whether it's Ambedkar, whether it's Savarkar, whether it's other people like Stalin or Lenin, that there is a sort of prophetization that if you say something against them or show that, oh, there is this negative side to this person, then you have blasphemed. That idea needs to be completely jumped from our discourse. So,
या भाई वो अभी ना मेरे को समझ में आ रहा है कि क्यों क्यों ये नहीं हो रहा है, क्यों हमारे देश के लोग सब कोई तुले हैं इस बात पे कि कब कब किसी को राजा घोषणा कर दिया जाए अपने दिमाग में. सब कोई राजा रानी कल्चर में ही जीता है, and that's probably because they are not actually spiritual, and which is why you see so much corruption in even devout Hindus themselves, moral corruption as well as legal corruption. So if you do not actually bow down to an actual god inside your mind, then you will bow down to people in real life.
the thing is,
People will be your god then.
द पर्पस ऑफ मूर्ति, यहाँ पे मैं मूर्ति का महत्व समझाता हूँ. मूर्ति है कि आपको वो एक प्रकार से ईश्वर की छवि दिखाता है जो आप ही के चेतना में, वो आपको अपनी चेतना में झांकने को कहता है कि ये रूप है, आप इस रूप के माध्यम से ईश्वर को देखिए. अब हमारे समस्या क्या है ना कि वो मूर्ति से हम अपने भीतर ईश्वर नहीं देख रहे, हम वो मूर्ति को ही मान ले रहे. अब आप मूर्ति जो कि धातु की है या पत्थर की है उसी को मान लेंगे और आपके चेतना का उत्थान नहीं होगा, तो फिर आप बोलेंगे कि ठीक है ये मूर्ति है, इसको पूज लेते हैं, बस मेरा इतना काम है, चेतना फेंकना जाए तेल लेने,
जैसे
उसके
कि
बाद
भाई
मैं
वो
चोरी चकारी जो करना करूं.
दिल्ली 6 में डायलॉग था ना कि वहां पे रामलीला चल रहा है, स्टेज में ऑडियंस में कास्टिज्म चल रहा है, तो अभिषेक बोलता है कि अरे तो हनुमान जी तो खुद ऐसे नहीं करते, तो द गाय रेस्पॉन्डिंग टू हिम सेज वो तो गॉड है जी, उनको तो सब अलाउड है, हमको कास्टिज्म करना ही पड़ेगा, आप क्या ही करें.
वही तो है कि द थिंग इज हम लोग फिगर से बहुत ऑब्सेस्ड है.
हाँ.
जो व्यक्ति है या मतलब छवि, इमेज से इतने ऑब्सेस्ड है कि हम उसके भीतर का जो मर्म है वो भूल गए हैं.
या
भाई इमेज इज नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट, वो चित्र या वो जो विग्रह है वो महत्व नहीं है, वो विग्रह के पीछे का मूल भाव क्या, वो भाव महत्वपूर्ण है. तो वो भाव को समझना पड़ता है, वो भाव में जाना पड़ता है. तो वो जिस दिन समझ जाएंगे उस दिन हमारे चेतना का, नैतिकता का उत्थान हो जाए.
The exact thing was probably said 35 or 40 years ago by Osho as well.
कि इस देश को भगवान बनाने में इतनी रुचि ही इसलिए है कि अपनी जिम्मेदारियां दूसरों पे, महापुरुषों पे थोप देना चाहिए, खुद को कुछ करना नहीं है. Exactly the point.
भावनाओं को समझो.
Some people never
Yes.
shied away from criticizing people. So if your greatest icon did not, why are you? Because वही
Yeah.
आत्मा
अरे,
मंथन नहीं होगा तो
हमा-
गलतियां दोहराते रहेंगे ना. कहीं तो गलती हुई कि ये हालत है. सब कुछ
हमारे
परफेक्ट ही किया होता तो फिर तो ऐसा नहीं होता आज.
हमारी संस्कृति में हमने देवी देवताओं को नहीं छोड़ा है आलोचना से. लोग प्रभु श्री राम की आलोचना करते.
भाई ब्रह्मा का गला
यहाँ
किसने
तक कि-
काटा था?
किसका गला काटा था?
ब्रह्मा जी का.
हाँ, भगवान शिव ने. तो देखिए, बिहार में प्रभु श्री राम जी को लेकर के निंदा स्तुति गाई जाती है. मतलब उसमें श्री राम को कोसते हैं, ठीक है, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि उन्होंने माता सीता के साथ अच्छा व्यवहार नहीं किया था. तो जहां पर ऐसी संस्कृति रही हो, वहां पर यदि हम एकदम प्रॉफिटाइजेशन होने लगे कि नहीं, इस व्यक्ति पर तो आप एक शब्द नहीं बोल सकते, नहीं तो जेल भेज देंगे. ना अम्बेडकर पर, ना गांधी पर.
हाँ, अब देख अबे
सोच
तू,
सकते हो कि क्या मानसिकता हो.
तुझे कौन सा क्या काउंटर आर्गुमेंट दिया जाएगा फ्रॉम द ओल्ड गार्ड ऑफ द इंडियन राइट विंग के तू जो बोल रहा है कि सेल्फ इंट्रोस्पेक्शन वही तो हम कर रहे थे 80 सालों से, तो उससे भी क्या उखाड़ लिया? तो प्रॉब्लम था कि ऐसा इंट्रोस्पेक्शन किया फ्रॉम अ प्लेस ऑफ इनसिक्योरिटी एंड लो सेल्फ एस्टीम के सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने आप को गाली दिया कि हमारे सारे एंसेस्टर्स गलत थे, सिर्फ सती प्रथा और कास्टिज्म था. अब थोड़ा उल्टा करने का वक्त है, तो अब सब परफेक्ट था. अजीब बात है.
मतलब एक गलती से दूसरी,
हाँ,
ये पेंडुलम जैसा चल रहा है. बात ये नहीं कि कोई परफेक्ट था. बात प्रॉब्लम ये है कि ये हमारे देश में सिचुएशन ऐसा है कि आप दूसरों का इंट्रोस्पेक्शन नहीं कर सकते. इंट्रोस्पेक्शन नहीं, मतलब उनका स्क्रूटिनी नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि उन्होंने ब्लास्फेमी करके लगा दिया.
हाँ,
चाहे लेफ्टिस्ट हो, इस्लामिस्ट हो, क्रिश्चियन हो. तो आप क्या करते हैं? पहले जब आप गिल्ट में थे तो अपने ऊपर ज्यादा गिल्ट ले लिया. अब जब आप उस गिल्ट से बाहर निकल रहे हैं, क्योंकि आप उनकी आलोचना नहीं कर सकते, तो आपको लगता है हमारी आलोचना कैसे हो जाए, हम क्यों माने जब हम उनको नहीं बोल सकते. तो ऊपर से आपको ये भी है कि आप फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच के विरुद्ध है. अब दूसरे की आलोचना कैसे करें यदि अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता नहीं. उसमें भी 10 प्रकार के बाधाएं लगा दी गई. तो ये मतलब एक बोलते हैं ना, क्लस्टर मेस है, मतलब पूरा एक रायता फैला हुआ.
हाँ, क्लस्टर फक भी बोला जाता है उसको. तेरे शुद्ध हिंदी में तो
तो
नहीं आएगा वो क्लस्टर फकम.
ये संस्कृत हो गया वैसे.
Now, to respond to Nandish, I'll respond to Nandish, then we'll go to Shrayan. So, Nandish is pointing out something I agree with, that Hindu culture is always reforming, absorbing, criticizing, debating ideologies, concepts, rituals, culture, absorbed, digested good and bad things from surrounding cultures. Nandish, you're perfectly right. There's only one caveat though. Remember that there is no abstract Hindu culture who is going to do its reforming, therefore we can sit quietly. We are that Hindu culture. It's people like us who are doing that, absorbing, criticizing, reforming, and debating ideologies, by the way. So we can't sit on our laurels. So we at CSK Vanguard have come up with the idea that in order to make sure that the government does provide some protein, they are at the moment, I think, not giving any protein other than in their soybeans. Poor kids of West Bengal, if at all we are going to do socialism, if at all we are going to give free stuff to people, if at all we are going to give free food to poor kids just so that they come to school to gather knowledge, if we have to entice people to gather knowledge through free food, then at least give them food that actually helps in their brain developments and they don't grow up to be complete retards who cannot hold a job and cannot follow any instructions when they are in the workforce. In order to do that, they must have protein in their growing body. And yes, we absolutely 100% agree that the food that was given by CPIM was way more horseshit than whatever Akshay Patra can offer. The food that was given by Trinamool, I don't think it can be even called food. So in terms of hygiene, no question that ISKCON or Akshay Patra, whoever is going to give the food, is absolutely brilliant in terms of hygiene, etc. Taste is not a priority, obviously, because it's going to be without garlic and onions. So God help those children. But after all, we are not a first world country where we can claim or even hope to give anything and everything to the poor. We don't have the money for that, and not that anybody in any country in the world gives insanely great food to their poor kids and stuff, but we can hope that at least something is done about it. But what if it actually saves money? What if actually giving whey protein saves money? And what if you don't give harmful stuff like paneer, and especially if it's fake paneer, and take in all the bullshit that's given to the cows through that paneer and feed it into your kids, because those kids, A, they are going to grow up to be idiots who are not employable. B, all their health problems are also going to come down, forcing your healthcare sector. They are going to grow up with so many malnutrition issues that they are going to be prone to diseases that they're going to get checked up or operated upon or even treated in your free government hospitals. So why not give them whey protein now? So Shayan, what's the basic math behind a possible whey protein in their diets? Muted.
Yeah, sorry. Firstly, extremely sorry to the entire chat. I was not able to make a complete PPT. I was extremely occupied with something, but I do have the maths. So, Anjana, I've shared two basically segments with you. If you can pull up the maths portion first. We'll discuss about it a bit, and then we'll move on to the second screenshot. So this is something I made today with the help of all sorts of constraints from primary quotations that were being fed to one of the LLMs. And I have actually verified all of these. So these are the authentic prices. Now, this is basically a chart which is pretty understandable. It's the first column is source. The second is price basis, which is the quotations. The third is cost per child per year. And the fourth is statewide annual cost. Now, when let me mention and clarify a few things. When I mention cost per child per year, it is actually an estimate of how much bare minimum protein we must put into individual children at that particular age group, which would amount to something substantial or meaningful. Because if your protein being put into the meal is beyond a certain threshold point, it is not even sufficient to get any synthesis started in the first place. Okay? So we are taking a bare minimum assumption ki itna to chahiye hi chahiye. The second most important thing that I must mention is even the midday meal scheme has an ingrained clause whereby the pre-primary students have to be delivered 12 grams of protein in every meal, in every midday meal, and the and the primary students or the upper primary students have to be given 20 grams of protein per meal. Now, we would come to how much is being actually delivered to them. But before that, once again, this cost per child here basically is a break-even, which says the minimum amount that is prescribed, this will reach into the stomach of children based on these prices.
So were you able to make a protein amount chart between that between rajma, paneer, and eggs?
Yes. I guess it is in the second screenshot, isn't it?
Okay, you have a comparison for that, right? Okay, let's check that out first. Because let's get through the counter arguments that right wingers will propose.
Okay, sure.
And
go ahead, Abhay.
Yeah. And one more thing, were you able to calculate how much each plate costs, each meal costs, if not just protein, but other things taken into consideration?
Look, okay, so let me inform you about certain maths that is there, all right? According to the government, the per plate basis or the per plate cost has been elevated from 6.78 to 10. Now, this should not be different maths for our audience. Let's take a calculator. So if it is 10 per plate and we have number of beneficiaries approximately around 1.13, all right? Multiply 1.13 crore or 1.16 crore as the number might be with 10, which makes it 11.3 crores. 11.3 crores for 220 working days. The actual number of working days is around 245, but we are going to take other things like random occasions, extended pujas and stuff, which cannot be calculated accurately because there are several times of the years when a particular festival is split on 2 days. Then there are other things like strikes, heavy rains, and natural disasters. So we have discounted some amount of that number of attendance. So 11.3 crore into 220 days, what is the budget if we go by that assumption?
2,000 something. 2,500.
All right. Now, Now it
Makes sense.
seems odd, but let me come out. Please let me allow me to come out with certain other figures. Now, obviously, it is only sensible that no sane government in the world would actually make the budget based on 100% attendance from 100% of the crowd. That is not how estimations are made. That is not how budgets are prepared. So let's leave that out. But I'll tell you another interesting figure. During the previous dispensation, the budget that was being allocated was around 1672 crores. And do you know how much of it they spent? It was less than 320 crores. So this was basically the expenditure from the allotted budget that eventually reached to the plates of the children. The sheer amount of money that was being allotted but not spent gives us a complete idea of the severe structural breakdown the entire supply chain of meals had. That is, they were on most of the days not being able to make the food appear on the plate of these children, or if it appeared, it was so grotesquely bad that the children probably enrolled out of it or would simply not turn up on the days to take the meals, which basically failed the entire purpose of midday meals. So from an expenditure of 306 crores, we are moving towards something which can be meaningful, logical. And here it is compulsory for me to mention that nobody, absolutely nobody is questioning the integrity of ISKCON or any of its branches in terms of hygiene, which is probably the major bottleneck for anybody to accept any food in the first place. We are not debating that. We are not arguing that at all. Based on this assumption, we are moving forward. Yes, Veda? You want to make a point? Because let's make it a bit conversational. That would help in the long run. Yeah.
Yeah, I think conversational would be better, because otherwise this presentation, I mean, you have a very good way of presenting content, but I think conversational way would be better. So my point is, imagine only 306 crores was being spent on your midday meal, and even if we say that we take 2,500 crores for midday meal, where all the 100% students are coming, and 10 rupees per plate, it is, I feel the expenditure is still pretty low. And instead of spending on this, government spends on things, absurd things like freebie schemes.
Exactly, I
where
agree with
they
that. I completely agree with that.
spend 36,000 crores.
Yes. Now,
Imagine if
let
we
me
invest more
come to that.
money into this, how better it would have been.
It would be.
For the future.
And now I am still a bit confused about what is this exact 1150 crores amount equivalent to, because the multiple documents state that it is in a 60-40 ratio between the center and state. So I am not yet sure if this is the 100% amount that will be split between the center and state on a 60-40 basis, or is it the 40% amount which is the state shared and another 60% in due. In either case, understand that if you're, which is exactly what you said, if you're going to intervene in so many things and do bland socialism, how much difficult would it be with good communication to convince the women who are beneficiaries of Annapurna Bhandar to at least leave out, let's say, 200 to 300 rupees of the 3,000 rupee amount per month, because eventually that will be diverted to the nourishment of their children who are enrolled in the midday meal schemes. So basically,
the point is these politicians are so lazy that they don't want to do the work to explain this to women. They find it easier to just distribute money, and that is a huge
that is
issue.
all fine. But also, allow me to say this. Now, I'd make one point before I actually dive into the hard maths and the protein contents. If this is something that the government needs to do, I am completely not in any form of disagreement that eggs are a good source of protein. But understand, if you take eggs into account, eggs is something which is a complete source of protein and extremely good, but normal people can purchase in other places. Compared to that, whey protein is something you cannot purchase at the market prices. And it's an extremely superior source of protein for your children. So if the government has to do something on their end,
in defense of the vegetarians who are probably shitting their pants at the mention of eggs, let us clarify that we don't consider eggs the end all be all of everything, because eggs has its own problems as well. All the estrogen, steroid, antibiotics fed to the hens, that's going into the eggs as well. Plus it has the yolk, which has fat, and all of that fat is not healthy, and after all it's calories, etc., and it can have flu and stuff. All those issues are there. But most importantly, with whey protein powder, with one scoop, you are getting more than 24 grams. If you want to get 23 grams of protein from eggs, you need to have about 5, 6, 7 eggs. That's the beginning issue. And we are also talking about eliminating the paneer and bringing in whey protein instead of the paneer here. And we are also not in favor of having the soybeans in the diet as they are right now, because they are still a good source as researched by Stroyan. And one other factor is that the protein powder is not going to be, at least my suggestion or our suggestion here is not that they get a separate glass of protein powder, because Nadish was pointing out that Cerelac was also not used in the end because of water contamination fears. I'm saying just shower that one scoop on their plate just before handing over that plate to the kid. That's how, because if it's flavorless protein powder, it won't matter. They can mix it in the food and it won't taste anything different, but they'll get 24 grams of protein. Go ahead, Stran.
Yeah.
Just add my question also. So, Dada, you are talking about removing paneer. Not that I'm suggesting people should be fed paneer, but can we do something to make food more attractive for children, like more fun, that they want to eat it with a lot of enthusiasm?
We will come back to this question, but a substantial amount of things need to be discussed before we come back to this question, because I do have an alternative approach to this, which probably Niyajanda would not agree to, but then I would eventually say it at the end. Now, so whatever was said about eggs, yes, obviously in terms of equivalence, one scoop of whey protein gives you 24 grams, which would be equivalent to around 7 eggs in the Indian context, because the sheer amount that the Indian eggs lack in terms of protein, because they are broiler eggs, and also there is difference in size. So anytime you read up that 6 gram figure or 6.5 gram figure, it is for a large egg. Now, these broiler eggs are not the standardized large eggs that they're being spoken about. And there is another very big bottleneck to it. Although it might sound a bit trivial, but I do agree that when you are handling eggs, which is something non-vegetarian, there is a logistics overhead, that the non-vegetarian food eventually get mixed to vegetarian food, and there is an expense that has to be spent to ensure that there is no contamination, because eventually if somebody is a vegetarian in this country, he would not want something non-vegetarian to touch his food. So I agree that there is indeed a logistic overhead. And the second way to go about it would be that ISKCON would be handling the majority of the meal, and you have to give a tender to some other organization who is going to mass procure eggs. Now, if that is what you're going to do, why not simply send it to the schools who can eventually serve it to the people who want it? Let that discourse be a bygone. Yeah, most whey are imported and not legitimate source. Most
I
whey
think
are imported and not legitimate source. Okay.
I think
if I
whey
may ask,
protein. He's talking about whey protein.
Yeah, I get that. And not legitimate source, what would you mean by that? Imported whey is not legitimate.
I think the question is that most whey protein is imported, which probably hikes the prices, and the source of that whey protein is not legitimate. Where does it come
No,
from?
it's from outside. It's more legitimate than India's checks and balances of FSSAI, obviously. But more importantly, we are not asking the government to go to Amazon and order a bucket of protein powder. They'll have to have a continuous chain of supply from a huge protein powder creating company like their own. What's their government source you were mentioning yesterday? Which is not that Jan Aushadhi, or from Amul, which is going to set up a huge factory in Bengal, in and around Kolkata. They'll have to produce it.
Now understand, when you say it is not from legitimate source, whey proteins do have quality control and certifications. One of the most obvious certifications is Trustified, and Jan Aushadhi is eventually Trustified certified. You can go and check. So they actually have no amino spiking and no heavy metal risks. Now, obviously, if the question is whether it will be, let's say, available at such bulk prices from a government-owned tender, I eventually, if it is not, then probably take a step towards it. Because eventually, with this entire discourse or entire conversation, we are not saying that it is good for just children. It is good for everybody in general. Provided it is quality controlled, good quality, with no, let's say, bad things mixed into it and heavy metals eliminated. Obviously, it has to be healthy. But then what if that is your argument? We can obviously say that many of the eggs are also not healthy because they have other harmful things in them. simply because it is injected into the head. So if you're going on the path of quality control, mein dikkat hai, wo to sab mein hai. Every fucking thing has that problem. Now moving on. So this is a tentative. The thing that you see on screen is a tentative menu. I am not saying this is the menu. I have looked it up. The menu is not disclosed anywhere. But I have made it simply on the assumptions of how generally things are in midday meals. I may be.
First of all, debunk the myth of paneer being a gigantic protein source, please.
Okay, so now do the math. 100 grams of paneer, according to most sources, have 18 to 19 grams of protein. Where the hell are you getting 100 grams of paneer per children in a midday meal bowl or platter? भाई 4 pieces होते हैं, तैरते रहते हैं पतली सी ग्रेवी में. That doesn't give you 19 grams protein. So get your math corrected first. Similarly, this is this grotesquely bad argument, and I have all my respect for the ISKCON saints and everybody, but if you are claiming 100 grams of soya chunks में तो 52 grams protein होता है, वही eggs में तो 11 या 12 ग्राम होता है, that is 100 grams of raw soya chunk. 100 grams of raw soya chunk, when you eventually cook it, would expand in volume after absorbing water to around 300 grams or 350 grams. Now you do the calculations. If it is going to expand 3 times or 3.5 times, you divide the amount, and eventually, let me confirm it, 100 grams of raw soya cooked soya chunks also does not reach the plate of a single child. उससे कम होता है the amount. It's generally 80 to 85 grams amount. If you're going to deliver them 100 grams of cooked soya chunk, good for you, but then do the calculation. 52 grams for 100 grams raw. So for 50 grams raw, it becomes 13 grams already. ठीक है ना? 13 grams protein from 100 gram serving of raw cooked soya chunks doesn't meet the standards. The second major problem with soybean, it is not a complete source of protein. The amino acid profile is largely disbalanced. It does not have 2 essential amino acids, which is the sulfur-heavy amino acids or the sulfur-associated amino acids, that is cysteine and methionine. So soybean is extremely rich in leucine, but not on the other 2. And if you do not get a complete amino acid profile, your body will not synthesize the protein. Understand? It is the exact same thing where one of the limiting amino acids would be a bottleneck. ठीक है ना? So it is like that same cliche example you get in your MacBooks कि अगर तुम एक पेन की फैक्ट्री खोलो और आपके पास 100 ढक्कन है और 150 पेन है, आप 100 ही पेन जनरेट कर सकते हैं क्योंकि बिना ढक्कन के तो नहीं होगा. It's the exact same concept. So if one of the amino acids is lacking, that incomplete amino acid profile does not get the job done. Now, good thing about it is eventually rice does have a high amount of methionine, which is the missing amino acid in soybean, which is exactly also the reason why certain things are eaten in combination in Indian diet. So if you see dal and chawal are eaten together because completely together, they form a complete amino acid. ठीक है? Same goes for rajma chawal as a combination, which would give you a complete amino acid profile. Same goes for soybeans. So I'm not saying कि उसमें से कुछ भी काम नहीं होगा, which is why I've actually kept soybean as a reasonable option into the meals. But then if you're going to look at it that way, हर दिन आप क्या soybean देंगे? I don't think that is how the things are being planned. Soybean भी mention किया गया है as one of the sources of protein. Now understand, previously you were saying eggs were the source of protein, जो कि हफ्ते में 2 दिन दिया जा रहा था. Now you are replacing eggs with soybean. So I do not think they're going to serve it on all of the days. If they do, good for them. Secondly, soybean does have a risk of certain amounts of phytoestrogen. So phytoestrogen are certain compounds which actually act like estrogens, but they are plant-based. So they can cause certain hormonal disbalances and associated problems in young children. It is a potential risk. There are several papers and publications about this, mentioning this. You can look it up.
Although, Srayan, just for the YouTube gods out there, there is enough evidence in academia, legit academia, which also says that the phytoestrogen does not act like usual estrogen. So there is a debate.
I agree with that, which is
I myself am not decided on that.
Yeah, which is why I actually feel that out of the all other combinations or the other protein sources that have been mentioned, soybean is the most robust one that you can go with. And it's also so I actually agree with you that if you're going to put something into the meal, soybean is the best option to go about. But once again, it doesn't have 52 grams of protein as it is being claimed. If you actually consider a cooked portion, it is giving you the same amount of protein as, let's say, eggs would. which is a good thing, which is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. So अगर vegetarian sources से वो मिल ही रहा है, so then why give them certain harmful eggs which might be, let's say, poisoned with things you inject in a hen? Good part. Now coming to the second thing, that is rajma. Here is a major problem. Firstly, if you look at the second or Tuesday menu, these are, once again I clarify, this is not the real menu, this is a tentative menu based on how they have proposed to do things. Since they have said they're going to circulate the 3 main sources of protein, I have made it based on that. All right. So rice plus rajma, eventually it will give you the complete amino acid profile except for one, which is cysteine, but let's hope that you get it from some other sources throughout the day. And now let me mention another thing. How does the body function? So when they say that the requirement for the body is, let's say, 100 grams or 80 grams of protein per day, the body does not understand day that way, right? Although we do have a circadian rhythm and all this stuff, it is basically calculated on the basis of how much protein is needed in how many hours. So from there we have back calculated 24 hours is a day. So 24 घंटे में इतना लगता है body को properly function करने में, and that's how you derive the thing in a reverse fashion. So simply understand, if you're going to serve a source of protein on one and then skip the other day, वो daily basis पे half हो गया. Because in 48 hours, you get twice the amount and you're getting only half the amount now. So that is a major bottleneck. Rajma के साथ और क्या दिक्कत है? Rajma has significant, genuine, grounded risks of certain harmful compounds called phytins. They are basically anti-nutrients. If you do not wash them, boil them, soak them, and eliminate that water properly, these anti-nutrients basically would cause severe damage in the nutritional profile of your meal because they block the zinc from acting. Now, zinc is the most active component in the development of testosterone in the bodies of these children. If they're stunted and malnourished and anything should be required for them in the most important proportions, it is zinc. And Rajma has a potential risk of blocking that goddamned anti-nutrient out of your body or your body system. Understand that now YouTube gods might once again come up with Rajma chawal to hum sabhi khate, it's so healthy. I agree, it's healthy. But understand the portions that you cook in your home is a small portion. And maintaining the quality of it and doing the cleaning part is much easier. But when you are procuring it and cooking it at bulk to be distributed to so many students, there are very high chances that all of the Rajma would not go through the same amount of heating, boiling, and other pre-processing steps. Then there are associated risks of bloating and stuff, which is why Rajma is, according to me, and even if you see the amounts, so the day Rajma, which is their main source of protein, is being provided, it only reaches an 8.82 gram of bioavailable protein. 15.4 is the raw protein, but then there is something called a DIAA scores, which basically gives you the idea how much of it is bioavailable to the body. Or if you are getting 15 grams of protein from Rajma, how much of it actually the body will be able to procure for your protein efficient purposes. Okay?
How much?
Now,
how much carbs in Rajma?
You need to check, but it is not as high as soybeans or paneer, I believe.
Among the things that Akshay Patra proposes to provide in the side dish menus, the protein menus, which have the highest carbs?
Which have the highest carbs? I believe soybean. Which has the highest calories? Paneer, because paneer has more fat than carbs. So paneer would be there. Okay. Okay. Now that is the logic I am putting in front of you. Now you can come about with counter studies, but then Rajma indeed is not a very good source of protein. If you check it up anywhere and you compare it to the other proposed sources of protein, Rajma is probably one of the worst sources of protein. Okay? And if it is reaching, even if it is reaching the, let's say, 15 gram amount, which it will never, that's the best that you can come up with. At 10 grams, is it solving the purpose is the question. Now, moving to paneer, I mean, that is the god-awful, most detrimental thing you can feed your children. Firstly, it has the highest...
Sorry, which item are you talking about? Paneer, okay. Paneer. We will get to paneer because paneer is my biggest enemy here. Just before that, can you respond to Rutvik here? Because you and I discussed this off camera. Why not horse gram, green gram, black gram, and why not millets as a replacement of rice?
Yes, it can be. I actually agree that millets are a healthier source of protein than rice. The problem is in millets, there are two problems. Firstly, the supply chain and logistics. millet to bhai West Bengal mein, where do you procure in such bulks from?
That's a
So
huge
the
problem.
would be
We can't
if you
ignore
have
that.
to bring it from Rajasthan and other places, some godass idiot would come up with the logic कि देखो other Hindi states को अपना पैसा भेज दिया
मारवाड़ी
जा रहा
कल्चर
है
इम्पोज कर दिया और कोई स्टेट नहीं मिला
मारवाड़ी culture impose
राजस्थान
कर
again.
दिया।
ये या मैं बताता हूँ, हम लोग के उधर घर में बाजरे की रोटी बनती है, वो हमारे मतलब स्टेपल में आता है।
बहुत ही
अभी
हेल्दी है वो।
हमने खाना छोड़
It's-
दिया है, ये हमारा दुर्भाग्य है, पर
या
ये
या
हमारे घर में पहले बनता था घी डाल के बाजरे की रोटी, हम लोग खाते थे।
Yeah, on this I regularly consume millets, but इतना रेयर है कि मतलब 2 किलोमीटर में आसपास कहीं मिलता नहीं है, मुझे बालीगंज के दूर जाना पड़ता है लेने, तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम तो है। लोकल प्रोक्योरमेंट में मिलेट्स एक प्रॉब्लम है।
Yeah, go ahead, Shravan. The other
Yeah, yeah.
items here.
Yeah, and there is another thing. Let me mention the second reason. If you see millets, the second problem is I actually agree they should have been brought, but they do have a similar nutritional profile to pulses. So basically, the millets have the same amino acids as pulses or paneer or soya bean. And if you make millets as the main staple, then it would be an incomplete source of amino acid profile for you. It is the rice and the rich methionine that is present in rice making it a complete source of amino acid profile. ठीक है? So millets would again render it incomplete. That is the second reason. But otherwise, if you could have brought in bajre ki roti and stuff, and actually they are very good because they do not shoot your blood glucose level in that high amount. So people who are insulin sensitive actually are suggested to avoid rice and have millets and stuff. Not even wheat, millets and stuff. Okay, that is there. Acha, now moving to paneer. This is one goddamn product.
No.
If you
Why not horse gram, green gram, black gram? All of that is we are avoiding just because of logistics, right? Because they're not grown in Bengal that frequently, that commonly.
Yes, I mean you can, but look, once again, your rice serving is already a source of carbs, and all these things are a source of combined protein and carbs. So you have to somewhere calculate this also, na कि कितना carbs आप भेज रहे हैं बच्चों में. Understand, simply a calorie surplus of 7,700 gives you a kg of mass. That can be muscle mass if you work out regularly, which I don't think pre-primary kids would be. If you do not do that, eventually that would be spent and stored as fat. तो बच्चों को आप मतलब क्या बनाना चाहते हैं at the end of the day, you have to make some amount of calculations on the basis of, because you see all, I'm not saying every vegetarian is unhealthy, but you see the beer belly types of physique that most people carry about themselves.
Now to again, since paneer is the main villain here, we are kind of holding it off. So the villain has to make a grand entry later. Again, to take the side of vegetarians here, I saw some commies showing pictures of some old school Bengali bodybuilders, and side by side comparing them with the topless photos of Yogi Adityanath and Amit Shah during Kumbh Mela. And they obviously have a lot of fat and skinny fat in their bodies. They are extremely not physically fit and stuff compared to those Bengali bodybuilders. Now see the stupidity of this discourse. If you are going to attract people and bring them along to the side, if you are trying to convert vegetarians into non-vegetarianism, you are actually telling them that being some random athlete, obscure athlete in some obscure sport like bodybuilding is better than being the home minister of the fucking most gigantic democracy in the history of mankind. Yes, eating veg makes you a home minister, and eating eggs makes you an obscure bodybuilder in some obscure state. Great advertisement for non-veg eating, my god. So no, those are not the issues here. Yeah, wait one moment. So and as the people from the south keep pointing out that Akshay Patra is doing a great job in the south, the reason I can't accept that only for Bengal's sake is because Bengal is not remotely in that glorious situation that the south is, guys. You all have not faced fucking partition. Your family structures have not gone to dog shit like the post-colonial societies in Bengal have, and the poverty and the famines that Bengal has repeatedly faced, because of which right now we cannot afford them to have veg food again, those poorest of kids. It is doable in south because they are not that unhealthy as the Bengali poor kids. Okay, Abhay, finish your point quickly, then we'll go back to Shravan and talk about the villain, that is paneer.
Regarding bringing certain grains from other states, that is logistics issue. So I
Cost issue as well. cost and
cost
logistics
issue,
also.
logistic issue. But I do think Bengal imports a lot of things from, not imports, but a lot of things come from other states. Like, for example, even moody, that is puffed rice, uh, a lot of it comes from Andhra. So, moody, or I guess chilies, something of that sort, comes from Andhra. So, if certain grains, which are very important for nutrition, can be brought from other states, uh, is that not possible? That's what I'm wondering.
When we are importing those things, it's usually the free market buying it, and obviously the government is procuring it as well. But here, since we are in a different hierarchy with the government in this particular discourse, we are random people on the internet proposing this to the government, and since we are not from RSS, etc., and we are not even doctors, and we are not IAS babus, so us proposing to them will have to make their way much easier, so that the opposition can't say that there are some sinister intentions here with the menu. Therefore, we cannot ask the government to procure things from
So,
other states, other BJP run states especially and stuff.
so,
Okay, another point, and yeah,
Wait. Let Abhay finish the point and then we'll go back.
so don't we have doctors and any dietitian in our acquaintance who
and
can
our
take
health
this
minister
forward?
is a
My
doctor. Our sports
acquaintance.
minister is a doctor.
Sorry?
Our health and sports ministers are basically doctors. Dr. Indranil Khan is the sitting oncologist at CMRI. So it
Yeah,
is, I
but
do
Soyan,
not.
you know that doctors do
From
not know all
our
that much about nutrition.
No, from I'm
I
saying from
agree,
our
but they
side,
do
is
have a.
there any dietitian from our side? Let me complete it.
No,
Is
no,
there
not
any
in.
dietitian from our side or nutritionist from our side, or anyone knows of such a person? Maybe any of your friends is in the medical field who is aware of pediatrician or dietitian, or someone who is from nutritionist background, or a general doctor who understands all these things better.
We have to get a doctor who understands nutrition. Most doctors don't. Most doctors have no fucking clue what the fuck they are eating themselves. That's the problem.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is one thing, and the second
Okay,
thing is
Soyan, see,
you see.
again, a framing problem here. That Tom Brady is vegan, therefore any vegan can become Tom Brady.
Arey,
Bro, America's
this is
soil
the
and crops.
No, America's soil and India's soil. You see what you are going to serve in 10 rupee plate to a child who has been malnourished and has the side effects of famines for generations, and
And when
you're
did Tom Brady
equating
become
it to.
vegan? After he was already Tom Brady. He didn't become vegan when he
Yes,
was 15 years old.
वो तो भाई विराट कोहली the fittest athletes is a vegan. कब बना वो तो देखिए. If you have crores of money on an account to mention to basically measure every macro and micronutrient, कुछ भी
पानी
बन
तो
जाइए
उसका आ रहा है
कैसे.
स्विट्जरलैंड से.
अरे
भारत का पानी ही
भाई,
नहीं पी रहा है वो.
I guess by that logic,
वो
even Dara Singh was vegetarian for a long part of the time. But see the portions that they took, na, वो भी तो देखो. And once again,
वो
if you are a Haryana
विराट
versus
कोहली
Tamil, you have infinite source of milk, go about it. करो.
विराट कोहली कितना सप्लीमेंट लेता होगा जिसके बारे में हमको पता ही नहीं होगा, और वो
Yeah,
कितना महंगा होगा.
yeah.
और
तो
अब है
वो
Hey,
वैसे
अलग
भी
विषय है.
विराट कोहली का vegan होना is a bit of a propaganda in the end. I know this because vegans obviously have touted this the most, right? That Virat Kohli is vegan, great. But Virat Kohli, since I really like him as a person, as a cricketer, I have watched countless of his interviews. And in one of his interviews with that great cricket podcaster, God of something guy, God of Kapoor or God of Gupta, they were having a discussion in a
Saurabh
restaurant.
Kapoor.
There, Virat Kohli actually said that he is vegan for most of the times. When he needs to put on some muscle, he eats really great clean cut mutton and chicken. So he's not vegan 24/7 for years and years, months. He's only eating grass. That's not the case.
That's the point. I
Yeah.
guess even Dara Singh was vegetarian for some part of his life. But what are you equating? A bhukhananga
Yeah.
bacha with a wrestler,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
professional, world famous person
And
who is probably measuring all his servings and stuff. Don't go about that much of bullshittery, please. And once again,
one
it's not about a vegetarian versus non-vegetarian thing, which is why I'm saying if non-veg food becomes a logistics issue, propose way which is completely vegetarian. इससे ज़्यादा vegetarian क्या ही होगा? Yeah, that
and
is
one
also
more
there.
important thing is that the total budget of midday meal is just 2500 crores. I think 10
11.
rupees per plate is too low. it has to
Nah,
be 20 rupees per plate, at least 20,
I
25 rupees.
appreciate that it was lifted from 6.78 to 10. That is a good initial step forward.
Yeah,
And I
but
feel
I think they need to work further on this. 10 rupees per plate
they
is
need
very
to. But I
underwhelming,
think
and
this
they
is how
should
I put
cut
it.
down on freebie
वो तो
expenditure
छोड़
and put
not in
that
our
into.
life. Yeah.
No. Dada, probably. This is my apprehension, all right. The way they saw the money that was being allotted not being utilized probably prompted them to reduce it a bit. Because 1600 करोड़ में 307 करोड़ ही खर्च हुए हैं, then your natural institute भी घटा तो कोई इसमें enroll करता नहीं है, जो करेंगे उनको दे देंगे. Probably that. But they are not taking into account the structural disintegration that was there under the previous dispensation, जहाँ पे खाना पहुंच ही नहीं रहा था. How do you differentiate between खाना पहुंचा फिर लोगों ने नहीं खाया या कि खाना पहुंचा ही नहीं? Eventually you have one figure कि कितना पैसा खर्च हुआ at the end of the day. Probably that is what they saw and went about it. So probably someone needs to convey it in the right way to the powers that be or authorities that be, and they probably might be convinced. Now second thing is एक और बात भी है जो अभयदा ने उठाया कि millets अगर ला सकते बाहर से procure कर सकते. Now look, there has to be some amount of familiarity as well, ना. मैंने ऑलरेडी तो तुम राजमा और बिना लहसुन प्याज के क्या सब खिला रहे हो. आई हैव नो क्वाल्म्स विद इट, इट्स ओके. बट अब राइस को भी हटा दोगे और बाजरा ले आओगे, कौन यहाँ पे खाता है वो सब?
And without garlics and onions, you are going to eat bajra.
Yes, and you realize that people are actually pretty fond of rice over here. That is one thing which is absolutely tasteless, and people are extremely fond of it, particularly children. इसलिए ज्यादातर बंगालीज रोटी भी नहीं खाते, चावल ही खाते हैं दोनों मील्स पे. तो उसको भी हटा दोगे तो फिर तो इट बिकम्स एन एलियन डाइट काइंड ऑफ थिंग. तो यू हैव टू सी अबाउट थिंक अबाउट द अपील टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट एज वेल. ठीक है. नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू द काउंट.
Why do you hate paneer?
Well, this is probably one thing, whether you get it original or fake will do more harm to you than good. ठीक है. Let's consider that this is original. ठीक है, हम ओरिजिनल की मात्रा के हिसाब से इसको देखते हैं. सो 100 grams of paneer will have 19 grams of protein and 1000 tons of estrogen. You are talking about fertility rates falling, and you want to feed something which is a powerhouse of estrogen out of all things to your kids. ठीक है, you want to give that to the girls, fine. To the boys, now think how the biological processes work. What are you trying to turn them into?
No, since nobody cares about men in the country and in the state, we are also not going to care about the men right now, and we are going to focus on the problems of women in the first place. By early puberty and fucking pedophilia in women is on a huge rise only and only because of fucking dairy estrogen. And we are going to increase that by feeding them dairy all day long in your midday meals. You are only going to have 9-year-olds with 36 size breasts and who are going to be mentally very fucked up, because the entire mental validation system from 8 to 9-year-old onwards is based on their breasts, and estrogen fucks up your mental health anyway, and your lower abdomen is blocked completely, and your blood from your lower body does not go to the heart, etc., and therefore your blood circulation in your brain is also getting hampered because of the estrogen. And because of estrogen you have insane mood swings. Why is mood swings associated with periods and post-traumatic disorder? All of those phases your body has a lot of estrogen surge. Estrogen surge is not good. Estrogen is not good for men or women. I mean, other than the necessary amounts. Yeah, go ahead, Shravan.
Yeah. And then your 100 grams of protein, 19 grams of protein in 100 grams of paneer, and do calculate the portion size that will be served to you. Do calculate the amount of fat content that there is. ठीक है? So at a rate of around I guess it is 24 grams of fat, and then you calculate the calories and stuff, and you will procure a bunch of obese generation who would be good for God knows what. So take an account of that firstly. And even then, there are risks of it not being real paneer in the first place. This is probably one of the food items. Yeah, which can eventually be weaponized substances being put into your plate, masquerading as paneer. So that risk.
What are the cost differences with paneer?
Yes.
If we
now, if you might please pull up the next screenshot. Yes, please. Now look at the section of paneer, which is here. It is the subsidized come standard price, a mix between the two, and it is almost equivalent to what you would do by serving whey in, let's say, subsidized prices. Now, you could have done the same thing at a similar price rating. And by the way, do understand the caveat. This is the calculation based on the fact that this would be the single source of protein all year round. Okay? So obviously, you can bring down the cost by mixing two. But then looking at the harmful effects of it, are you going to go about this part when you can simply take whey? The thing with it is, estrogen as a compound binds to anything that has fat, or it is kind of on the side of fat soluble things. So whenever whey is procured, all the bad impacts of estrogen is minimized simply because those things tend to go with the paneer side. And the whey part, since it does not have any fat whatsoever, the harmful side effects of estrogen is not associated to it. So it is like whey is the best of that world and the other thing being the worst of the world. Secondly, your quality control on paneer under FSSI, by God forbid you, God knows what you would be eating. You might be even eating, let's say, flavored chalk. Who knows? Very much possible. Then there is the issue of serving size. Look, nobody is serving you 100 grams of that.
So, and you need to add two more points to your presentation. One is that pedophilia, early puberty issue. Okay, huge social repercussions as well. And secondly, with paneer, so many people today, I believe people are generally lactose intolerant to begin with, but some people can tolerate dairy for a while in their lives, but in the end become lactose intolerant. But what about kids who are actually lactose intolerant? How are they going to survive on an Akshay Patra diet? If a lot of people are being born lactose intolerant today, what about them?
Even then, well, one might say कि ये दिक्कतें तो whey में भी आएंगी, but then once again you look up the nutritional profile of goat and you see if it's suited for, let's say, a trade-off or not. Okay? Go about that and see which part of the lactose actually is the problematic issue. Yes, nobody. Firstly, nobody will serve you 100 grams of that. वो तो first bottleneck है. उसमें आप कितना खा पाएंगे ये तो issue ही नहीं है. If nobody but Ambani would probably be serving you 100 grams of paneer in one serving to a poor kid in a midday meal. Okay? So God bless you with that. I have the maths in front of you. You can check it out. And usme se, to maintain quality control, there is an overhead expense. So look at that as well. Eventually it may turn out कि आप कुछ भी नहीं खा रहे, कुछ ऐसा ही खा रहे जो खाने लायक भी नहीं है, किसी ने बना के छोड़ दिया. And there are like floods of articles where you see about the quality control issues with paneer. So look at them, have a glance at them. Simply is the only time you're going to outrage about it when some poor street vendor is actually without their own consciousness selling you that, and it gets caught in an FSSI, let's say, surgical strike, no? तो आप उसका भी हिसाब लगाइए. And now look at the estimated costs. ठीक है? With whey, it is around 1,700 crores. At a subsidized price, it is around 1,000 crore. Now, why 1,000 crore is because you see the packaging costs are huge actually. In terms of something which is a powder which has to be preserved in form of dry packaging, there are huge packaging costs. And then there are logistic costs. Why are there logistics costs? Because not everybody imports it. So it is centralized at one place, and from there it has to be disseminated to several parts of the country. Compared to that, if you bring the supply chain over here, or if you actually finalize the supply chain कि कहीं पे भी है, किसी भी other state में भी है, वहाँ से हम time to time periodically in bulk procure करेंगे, तो your sheer amount of price that would go down is huge. Secondly, eventually in West Bengal, the problem is that milk is the bottleneck. इतना सारा milk यहाँ पे procure नहीं होता. So if you get the logistics chain of milk coming here sorted, then you can actually make whey, because Amul
does that argument actually hold any water? Because if you are procuring milk for paneer, then why not procure it for whey instead of paneer, and then you have the same amount of milk to deal with?
Yes, and in fact, The part that is paneer is not the whey. So it is the same milk that is procuring the paneer and the whey. They are not they are complementary things. So वो fat part और पनीर निकल जाने के बाद ही जो बचता है उसको रिफाइन करके whey बनाया जाता है. So that is there. So it's not like पूरा milk बर्बाद हो गया, अब नए से लाओ and you procure that. ठीक है. In fact, in most places, what happens is the milk that is procured to make cheese, actually the remaining part of it is converted into paneer. Why so? Because paneer में भी you can have low-fat paneer and stuff, but cheese में तो पूरा ही fat का portion आपको निकाल देना पड़ता है, और you go on saturating it, and बाकी जो बचता है, it has absolutely none of it, so it is made, whey is made from it. Now, उसमें obviously कितना milk लगता है to procure whey and कितना milk लगता है to procure paneer is different, but then understand, पनीर अगर कोई ले रहा है तो वो तो पूरा स्टेट ही खाता है ना. इट्स नॉट लाइक वही मिड डे मील के बच्चे खाते हैं, वो तो सभी खाते हैं. सो बाकी जो रह गया यू कैन अकाउंट फॉर दैट बेसिकली. And these are the other prices of eggs, which if you procure at any ECC wholesale price of 6.5, it is around 1450 crores. Subsidy to kids for eggs, उसमें कुछ problems are, Firstly, there are the harmful effects of eggs, but then there can be harmful effects of everything. The second point being कि subsidized price में if you store it, there are problems of it getting spoiled and stuff. Especially in certain seasons of the year, there is overhead cost of it. Then there is supply chain and logistics cost of it in terms of keeping it separated from the other complementary portions of the meal for vegetarian children. But I do think egg is a good source. I'm not arguing it's a bad source, but then also understand, if it is non-vegetarian and indeed certain portions of the beneficiaries are vegetarian, they will not face. Secondly, egg is something normal people can access in the markets. 2 अंडे तो भाई दिन के तुम खुद अपने बाकी मील्स में अफोर्ड कर सकते हो, तो कोलिन तो you will get from there as well. Whey is something which no normal malnourished kid of a midday meal beneficiary family can access. So if government has to intervene, probably it should intervene in something or subsidizing something normally लोग afford नहीं कर सकते, and it's a superior source of protein. तो उसमें you invest and whey and eggs बाकी लोग खरीद ले. And anybody who comes up with the argument कि देखो non-vegetarianism हटा के vegetarianism push करा जा रहा है, there you simply have the agenda exposed.
And in fact, this is good for the vegetarian versus non-vegetarian debate, because adding whey protein to the diet shows that with vegetarian diets, it can be as good as an average non-veg diet as well, if you in fact have isolated protein sources. Then your veg food is not completely disastrous.
Allergy to eggs and stuff. Then there are
so many people have allergies to eggs.
Probably something which is 100% utilizable. Every single bit of protein that there is in it is bioavailable. Go and look it up. It has one of the highest DIA scores of around 0.95 and more, compared to eggs, which is at 0.90. Okay? So if you eat an egg, the amount of protein that can be synthesized is definitely high, but for whey it is even higher. And then if you go about it, if one scoop is giving you 24 grams of protein, you simply make 1/3 of it and distribute it on 3 days. That is giving you 8 grams. 8 grams of protein is equivalent to 2 eggs anyway. तो यहाँ पे at best case scenario आपको हफ्ते में 2 बार मिल रहा था that egg. So in terms of whey, you are getting 2 eggs 3 times a day, 3 times a week basically, in terms of protein calculations.
Yes. Okay, Abhay's question.
Yeah.
So regarding paneer and milk, okay. So some people came up with the idea that why can't we give a milk sachet or a Tetra Pak with protein mixed in it? So that means people here are more or less comfortable with milk. But what is so specific about paneer that that it is extremely bad, but it's fine if it's milk? Because if we are talking about the estrogen argument, it is basically estrogen goes into paneer through milk only, right? So
yes, it does.
If paneer is bad because of estrogen and it causes hormonal imbalances, then milk is also bad.
Absolutely perfect point. But no, people are not two things. One is milk is as harmful as paneer in general, but in this conversation, no one is bringing up milk as a protein source in the midday meal conversation. Therefore, we are not criticizing milk at the moment. And the other issue is people in general, kids, female kids, etc., who are getting affected with the hormone issues, that's coming from paneer, dairy milk, chocolate, pastry, etc. Because nobody in their right minds drinks more than 1 glass of milk in a day because it tastes and smells horrible. So milk is, therefore, it does not become all that much of a problem because no one is drinking milk anyway, and especially not in midday meal.
Exactly. No one is. And the second thing is that 1 glass of milk will only give you 4 grams of protein. Whey or paneer, be it any one of those, are concentrated forms of protein. So 4 gram ही एक glass में मिल रहा है and the cost is almost the same. तो फिर भाई, why go for it? Secondly, it also has additional carbs. Milk has huge sources of carbs as well. तो सब में ही आपका carbs is skyrocketing. तो भाई become a Donald Trump of the midday meal beneficiary scheme.
Okay, Rutvik, go ahead.
Hi. I had a question because again I'm foreign to the Bengali diet. One is, am I right in spotting a pattern of gluten intolerance, meaning roti is really not viable?
Intolerance, I'm not that sure of, but roti is pretty common, but bhat is just more common.
Okay, because I have a strong suspicion that the people don't recognize that they're gluten intolerant to rotis.
Yeah, very possible.
Actually, most people do.
One thing I would say
lactose
honestly
intolerance.
is, one thing that I would say very honestly is Bengalis don't know how to cook rotis. I have
Because
seen
it was
this.
never part of
Bengalis
their
are
diet,
not
what I'm trying to
comfortable
say.
with rotis.
I don't think it was part of their diet historically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bengalis, when Bengali cook rotis, half of it is kacha.
Yeah,
they
it's
say?
kacha. Yeah, it's like
It's kacha. They don't cook rotis properly. Even people in southern part of India find it difficult.
yeah, no, it's difficult. But
It's
we learned from
roti is
Rajasthani.
mostly your Gujarat, Rajasthan, and
There you go.
Haryana diet.
The roti,
They
the fulka,
they
we
are
learned
best
from
at it.
Rajasthan. Yes.
Yeah, and there are other things. Firstly, it is less familiar. Secondly, most people do not recognize till very late stages of their life that they are gluten intolerant. Because gluten intolerant has several degrees
Exactly.
actually. It is not like you get completely overwhelming rashes all across your body. It keeps on accumulating and crosses a certain
Yes.
threshold after which it is detectable basically, where you can actually shortlist it or enlist it down ki iski wajah se ho raha hai. And secondly, rotis also, wheat also doesn't have a complete amino acid profile of addition to it until there is some form of multi-grain wheat, but bhai corn midday meal ke
But has a bunch of carbs also.
Yeah, it has a
so
bunch of carbs
come
and
to
corn
the
flour.
Rice is simpler to make than rotis, and
It's
it's
also
better.
this argument of portions, because in this you are basically more or less because it's grains, you can more or less quantize the portions and standardize it. Rotis में एक बन गया बड़ा and छोटा, इसमें भी तो ये मार पीटने लगेंगे कि मेरे बच्चे को छोटी रोटी मिल गई और जली हुई रोटी मिल गई.
See,
Those
there
things
is
are
that-
all equal with
there is
rice.
also the
And
other issue.
another thing is, even if people eat rotis na, they eat it in dinner. Lunch में सब rice ही खाते हैं. That is the standard thing. So midday meal will be served to you during the noon time. So that is a time when most people actually resort to rice overwhelmingly across Bengal.
Yeah, so okay, so that gives good information, because what I'm suggesting is for the midday meal is, if it's even possible at all, considering you have supply chain issues and many things. So it's 3 things. One, the activism should be about CSK Vanguard should be focusing on this gluten and lactose intolerance problem, and a way to like ensure that this automatically will neuter the thing. Because if you make it big enough, and it'll be public image that you're damaging kids already. Like, why would anybody go for that, right? That's point number 1. Point number 2 then is, so basically make it mainstream.
If I may interrupt for just a second, since Rutvik is speaking, I need to quickly shift my device because I'll be having my dinner. So I'll shift and I can continue from there. All right.
Can you screen share from that as well, please? Because the table is very useful.
Niranjan is screen sharing anyway. I'm not screen sharing. So
that's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. Cool. So by GP, please.
Yeah. So, I mean, who are you going to address this issue to, CSK? I mean, when you address this issue of midday meal?
First, we are trying to get to Shopan sir, and then to the school education minister as well.
Okay, that's good, because then he'll understand the problem, or they'll understand the problem, is what one would hope, right? Second thing is, I'm given to understand that before aloo and stuff, pepper and kya bolte usko, mustard paste, these kind of things were the base for many foods. Yes.
Yes.
Is it still the case?
Yes.
Even in vegetarian foods?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can't we use that as the base? Like grated coconut and sabzi is what normally people do in Karnataka, but that's quite common across India. It's a pattern I've observed. Any coastline state has this. Then along with that, make it like a salad dressing for this gram stuff that ensures that you have something. The point is, there is a local gram to Bengal. I'm pakka sure about it. I just don't know the name because I've seen it. I just don't know what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I've seen it when I came to Kolkata and was eating, right? I saw it on the road. Like, I'm sure about it. I just don't know what it's called.
Yeah.
So that should be like a excellent salad dressing. Okay, granted, some chutai will happen with the salad. Can't do much about it. In the sense that the dressing is where Pizza Hut, if you go to Pizza Hut and have the salad, it's amazing. But it's fatty as hell.
But that conversation, Ludwig, that conversation would require me to demand Akshay Patra change their menu as well. I'm already asking them to add just one scoop of a powder.
Akshay Patra do a salad kind of a funda, cold salad. They do it.
Yeah. Is there like, I would have to tell, or the government would have to tell them that your salad is not good enough for XYZ reason. Now change the salad as well. On top of that, give whey protein as well.
That's a
so
fair
there
point.
are more just
let's go to realistic versus ideal. Okay, how about that? Because if you have a reference for ideal and a reference for realistic, we can sort of play about here. So at least I can stress on the gluten and the lactose part. Okay, that part's done. Second thing is the third thing, I need to stress is, please, for the love of God, do not have any sugar in the diet, man. Like, why would you recommend a milkshake of some kind, even if it has whey protein? No. Okay, granted, kids like sweet and that. You have mishti doi, put it in the mishti doi. Like, is mishti doi viable for this midday meal scheme?
Should be. It's tasty and stuff, very popular, and it has estrogen again, but I mean, as a replacement for what?
Is it costly? Is it costly?
Sorry.
That's what he's asking. Is it going to cost a lot if you give 100
I don't know
grams
the answer because I've
or
only
50 grams of mishti doi?
I don't know 50 grams of mishti doi. You have to use IRCTC as the model on how they provide and logistic to get the financial reference. I don't know the financial reference that I'm saying right now. Yeah. I do agree the temperature system. I got my mishti doi in a matka. Again, like this was in 2009.
I think that is possible. You have those candies kept in cooling boxes.
What's a tandy?
There is this candy which you suck. It's kind of a long stick where you just and then
I know what you're on about. Yeah, I used to have that as a kid. I know exactly what you're on about. Yeah.
So we were told that it's very unhygienic, so avoid it. My parents used to tell me, so I wouldn't have a lot. But still, you can keep like those candies were stored in cooling boxes. You can keep mishti doi in those cooling boxes as well. But my question is, if each child is going to be provided with 50 grams of mishti doi in small cups, muddy cups. Okay.
Let's say mud cup,
Okay. Then how much is it going to cost? I think 100 grams costs around 20 rupees, if I'm not wrong.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure of the cost.
2009 rate, I remember mishti doi was around 15 rupees on the train.
Okay. So those must...
I might be wrong about the rate, but I remember getting it around that much.
I think we can check it on Google also.
Yeah.
It won't take much time. So my point is that already we are serving only 10 rupees per plate. So if we add mishti doi, and if it raises the cost significantly, then it could be a problem. That's what my point was.
I do agree with you absolutely in that we don't know what the budget per plate is. We are working with a big variable here. The bill of materials cannot be decided if the budget per plate is not known, right?
10 rupees.
To be honest, 10 rupees per plate is something I really...
that's not
feel bad about it.
Ruthvik, it has been raised from 6.7.
I get right.
Ruthvik, by the way, were you suggesting...
What was it before Dada? 3 rupees?
6.75. Rutvik,
no,
are you
before
suggesting
620.
Mishti Doi as a substitute for something, or on
Okay,
top of
so
the
it
all
is
the
a
other things?
substitute for whatever curd slash that option that they have currently in ISKCON's plate, whatever that
I
is.
see. Okay.
So Mishti Doi with whey is what I'm suggesting.
I see. Yeah, Mishti Doi is going to be
Baba,
probably too costly. Yeah, go ahead, Abhay.
someone is
Wait,
asking.
Abhay, your voice is breaking up.
Hello, am I audible?
No, it's going on the
Not
lower
yet.
side. It's not, we can see you.
Hello.
Yeah, it's fine now. It's fine
Now
now.
it's fine.
Okay. So someone is asking why not fish? Okay. I think Slevin
Yeah,
is asking.
Slevin, that's not possible only because of the duty that's been given to Akshay Patra. We are not changing their religion now. So we are making do
Okay,
with
yeah,
what's
of course.
possible.
As I've already prefaced my stance at least that in my opinion, it should have been non-veg and veg vendor. But again, we don't
Yeah.
know point. talking
Ramakrishna
about-
Mission serves non-veg stuff, and they would have done this job perfectly, and nobody would care, especially because
That-
Ramakrishna Mission is so popular in Bengal.
Yeah.
What?
Your voice is gone, Abhay.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's back now. It's back now.
My point is, what do you think about Bengal food? Khichdi, aloo dum, or luchi aloo dum? Can that be more lucrative option for them? Like khichdi,
Khichdi.
is it healthy?
Not in
Hello?
terms of nutrition and protein and stuff.
No. So, Dada, this is where I'd like to interject. The mustard paste and this old basis of the core base of the Bengal food, from
Yeah.
my understanding, with the mashed vegetables. And so I've read about this thing, and correct me if I'm wrong. I might have seen it in my food thing as well, but I just don't remember. Is called, I am so sorry if in advance, Kochur Shaker Ghonto. And Kalcha Kolar Kofta curd curry and
Yeah.
dalna, chingri
Yeah.
dalna, as
Chingri is
well.
a fish. Chingri is prawn.
Oh, okay, then that's not GG. Bhoger labra.
Yeah.
That's
All
what
this
I'm
stuff,
saying.
I bet
Bhoger
you,
labra.
the protein content in entire plates full of these items will not cross 7-8 grams of protein.
No. Let's try and complete everything else first, and we'll come to the protein later. Like, we need to ensure that for at least 4.5 rupees out of the 10, everything else is covered. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Since protein being the more remaining important for kid, how much grams of protein do they need per meal? 10 grams, 15 grams? I don't know the answer. So I'm asking you. How many grams per protein does the kid need? Like, let's say midday meal kid need.
There is a government directive on this actually, like what Shayan was mentioning in the beginning. Okay, the daily requirement, the mandated requirement for lower primary children is about 12 to 15 grams and 19 to 20 grams for an upper for a high school kid, and none of them have ever, I think, received that. And that amount of protein has to be there in one meal. 20 grams of protein in one vegetarian meal. It's not even possible in Ripley's, believe it or not.
No. I mean, so yeah, at least in midday, with 10 rupees, we are stretching it. So let's assume 6.5 rupees. 5.5 rupees in my example is the remaining budget we have to play with. Okay, give it 6 rupees. The old Bengal government's budget is the end just for the protein dish alone. My proposition is you need to, obviously the pattern is simple. You identify what is wholesale grain rate across the country. And I'm dead against soya. Personally, no soya, no rajma. I'm dead against them. And that's for the simple reason that they're not native to the Indian subcontinent. I don't know about soya, but I'm guarantee sure that soya is just not from India. This seitan, soya, this vegan cafe nonsense shouldn't be brought into this discourse, okay? Like fake meat replacement nonsense. So I'm not really for it. But since ISKCON does it, again, that's one of the many reasons I'm not in favor of what ISKCON provides for the food. Right? Soya is just not it. Tofu as well, no. Regarding the estrogen, let's not go to the estrogen because we're trying to debug the protein issue here. The Whey, obviously, is guarantee needs to be there somewhere. I'm proposing that if the Mishti Doi cost is Mishti Doi plus Whey, how much protein are we going to get? That's my first question. And the remaining one, let's see how much protein we can bug into that mishmash ka khichdi stuff.
Rudvik, if we give mishti doi with whey protein with mishti doi, at what point are we adding that whey protein in the mishti doi in your proposition?
My
Right before
proposition.
the serving, right? A
Sorry.
scoop of protein all over the mishti doi, right before serving it, right?
So let's take matka mishti doi, and
Right.
we get the the matka will be cast in with the whey. Ideally, it would be that when the mishti doi is being setting in the matka, we pour the whey and just let it see what comes out of it. Because this is basically around the sugar adding process of whatever they add to make it mishti. I don't know that. So
It's after the doi has formed, right? Because
It's
whey
after doi
can't
has
be
formed, not before,
left there.
not before.
Cool.
It's
Okay.
guarantee after doi is formed. So that part I'm very sure.
We'll
of.
figure out the math then.
Yes.
Shondipan
that
had a
part-
question.
Sorry.
Shondipan, what question did you have back then? 2 hours back?
Yeah, no, not
About the
but I
diet?
was rather suggesting that we should fix means that government should fix the protein cost per year, right? 40 or 50%, 40% rather, possible to them should be fixed, that and that should not be cut, because most of the first blow that the food takes is the protein rich foods. They take the blow that we are cost cutting and everything. So
Yeah.
fixing that would be nice.
Yeah.
That
Better,
is
right?
actually a very excellent point, right? So
Yeah.
the percentage what I mentioned is it feeds right and perfect.
Yeah.
I fully support it. Although I do agree, I feel it should be higher. That's just my opinion, though. But we can agree on whatever number it is. The idea is important.
Okay.
Two
Now
bowls
we'll
of
get
dal
to.
are practical. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go to Anand now. I just need to ask some of you all. I'm going to give my thoughts on this, but before that, I need to know: has anybody of you actually eaten or tasted food by Akshay Patra? Because even when I was vegan, whenever I used to go for my long motorcycle rides anywhere across all of West Bengal, Assam, Jharkhand, etc., I had to turn vegetarian, because if you don't eat paneer on your roadside dhabas, if you eat just the vegetarian food, quote unquote, that dal means just yellow water. Egg curry means red water with an egg. What's the dal like for Akshay Patra?
Water.
If it's water, then a million bowls of dal can't give you any protein.
Exactly. Yeah, but at least
Yeah,
what I've
don't
had,
fuck that.
I've had it inside the ISKCON temple. It's not lentily. And the problem, okay, just sorry, before we go over, I just wanted to make a few more points. But one of them about being the complete amino acid profile, I am dead sure that we're looking at this the wrong way. Why do I say that? It's because I've had to rewire my, sorry?
No, somebody sneezed with the mic on.
Oh, bless you. I've had to rewire my thinking in terms of how it is that Indian diets have evolved, because famines and British patterns of cash cropping and all of have kicked millets out of Bengali minds and Indian minds. First thing. Second thing is that before before potatoes, tomatoes, and in Kerala, this all this stuff came. What was the diet? We need to know. Sweet potato, I know, was a Bengali thing. So my recommendation is whatever aloo curry you have, make it sweet potato instead. That is my single one recommendation I would like to add in that mash thing. Also,
Sweet potatoes are costlier than normal potatoes.
How?
I don't know. In Bengal, it is. And I don't even like it, so I'm actually glad that it's costlier, so no one's going to be applied anyway.
What about in Andhra we call it artikai, but for you it's raw banana. I don't know what it's called in Bengali. What about that?
Kachkala, yeah.
Kachkala, huh? What about that?
That should. I think the Akshay Patra does have that in their food
the
item
thing
somewhere.
Is, raw banana can help with the fiber and this other
Yes,
residual starch stuff. It's very good with it. So
even the peel of the raw banana. Do you know there's a preparation with raw peel of the raw banana? Not raw. I mean that's cooked and separately eaten as a paste, and if you mix it with rice, kachkala khosha bata.
Oh, so okay, no. What Andhra people do is we do just the stem. We don't do the peel itself. The peel is separate, so we use the peel for something else.
Okay. Yeah, Shandipan, কিছু বলছিলে?
Yeah, like market rates for sweet potato is like 3 or 4 times more than normal potatoes.
Oh,
so
yes.
Yeah.
Fuck sweet potatoes. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan, if you had to add something. Otherwise, we are going to Anand now.
Can I just finish the complete
amino
acid for the points I wanted to see? So, for example, a very simple thing of if you put urad dal, sort of these dals and other stuff, the tadaka of the coconut chutney or groundnut chutney you get, that alone not just has protein with idli, it's a complete amino acid profile. Idli chutney, that's it. Now, I'm just saying that as a reference for, okay, what does Bengal have that is something like this in your breakfast or whatever that perhaps could be done by ISKCON? That's
Here,
the
I think
question.
Soyan and
Chola
Sandeepan
dal.
can, right? Bangla Torka
Chola
itself.
dal is
Yes, yes,
Ah,
chola
yeah.
dal.
If I may just put one point, do you know the pulse that has the highest amount of protein content per weight unit? It is masoor. And ISKCON
Masoor.
pervades
Yeah.
masoor
Masoor
dal.
dal.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
It has
Good.
higher amount than moong dal, arhar dal, and buri dal. And ISKCON pervades it because masoor dal is not sattvic. If it enters your body, it will make you hot-headed and will detract you from the spiritual path.
And do
What?
you know
Yes. Are you serious?
why someone gave a statement on masoor dal that we don't include masoor dal in our food palette because it has too much protein, something
too
like
much
that.
protein.
I heard it
No, no,
from
no, no, no,
somewhere.
no, no. Okay, no, no, no. Sorry. This has just triggered something. I genuinely think you guys need to counter the literature itself that says ki ye sab hai. I don't think masoor dal is unsatik. That's bullshit. It has to have come from somewhere.
E-
That's nonsense.
Even
If onion
in
and garlic can
No,
be
no,
unsattvic, masoor dal can be
consider
unsattvic.
answer
no, even
because it
in
is
my
garlic and onion.
even
In certain
sorry,
subcultures, even mutton is
just
sattvic
one
and
point.
onion and garlic unsattvic. So where?
So even in my family,
Hmm.
masoor dal is considered to be something akin to non-veg food.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is similar to non-veg food.
Are you like a Jain or
So yeah,
something?
no, I'm a Marwadi Hindu,
Okay, Madus.
vegetarian Hindu.
Yeah. So no, okay, but yeah, like okay, right. So okay, so common things everybody seems to agree on, if I'm right in saying it, is that the gluten-free and lactose part is lactose intolerance amidst Bengali is quite a problem, especially malnourished people. So raise it up so that you try to ensure that the vendor is catering to that. The sugar issue, yes, and fourth is being the what do you call it, we have to somehow have rice, and we agree that the percentage distribution of the protein to the rest to come the rest of the complete nutritional profile has to be like at least 40% of the cost of the total cost in this particular case. Fair to say? Okay. The masoor dal thing that I genuinely has caught me off guard, man. What do you want me to say? But that mash thing I mentioned, I forgotten the name. Sorry, I have to look it up again. Please please bear with me. Bhoger labra. Bhoger
Labra is
labra.
very popular.
Okay, right. So we have something to play with here. Bhoger labra can be one of the meals given in the
Do
weekend
you
cycle.
bhog, by the way, is bhog as in Sanskrit? Okay, it's an offering to some god. So it's the prasad preparation of the labra.
So
It's
good,
perfect.
no?
Yeah.
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 So
And it's very,
yeah, so
very
stuff,
popular.
as long as stuff, my point is we think like that and get them in. The rest of this protein part can be solved either mishti doi or some of these other examples like that's been floated around. That's good. But I would say, at least from my point of view, soya should not be in the conversation because the logistic argument then goes out of the window and the out of state argument goes out of the window. Meaning to say is I can get a green gram or horse gram from Andhra Pradesh, or some other gram from
Or
Punjab.
millet from Rajasthan. Yeah.
Exactly. And that soya part single-handedly kills this intellectually, at least from what I've seen, because soya is not native. So if they've introduced it artificially in Bengal for the last 100 years that I don't know about,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate, but I doubt it. Yeah, that's the Rajma also is unnatural to India, so I'm against that as well. The salad part,
Ludwig?
sorry, huh?
Yeah, by the way, I'm interrupting because there's a misunderstanding in your premise with the with just this issue, with the soybean issue,
Okay.
which is we are not saying that millet and those other grams are outsider to to the entire country. They are just not from Bengal, so procurement would have to be done today from the West Bengal government, from other states, and there might be just political optics issues with that. That's all, not
Okay,
cultural
but
issues.
there are enough
I
BJP states that political optics prevents. I mean, it eliminates that, no?
no regarding
should.
political optics.
Yeah,
Regarding
go ahead.
political optics, I thought this was a logistical issue. Maybe the production of things like millets is not as much, or maybe the demand for millet is not as much in Bengal. Therefore, Bengal
Yeah,
does
it is
not
not, and it
procure
will have to
millet.
be taken from another
Therefore,
Marwari Bohiragata state. Therefore, it's a problem.
yeah, actually, all these things are mostly found in your Marwadi shops,
I have something to
in
say.
your Marwadi groceries.
I have
So
something
yeah,
to say on here. There's actually two, at least pre 2014 diet or whatever this optics, all this other stuff. You look at it. Jowar Bajra was considered to be Rajasthani, or Marwadi, whatever. Let's call it Gujarat, Rajasthan, Western Madhya Pradesh, and Ragi from Karnataka, Ashte, and nothing else. Now, obviously, the millet part has come along because decoloniality narratives has ensured that millets has re-entered the conversation as, oh, this is what we used to be. Now, that was also the case in Bengal. Now, my point is this. If you make the rest of this parceling of the 5 days of the midday meal, out of 4 days of the midday meal grade, you can slowly sneak in the millets on the one day and make it so tasty or whatever, so okay, and use hing in everything. The hing has to be in the tadka for this to work. And tadka has to be the option, like non-negotiable in the...
Is hing sattvic?
Sorry?
Is hing sattvic?
That's the fun part. Hing is a bypass mechanism for being sattvic. Ergo, it's a rule break. It's a Formula One style race around the rules regulation that's been introduced by us because hing is given to in prasadam offerings as well in everywer all across the board.
I think in Pulihora, hing is
Pulihora has it. Curd rice has it. Dal has it. Bhindi sabzi has it.
Even we use hing.
Please have it. Sorry?
We use hing.
Rajasthanis have it. Jains, I don't know, but you guys have it. Rajasthanis that aren't Jains have it. Gujaratis that aren't Jains have it. So the thing is, you're right to question it others because it has sulfur in it. The only way I discovered that is because my friend, for some unfortunate reason, she's British, she had an allergy to onion and garlic, and I put hing in the tadka thinking it's not onion garlic, she'll be okay, but she got allergic reaction from eating my dal. So that's the only way I found out. But my point is this, making the tadka with all this stuff, hing is sattvic, pujo or khichuri hing lage. Thank you. That's exactly what I've been saying.
The point is, does ISKCON consider it sattvic? As
I
long as
I think ISKCON considers it as an expense. That's it.
Could be.
Because if there's no way ISKCON selling cakes, man. I'm sorry.
Hing is not sattvic. Chilies are not sattvic. Potatoes are not sattvic. Most of the stuff is not sattvic.
So hing is not sattvic according to ISKCON.
Not ISKCON. Generally, if you look at the traditional definition of sattvic, hing, chili, what we use regularly is not sattvic.
Yeah.
Why when you go to Shraddh, they will not use chilies, they use pepper.
That's because pepper is traditional to India. That makes sense. My question is this. What is the current bypass mechanism that is being used in such places is my question. Because then the advocacy of having tadkas in the midday meal is a very valid one to have.
I'll give you an example. Okay, so you have to look at more orthodox communities to decide what is technically sattvic, because they're the ones who follow a strict sattvic rule these days. Okay? ISKCON doesn't follow the sattvic rule properly. They do it like how they feel like it.
That's how it's
a very sattva way, but you look at really orthodox communities, you know exactly what sattvic. So they'll not put potatoes. They will not put sweet potatoes. They will put yams. They will put banana. They will put if they want the carb, right? They'll use that. Then dals. Again, dals are very specific kinds of dals they will use. I don't know. I'm not sure that because I don't even know many dishes that are made of masoor dal. I think maybe it's just difficult to cook. That's why they don't use it that often.
Masoor dal is easy. Just tuck it in the pressure cooker.
No, everything in pressure cooker is easy. I'm talking in terms of like in those days when you were
open slow pot boil stuff. Yeah, right.
So then maybe one of the harder dals to cook. Because I think right. So those the dals are not very easy to cook in a like the normal old style. May have been
Slow
considered to be difficult. I mean, it's not they're not sattvic; they just don't use it much, right?
Yeah. Okay, I have a question for Sroyan. Sroyan has a point to make as well, and I want to ask you, Sroyan, how much is the soybean going to be a problem in regards to logistics? Do we produce enough of it in Bengal?
See, that's the thing. Technically, if you are going to look at logistics, the most obvious source of protein in Bengal is fish. You are not going to get that. Na? So, I mean, yeah. The point is, we
फिश
cannot
को
come up
पहले ही
with a
राउंड में आउट कर दिया, क्या करें?
yes, we cannot come up with a
It's
complete
Suryavanshi getting
overhaul.
duck out, man.
What we are exploring right now is whatever ISKCON is proposing, उसमें से what we can keep and what we can eliminate. Otherwise, if we are going to come up with a claim like ISKCON से निकाल के टेंडर किसी और को दे तो वो तो होने नहीं वाला. घर से मतलब बिल्डिंग में ही नहीं घुसने देगा हमें जो भी मिनिस्टर होगा. That's the first thing. Second thing is when we came to the conversation of Mishti Doi, there is something I wanted to mention. It might be a bit far-fetched, but hear me out. Generally, whey is produced in 3 major versions. One is the raw one the vanilla, the third the chocolate. Now, if you are willing to go take that one small extra step and produce flavored whey, that might be the crowd puller of your midday meal scheme. You just take flavored whey, mix it with water, serve some regional fruit with it, apple, mango, whatever comes to you naturally on that day. And that is the most exciting part of the meal for a child, because what they would crave for even more than non-veg is probably chocolate.
Oh, like that Ruafza Sharbat style rose water stuff.
Yes. If you are going to provide them fruit, make a shake out of it. Make a protein shake.
What do you
like
think
we
out of the
normal
Mishti
people
Dahi
have.
idea I gave? I don't know if you were there or not.
Yeah, I heard it. The thing with Mishti Doi is you will have to give the contract to somebody into the sweet making business, and Mishti Doi has obnoxious amounts of good and calories. That's the one problem. And Mishti Doi is not by any chance a source of protein, because you put the good and you ferment it.
No, he was
Actually,
saying whey
Mishti-
protein with Mishti Doi as a replacement for some other side dish.
These
Yes.
are kids. Why
my main-
are you nitpicking so much for kids' food? I don't understand. These are kids. They will burn off all those calories. Why are we being so obsessed with keep the calories to the lowest
my
amount?
main
the
complaint
calorie
with Mishti Doi is the cost. I do not know if they can procure Mishti Doi for all of these people on a day, because
Yeah.
you see, even Mishti Doi,
I was seeing-
shops
I
run
just
out of
checked.
Mishti Doi.
I was seeing
I
this.
just checked.
I was seeing this one
No.
recipe. This one fitness guy, one South Indian guy only. He always does this. He saw an example of making brownies with chana, a little bit chocolate, and I think a little bit of milk.
I saw a German guy do this.
My point is, why are we going try to reinvent the wheel, right? Whey is only for people who are really looking to bulk up and to like basically get their body into like very fit looking state.
No. Whey is for people who can't get any other protein otherwise.
Yeah,
In
but
fact,
kids-
even
If a
people
person
don't
gets
know
all the
that.
protein they need and they eat whey, that's for bulking
even
up.
in the fitness community, it is widespread that you do not need whey as a compulsory supplement. You only need it as an additional product if you cannot meet your protein requirements.
Yeah, that's
So
my
there is
point.
no
My point is their protein requirement is meant for muscle building, large amounts of muscle building.
Yeah.
My point is kids do not need. Kids need it to grow.
No,
Therefore,
Anand. That's
growth
the
speed.
case only when kids are otherwise eating everything else which has enough protein. Because they won't get that good amount of quantity for all that hot shit veg food. Therefore, whey, not for any other reason.
So my point is, your thing should be ISKCON needs to make better protein-rich food. Not like ISKCON must put A in their food.
No, then ISKCON has either of two things to do. Either they make a protein factory of their own, which with their nutrition science knowledge, I'm hoping they'd never do that. And secondly, if they have to get the necessary amount of protein, which is mandated by fucking law, then they would have to eat three full plates full of meals to meet that protein requirement.
I think that. See,
See,
I agree that you're saying the midday meal scheme is only source of food, source of protein the young kid may get, right? That's what your worry is, that when they go home they may not get.
Not only in the entire day, but in that meal itself.
No, I think if you do a good, well balanced vegetarian meal,
Can it get 20 grams of protein in one meal?
20 grams. I'm not sure. You have to check the. You have to ask a
It can't.
nutritionist that. But my
No,
point is,
we are not nutritionists, but we have done the research on that at least. 20
okay,
grams
but
is never in a normal
my point
poor
is,
man's veg diet. Yeah.
the midday meal should be a recommendation for how the family also feeds their kids. So you have to like make it in such a way that the family can also like what do you call, participate in the same thing. So, for example, if the mother regularly sees the midday meal is being provided in the school, the mother will say, okay, oh, this is what is a good midday meal. At home, I must endeavor to provide this also on the nighttime meal, for example, something similar. So you can't be making stuff that's so priced high that they can't afford themselves. It has to be balanced in such a way that even at home they can provide the same meal or at least comparable meal, right?
That's
I don't
point I'm
understand this
trying to
point.
make.
What?
Sorry?
Yeah,
If
go
I
ahead,
may
sir.
interrupt. If I may
See,
interrupt.
because the child is only getting one, like the government is encouraging good eating via its programs in the school. So midday meal is basically that. But all parents normally who send their kids to school tend to want to provide the similar standard at home also. So it has to be something that even the poor can aspire to.
This point also is very important.
There was this what do you call it, study done by the World Bank in India. Okay, initially they provided the poor families, one bag of rice, right? One bag of rice they provided them. They said, okay, let's increase it 2 bags of rice. What the poor family was doing, they were selling that extra bag of rice and they were buying a more expensive form of food to supplement, because you have to encourage people to go up the value chain in their food. But if what you do is you provide so expensive that you cannot go up the value chain, then they will not go up the value. At home, it will still be very low quality food. Say, oh, they're getting in the school. Don't bother. We will just give the same stuff at home. You need to balance out because again, you can't fill the person with one in one meal. You get all the nutrition. That's not going to work. You got to spread it over the day, because the kid is not only spending effort during the day in the house, in the office. He's also spending time at home with his friends and stuff. So you got to make that also balance. It's very important.
How? But how can the government do that, or ISKCON?
No, but you provide a meal that they can reproduce at home. You cannot provide meals that they cannot reproduce
That's
at
the
home.
point.
That would be chai and muri for Bengali poor people.
Every person in this.
Okay, what about vegetarian poor people? Some poor people may be vegetarian. They just don't know.
Yes,
They don't know
chai and
that.
muri. Poor vegetarian Bengalis also eat veg only most of the time, but that would be just chai, just some puffed rice, some again yellow water dal rice.
So then,
that's the thing that they can afford.
Then what you do is you provide a good quality dal protein in the school, and you provide it for a subsidized rate for poor people, so they can buy.
If there was this obscure, if there was this hypothetical high protein dal in existence to begin with, then ISKCON would not be giving that yellow water in the name of dal, and every dhaba in the country would not be giving that yellow water. Where is this high protein dal in the world?
I want to cut costs. That's the only reason. It's not because it's a bad.
Of course, obviously, yes, because no one can recognize what is a good dal and a bad dal.
Yeah, so the thing is, but can I just come and step in here? I think a lot of people, and again, this is, I'm sure everybody in the chat at some point in the past few years probably recognize that mechanical processing, frying versus over frying, steaming versus this one, these cooking technique things, and obviously dilution and spice level adjustment and all of this actually matters in the nutritional and other stuff profile. It really does. Some techniques don't alter the nutritional profile, whereas some do, like over burning the protein and ityadi.
Yeah, but who is going to bail the cat? Who is going to check ISKCON or Akshay Patra and their cooking techniques?
No, you have to give us
maybe some people have done some survey or some documentary on it. Maybe.
नहीं आपको ISKCON को like SOP देना पड़ेगा that if you want to provide sattvic food, this is what the basic requirements should be, and you provide certification that you are providing.
Yeah, that has to come from the government.
That is to come. You tell ISKCON, you can customize however you want, but these requirements must be there in your food. If you're not there in the food, I cannot give you the contract. So you figure out what you do, what research you want, figure it out, and prove it to me that it's developed. Do a caloric test and do it.
To add to Anand's point, just to emphasize what Dada and Anand were saying, and Shayan, it should be that the kids being the customer and the government and kids being the customer, the contractor / vendor should be liable to be
Yeah.
held to.
That is the hope with which we are going, because it is on which we are basing the idea in the first place that they might even inculcate whey protein, because
Yeah.
after all they are the client and they deserve to listen to the demands of the.
But it's better than them tying up with ISKCON what's that?
After all, the government is
Swami
the client.
Narayan, Amul, and getting those Tetra packs and all. That is criminal. Don't do it. Just to finish the point. Yeah, this is kind of what I wanted to say, and I hope it's contributed to the conversation. I'll step in later as and when it goes along.
Swayan, go ahead with the points you were going to make.
So to answer to Anand, or to reply to Anand, well, do catch up with the initial maybe the middle 1.5 hours of the discourse, where we have actually categorically or empirically shown data-driven figures of how much protein the food contains that is being proposed by ISKCON, how much is it in raw portions compared to cooked portions when the volume expands. None of them actually crosses their own set standards of 12 gram protein for the pre-primary and 20 gram for the post-primary or upper primary students. Now, how many bottlenecks do we need to bypass to get the thing done? Well, if at a time we are going to have to cross, 20
grams, you said 20 grams per day, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, per meal, per midday meal.
Per meal. It's basically per day as well, because you are getting only one meal a day.
Okay, sir.
Right.
20 days.
And it is inside the ingrained clause of midday meal scheme itself. So they have mentioned it in the clauses. Now, secondly, if we are going to have to bypass 5 bottlenecks whereby we change the entire organization or institution which has been given the tender, it is not coming across. Rather, they may not listen to us at all. That is first thing. Secondly, I reiterate, I am not claiming that vegetarian food does not have protein, but look at the portions that is being provided to per child in such a mass audience scheme. That is where the quality control and the bottleneck arises. Thirdly, they plan to roll out this entire thing in the next 2 months. So, well, I'm considering it that this year they're not going to get it done. To get things done, probably they will have to start it next year. But even then, if they were to bring in good quality dal and stuff, and how would you exactly go about doing the quality control of per meal? Because eventually it is centralized, but at the same time decentralized. Are you going to every single ISKCON centralized kitchen every day and check if the dal is patla or not? Because the tendency is you cannot maintain the same quality again. I guess Rutvik pointed it out in the last discussion on this topic, that how are you exactly fixing the amount of protein that a serving of rajma contains? What is the lab test? What is the empirical result that is pointing it out? That is completely missing from the discourse. Thirdly, I do not think any other subsection of the Indian populace or any other race does face the impacts of consistent generational famines and the side effects of it. In the South, that thing is not ingrained in your genetics. There is no additional burden to reverse it. If you villages of Bengal, you will see the sheer amount of stunting that is being seen in the men and women. All right.
This is what I keep saying to non-Bengalis, and they get surprised that
there's Madras famine and stuff in the South, but it's not.
There's stunting in the South also. It's not as bad as Bengal.
The impact of famines is not remote.
Yeah, it's not debatable.
Remotely comparable.
Bengal
Remotely comparable.
Worse, right?
This is like M. Shastri saying that he also grew up with a lot of problems in his life in Pune in comparison to a Bengalis problems in Bengal. What was I saying? Swayan. People get surprised that I am a guy who is somewhere between 5'11" and full 6 feet, and I am always in any Bengali gathering randomly in the middle of the street. I'm always the tallest and the biggest guy. And when I go outside Bengal, I'm just another skinny tall guy.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that he said there's no stunting in the South. There's quite a bit of stunting in the South. So I'm telling in our family, for example, if you notice, a lot of the people who live in South India who are like so-called elite, right? They have very stunted growth.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
Anand, how common is it for a Tamil girl whose family has forever been in South India only? They've never been outside and stuff. How common is it for a Tamil girl to be below 5 feet?
Quite common.
It's extremely common in Bengal.
I know. To be honest, South has another problem. South has another problem. That is consanguinity.
Consanguinity.
That is a major problem.
And it was higher before.
And
it's not high in
Look. Let me complete. I have seen many people from southern part of India having a lot of genetic diseases, genetic disorders, genetic blindness, genetic missed-size fingers. There are a lot of these things in southern part of India.
Yeah, but it's not
Because
common in the elite sections. It is common in the common people.
sure.
And
Maybe
but it's the reverse. It's the reverse in
I am not.
it's reverse. In the common people, the height, the growth problem is not there. They have grown quite well because they generally got good food. It is the so-called elites who basically control their food intake of certain things, and they have stunted growth, but they don't have genetic defects. It's like reverse. It's upside down actually. Both is the reverse. They have
Because
high diabetes, but you find high diabetes in these communities, in the elite sections. Like it's
I
like
don't
this.
know, but because last time I saw the rate of consanguineous marriages in places like Tamil Nadu was around 24-25%.
It's quite high.
So
I'm not
that's
saying.
quite high.
Not saying
So,
all.
So
and I have addressed this with some of my South Indian friends, and though like many people from southern part of India, I don't want to start a debate, but they like to
shit on the
say
north.
that North Indian is backward, they are
Not
not
really.
educated. Then my response to them is that you
Doesn't
marry
matter.
your cousins, you
You can
for God's
always
sakes.
win.
Yeah.
So
No, no.
don't you dare mock
You
us.
go to rural Tamil Nadu, you see how backward it is. The problem is there's this fantasy among, and this is basically not from politics more than it's done for, like, 'cause the common people of Tamil Nadu do not speak these things. They don't even know what's going on. They're like, oh, kuch ho raha hai. The north
Yeah,
south side ho raha hai. They don't know.
common people
Who
don't
are on
bother. Common people.
24/7, who are most of
Look,
them are in the city, who are in the politically connected, they are doing this nonsense.
I've been to Chennai and people in Tamil Nadu are very polite, very accepting. So I've seen that. You just speak a few words of Tamil and they will embrace you like anything. So I've seen that in Chennai.
Just
No,
I'd
they
like to
speak
add, this is not a
Hindi.
Wait, one
Chennai
moment,
is
guys.
not-
One moment.
Say something.
One moment. One moment. Shundipan has a question to ask, and then he'll leave. So Shundipan, go ahead. Then Shoyan, come in. Muted.
Yeah, so I had one suggestion that we are talking about the protein, which is a big problem in Indian diets. But another thing which is not often overlooked is the vitamin deficiency also. I recently saw that Indians are very much
That's not
like
even
B complex and
in the
D.
conversation by
No,
choke
no, yeah,
vitamin.
I'm making
These
this,
are what I call
this is
first
sound,
world problems.
this will sound radical, but I actually saw the cost of fortification. It was like 2 rupees per unit or some per meal, 2 or 3 rupees. So I suggest that वे powder तो होगा ही, मतलब outsource तो वे powder ही सबसे ज़्यादा outsource होगा. So it should be fortified with B complex and D because those are the most deficient things. Oh, वही बोलना था.
should
Yeah,
Micronutrients.
literally
And
something
I
should be
think
pointed
be
out. Na?
liquid,
I
not whey
think
powder in foods.
We forget
and I think
micronutrients all the time. Yeah, it's true.
my nutritional knowledge is not that great, but I think that vitamin D plays a very important role in absorbing proteins, or at least absorbing calcium. That is what I know. So,
That's correct.
so deficiency of vitamin D is a chronic problem in India. Though
Yeah,
India
Abhay,
is
I
a
was going to say that.
country with
Yeah,
full of sunlight,
the
but
discussion about
people have
overall
chronic
vitamins
problems.
is fair. The discussion about overall vitamins that Shayan has brought up, Shondipan has brought up is absolutely fair. But the discussion around vitamin D and B12 deficiency is not very feasible because practically everyone on planet Earth is these days deficient on that. You have to take B12 and D3 supplements no matter who you are and no matter what your diet is. If you're not going out all day, you have to take vitamin D3. You are all deficient. We are all deficient. It's a communism.
No, but
There's no
so
me here.
vitamin D, most of us have so much that melanin. But say even after exposure to like 30 and 45 minutes, our skin does produce very little amounts of it. That is why we
Yes,
already
white
need.
people have an advantage with this. Anand has an advantage with this over me. That's why he hates dogs. His brain is fucked with too much D3. It's making him too aggressive. It's not sattvic enough.
Who sort of hate dogs? What the hell? It's not fair.
Strayan, go ahead. What do you think of the suggestions of Anand, Shondipan and Rudvik?
Okay, so I know about Anand and Shandipan. What was Rutrik's suggestion again? Sorry.
The Mishti Doi with Whey.
Yeah.
Is that doable?
Okay.
Can we do that or propose it to
See,
Tapan sir?
as far as Mishti Doi is concerned, well, I believe if your majority of diet is healthy, you can put one unhealthy thing in it just to attract crowds and people to come and have the rest of the.
Yes, I suggested the healthy one being the I forgot the name again, but yeah, that one.
Like a popular scheme in a budget.
Labra. Bhoger Labra bolche, Shravan.
Yeah, Labra.
Okay, right. Now, my question is about the cost and the availability. Even in local sweet shops and stuff, you run out of Mishti Doi by the end of the day. So if you can procure it in that price range and serve it to people, I'm okay with it. I have no qualms with that. ठीक है, थोड़ा तो अच्छा कुछ खाए जो स्वाद में भी उनको अच्छा लगे. That is good. Which is why I'm saying if you're going to go that way, maybe get flavored with. That was my proposal. I'm not saying either of it is a better idea.
No, there is a big difference between Mishti Doi and flavored Whey. One of them is that the average Bengali kid knows and loves Mishti Doi. And you can, because Mishti Doi is kind of like a standard preparation, you can control the amount of sugar in it by not even maybe just using little thoda sa good, and that quantities can be modulated much better in a big kitchen like Akshay Kalpa. That's why I suggested that. The Whey also within the existing paradigm can be sort of easily put, set, distributed, disseminated, so on and so forth. And it also serves the purposes of the marketing of the meal, and the kids would love.
That's the thing, which is why I proposed that anything sweet added to it would actually increase the favorability in terms of optics.
Yes, that part I agree with. So I do have one question. Sorry, just because you're speaking. Sorry, just to add to your point, and it's a question, which is: do midday meals in government give a snack break? As in, to be very specific, do government schools have a snack break before the midday meal?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
In fact,
my idea was to have the fruit in that snack break, right? But that's clearly not going to happen.
In fact, I guess in the latest edition, they were proposing that the midday meal would not have the egg. They would give 2 eggs to per child before they leave for home as a snack. That is what I guess they had proposed. I don't know how is that.
All I'm suggesting is the fruit part, because you need to complete the vitamin and the rest, the baki ka nutrition.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. I completely agree with that. Vitamin deficiency to hai. Now another
because
way
it can be tackled. It's just people are not putting.
Yes, in fact, vitamin deficiency is not that difficult to handle if you
because India has
the right combinations, right?
Yeah.
It is not as chronic a gap as it would be in terms of protein that cannot be tackled otherwise. Vitamin deficiency is something that can be tackled. In fact, if you are going to go about that part, why not introduce maybe 1 glass of chatu and stuff, because that has lots of vitamins and minerals. You can maybe propose it in the summers because that is from Bengali gram, na? So that also has some amount of protein and sufficient amount of carbs.
Strayon, 1 glass of chatu has 6 grams of protein.
Yes.
Chatu being a huge protein source is also a myth.
What's a chatu?
Yes, it is not. Yeah, exactly. It's not. And it has multiple manifold in terms of carbs. That I agree with. But again, I do agree to what Anand said to a certain degree that, okay, if they're a little bit surplus on carbs and stuff, they can melt it off their children and they have high metabolisms. And anyway, if somebody is stunted, the chances are their metabolism would at least be good. And that is why they also cannot come out of it, that chronic stunting eventually, because they eventually end up digesting everything pretty quickly. So that is not something I'm denying. Now, coming to Anand's point, okay, I forgot what again. Coming to Sandipan's point first, Shondipan's point first. Well, fortified would actually increase the aspirations a lot and the cost as well. So probably we cannot go about doing that for the Whey and have to figure out other ways of solving it in terms of normal food. And coming to Anand's point, well, they are definitely not meeting the requirements. Secondly, we cannot go about and tell them, we cannot actually make ISKCON prepare good food now. It would not be anyhow radically different from what they have been preparing. If the government mandates it, they might. But again, in terms of cooked food, quality control is very difficult. That's what I'm trying to say. Unless it is eggs. It is for a very specific purpose that eggs are being chosen in midday meal schemes. I'll come to that. See, in terms of chicken and stuff, I'm taking the best case scenario. All right, you cannot quantize the portions on most of the occasions. With eggs, you can, is because 2 eggs are 2 eggs. In terms of every other thing, there is this problem where you cannot quantize sufficient amount, because dal, let's say if it is patla, it will have less amount of protein and somewhat might get the ghana part. So that is one problem. It might sound very trivial, but most of the times what happens is if you cook dal in mass, the heavier portions of it settles down, and the upper portion of it is just the water, which basically does not
And if
have
you
all the
stir it, you need to stir a gigantic drum to get the dal, and that kind of time spending cannot be done when you are serving it to so many children. You have to stir it
Yes.
every time.
Yes.
I do have a counter point here. though.
Hold on. First of all, we forgot about
No,
the
wait. Let's try and finish all the counter arguments. Then we'll come to all the points individually.
About the delivery system is incorrect, by the way. So big drums,
Yeah.
not a big drum. They transport in the small, tiny drums.
With the tiny drum, how will they feed an entire school of children? So there will be 50 people serving in tiny drums.
They send like 2-3 drums of it for the class school of like maybe 50-60 kids. I've observed
No,
one. There's a documentary on it.
Is it like that
No.
blue drum thing?
Yes.
Small
That's
and
what-
tall.
Because there's a documentary on it, how they deliver the food.
How can they serve 2,000 kids in a school with those two small drums?
They comes in a big what do you call it, like a car with lots, like multiple drums. So each class gets
right.
drums daily.
Also, it's
Right,
repeated
right.
units of a smaller volume.
It's a smaller
Okay.
volume. It's not big.
Even
So
then,
stirring should not be a problem there. So they won't stir simply because it's an extra effort. Yeah.
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
The delivery system is incorrect though. That's only that I want to say. You said big drum. Will
Yeah,
come.
I mean, obviously, on a bad day, if you're just simply careless and it is coming in a drum, the eventually heavier portions might settle down. That's what I'm saying. Eventually, if they take all those precautions, a lot of other precautions can be taken, which would lead to the obliteration of any vitamin deficiency in the first place. A little
No,
bit
but
of
this is
attention
there
to
every
details can
meal
actually solve it.
worldwide. See, you're being too picky because in every meal worldwide they have this issue. When they serve them chicken curry in the West for some kid, there also the chicken settles at the bottom or on top of the watery curry.
That's the point, Anand. That's the point I'm trying to make. The problem with southern states is you do not have that amount of deindustrialization that you cannot afford nutritious foods in other meals of the day. In Bengal, that is a severe constraint. You look at these people who are the beneficiaries of the Bengali schools or the government schools. Firstly, the kind of education that they provide here is the first thing that should be a put off for all these parents, and they should actually bring them out of the schools and get them to private schools. The problem is the bottleneck in terms of even deindustrialization. Here, most of the people have become so poor for the past 15 to 20 or let's say even the 50 years that they simply cannot afford nutritious meals, which is why I'm saying, in fact, I am someone who would even go on to the extent of radicality to say that if you cannot actually provide the confounding macronutrient, which is protein, do not even go for that option. भाई तुम तो अपने घर पे सब्सिडाइज चावल तो तुम्हारा पहुंच ही रहा है राशन कार्ड से, बच्चों को बोल दो एक डब्बा चावल घर से ले आ and you serve the protein part only.
Ideally,
But would
yes.
you do that? That is the way to go about it, because that is you're in no deficiency of chawal. So you bring a carton of chawal, whatever portion you like, and you eat it. We'll serve you the other portion, which is the protein-rich food, whatever it is. That will bring down your cost of grains, and you can divert other things to more important things. But then I don't think
food from home, then you get food from here. Like it's a bit for a kid, you don't want to think so much.
Why would it be complicated? You are bringing a cutoff of rice from your home, and whatever dal or sabzi they have to put on it, they'll put up on it. Dabbe mein serving to anyway you are getting in a plate only, na, and that is being done in this classroom itself. So technically,
The
you bring your
point
chawal
here,
and have a
Shrayan,
What's the point
Yes.
of? I'm
The-
say how it
Shrayan,
comes.
Shrayan, the point is, if they have to bring rice to school in the morning, so the mother has to cook the rice, right? So if the mother can cook the rice, she can cook the dal and the sabji and everything.
Yeah, because
The point is,
I
no
don't think the
one
mother can cook.
will. The point is, no one will work that hard to just cook rice.
Yeah. No one does.
It's too
No,
much
I
of an
guess in
effort.
most of the families, this is one of the first thing that is cooked for the day, because जो husband है उनको भी काम पे जाना होता है. I don't think that is the problem. The
Dinner
entire
को only rice.
purpose of midday meals.
The point is it cooked in
Eventually-
breakfast? Do people
Wait,
cook rice
let's
in
try and finish his
breakfast?
point. Let's try and finish his point.
Do you know the sheer amount of people who actually have rice in breakfast in the rural areas? It's insane.
Forget about
Yes,
breakfast.
that goes-
You go to the office. You have to cook. You cook early in the morning for the entire day. You don't cook like
No. Bengal's culture is very different. Please check it up. There are sheerly huge number of people who actually have rice and some sabzi in breakfast and then go out for work.
Every
It's
Bengali. Every Bengali.
Yes.
And that's a problem.
Once again,
Yeah, of course. Why do you think Bengalis are idiots? Because we eat hot shit.
I would even go on to say, Anand, please hear me out. I would even go on to say, I actually believe southern people have better food habits. Simply, if you're bringing something like idli, you have the sense that it is fermented and it will get.
That's what happens when you don't face partition.
Yes. So those realities are extremely different in the different states, especially in the south and the east. In fact, in east,
and with
the common perception is that you can actually overcompensate for protein in terms of carbs. So ये तुम्हारा notion है यहाँ पे तुम कहाँ पे किसको क्या समझाने जाओगे? You cannot simply the
okay, I have a
scheme was please go ahead.
I have a taste point to make as well. It is also not mine or Restaurant's argument or CSK Vanguard's argument that vegetarian food is essentially inherently tasteless. That if that was the case, India would not work. And my biggest wonder has been because of my recent visit to that village called Gudalur in Tamil Nadu, where my friend got married to a Gudalur local. Yeah.
Oh, it's not a village, but yeah.
It isn't a village, no. It's a municipality actually.
Yeah. It's not a village. Yeah.
Right. It's just so far from Theni, the main spot, Theni district as well. Then it's only trees and mountains everywhere. That's why I'm calling it a village.
Most of India.
So how did you reach there?
Mountains and trees.
No. So how did you reach there, Dada?
Bangalore से 9 घंटे का बस. तो
where did the bus drop you? Who picked you? Did you take a car then to the village?
It dropped us in the Gudalur bus stand, and from there the wedding.
Gudalur bus stand. You got
was,
to Gudalur bus stand.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
So tell what happened.
Then our friends came. Yeah, the man with whom I. Now, sorry.
What happened?
I'm wondering, how did you communicate with them? With the bus?
Yeah, I communicated with them in English, Hindi, and all because all of the friends of the groom himself are all working colleagues of my friend in Bengaluru. So with them, I conversed in English and Hindi, and everybody else English. And the groom's parents don't speak English, and we don't speak anything other than English in that context. So it was all signs and namaste and some improvisation, etc. The point is that on the day we reached. Was 28th morning. Yeah. So I think 28th itself, there was a reception. 29th morning was the main wedding. So on those 2 whole days, we had 3 meals every day, and I usually do intermittent fasting. So I tried to have some debate. No, I don't want to have breakfast and lunch. They were not going to listen to any of that, obviously. And the wedding is going to happen. Yeah. The wedding is happening in a temple in any way. So 3 meals a day. For 2 days, pure veg, and all of those items with completely different varieties of items and dishes. Every meal was different, and every meal plate on that banana leaf looked like an LCD screen because of the variety in colors and textures. Having that complete meal wakes up, stimulates every part of your brain, and all of it was tasty, extremely tasty. That kind of veg food does not exist in Bengal to begin with.
I've noticed you make like 2-3 things very, very commonly. Like it's like almost
slop. Bengali veg food is mainly slop. Yeah, go ahead, Abhay.
That is one thing I want to talk. I want to say a small point. That is, I think it's called sadhya in their culture.
That's only in
that's in Malayalam in Kerala.
Okay, but yeah, in Kerala context it's sadhya. My sister went to her friend's wedding and she loved it. So that is also pure vegetarian, though Kerala is famous for all sorts of non-vegetarian food, some things that we may not like either. So the thing is, the color of the food palette is also very important to stimulate your brain. That your food palette should be colorful. There is a video
That's what
on
the Japanese do as well with bento boxes.
Okay, there was a video on this by Gauri Maulikar. Okay, aesthetics. The video is on aesthetics. Okay, on this Sangam TV or Sangam channel. Forgot
Sangam
the name.
Talks.
Yeah, Sangam talks. She talked about aesthetics in Hindu culture, okay? And she mentioned that how the aesthetics of food palette is also very important and how it stimulates your brain and your consciousness.
I would
to-
further that point by saying it's in the scriptures.
Yeah, very much. Aesthetics in food palette, that it should include every color. Dark
In
red,
fact, it is
green,
in Gita
white.
itself.
It should.
On 5 of the lines that describe how an ideal meal should be, one of it is how the food should look. So, bhai, tum to, yeah. There
So,
are at least 5 attributes
I
in
guess
everything
the
that is
question
mentioned in
here
the
is,
Gita.
I don't think this can be put in the midday meal, no, can it?
no, it
Yeah,
can.
no.
Now
I'm
that
not suggesting anything like that.
no,
I'm
no, no.
just
I'm telling
saying
you.
that color
I'm
of
telling
the food
you.
palette is very important.
That's my point. I'm trying, like, now since Niranjan said about the place he ate, the vegetarian food 3 meals a day. I am telling you, okay. Even Tambrams are some of the most stickler on food. Okay, and they won't eat onion,
Yeah.
garlic, and they'll cry. And when they go to another city, they'll go to a temple and eat. They won't eat on the road. They won't eat any other stuff. They'll go to the temple, and the temple food they will eat, because that is
Pure
purely.
pure veg restaurant
Oh,
only.
not that. It's this temple style satvik. It's not even normal style.
Oh,
Yeah, so if you observe their cooking, if you observe a Tambram's cooking, you will see it is not restricted on its food. It is actually quite diverse. So, for example, you will have first it's standard 3 meal, three courses. There will be a dal with rice, then there will be a rasam with rice, and then there will be a dahi with rice. It is, I agree, it's like a lot of rice, right? I agree. But if you observe the actual things that's there in the dal, for example, when they make dal, by the way, the dal doesn't have to always be like the one dal, brown dal that you see. Sometimes it'll be the black bean, small black bean dal.
Yes, all of that is tasty.
With lot of what do you call it, greens. So they'll grind greens and they'll grind it with other dal, like I think tur or moong dal. They'll boil it and they'll grind
urad dal.
Then they will put in that they'll put the black gram dal.
Yes.
So it'll be there are 3 dals in that one meal. Okay. Along with it, they'll put pepper. They will put the curry leaves. They will put coriander. They won't put hing also sometimes, because they don't put hing. They'll put normal the standard stuff that we use. That they will make. Okay, that'll be one meal. Then the rasam. Rasam they will grind dal again. They'll grind. They'll grind tamarind in it. Then they will boil that rasam, the tomatoes. They'll put tomatoes in it. So you get a lot of beta carotene. That also you get. So you get everything is there in it. Then they will provide in dahi. They will provide you the dahi. Again, dahi will be good quality dahi. You know? These days is very bad. The dahi that people eat these days is very bad. But I remember when I was young, dahi will be thick, well fermented dahi. Like you get thick dahi with it's like eating Western curd, but it'll be Indian curd. Flavor will be nicer. So that they will provide. That'll be a 3 meals. Okay. And if you it's a good day, they'll provide you a sweet. Even the sweet will have dal in it.
The sweet does have dal. Yeah.
So they're actually eating a lot of protein. It's not seen as
not visible to you. It's not obvious.
It's not obvious.
But
just to add to the tambram.
In North India, they grind a lot of onions and garlic into the pop-out paste. That is what they do. They put more of that.
Yeah.
Here they don't put that much.
And just to add, if you ever have the chance to come to Andhra and all, or Bangalore, Kannada Brahmins, Telugu Brahmins, I'm from Telugu Brahmin family. That's we have that. So we have chutney, compulsory. Sabzi, stir fry or boil, whatever, compulsory. Charu / sambar, whatever, that compulsory, or pappu. But ideally, you'll mostly have both, right? And the podis, the powder, pickles. So it's like the variety is quite a lot within that one plate, that thali.
Yeah. Yes.
This is not to mention that the chilas, chila, chilka. You North Indians have this thing called chila, like a chapati style, like a dosa equivalent that they fry.
Chilla.
That one. Yeah. So we have a thing called pesra too, but we have variations: urad dal, uttapam, blah blah blah, and that's also there in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and Karnataka's akki roti and other stuff as well. Variations. All this boosts the protein so much, and it's so optimized. It's complete amino acid in just idli chutney should tell you the brains of the operations that's been put into this stuff, right? So of course, my petition over a longer term, I hope would be useful, is you need to rediscover what the old Bengal diet was. And Google does yield some answers, but I would hope that being natives, you'd know. And on that basis, get that slowly. There's also an account on Twitter that I like to plug. That
Yeah, Gaudiya Warriors.
Food, sorry, it's called Savitri Mumukshu.
Okay.
That account is a Bengali auntie / very good historic researcher. And all the known people are all mutuals and all that.
Yeah, she has me blocked on Twitter. So, yeah.
What?
Yeah, weird stuff happens.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'll explain that some other day.
No, my point is that account does show really good food.
And one more important thing, we also have concept of tiffin. So we have a every Tambram will have a tiffin like a dip. So it's not just.
May I raise a few points in front of the crowd that there is?
Let me just finish the last the tiffin, then you can.
Shrayan will give them some reality check. Before that,
no, but let me just mention the tiffin. The tiffin is like it's like a palate cleanser, but has many other things in it. So, for example, in tiffin you will get this thing. What's that? What do you call it, man? Poha.
Bengal tiffin, pauruti or dim.
We get poha, right? Poha.
Yeah.
You will get. They will make. They make poha. Then they make. What do you call it?
Like in Mumbai, there is a concept of dibbawala. You are saying?
No. Tiffin, not tiffin box. Tiffin is a meal. It's a meal that's very small meal that you have between lunch and you have between dinner, and it normally is a very diverse. Every day will be different things. Every day it will be a new style, like a. Well, one day they'll make poha. One day they'll make the chila type thing, but with sweet. Another day they'll make and most of it will be dal. Almost everything there'll be a dal in it. Like literally, South Indians eat dal. People think we don't eat dal. We actually eat dal or dal. Ironically.
Okay, now before
that comes out of this is, I want to say.
Go ahead, Abhay.
I think Bengalis, now that they have a favorable government in power, they should explore their traditional foods and see which foods are good sources for nutrients and which nutrient. You have to do a complete analysis of that. For the time being, whatever we are doing with the midday meal is fine. We need to get the thing done, but for longer perspective, I think Bengalis need to research on what kind of food habits we have from different regions. Like from Medinipur, there is a concept of panta bhat. Now, I'm not saying it's nutritious or not nutritious, but what does it do? Why people eat panta bhat? What do they get from it? Then another thing is, I want to say to Ritvik, I've heard so much about Andhra meals, and there is this rice in the middle of which they make a hole and pour ghee in it, and there is podi, and people say they just love it. So if I ever get a chance to come to Andhra, I would like to have it.
Oh, no. You come to Andhra, I'm going to have you over, man. I promise.
Okay. Now, before Shrayan comes in, I just have two counter arguments. One is regarding this digging up our old diet issue of I think the problem will be that just because it's our ancestors' diet does not mean it's necessarily good. It might as well be horseshit. We don't know if our ancestors were healthy in comparison to the rest of the country or not.
No, very healthy. What do you say? Your ancestors were healthy enough. They traveled. They traveled all over Southeast Asia.
Anand, after you're done, can I go?
That was 2,000 years ago. That was 2,000 years ago, not 500 years ago.
2,000 years. Dude, your ancestors traveled Southeast Asia even during the Mughal times. They were traveling non-stop.
That was with Mughal diets. Mughal, Portuguese, all that food has already come in. They are not having that authentic Bengali diet in 500 years back.
No, I'm sure they are. I'm sorry, it is not true. A lot of people kept their diets. Quite a few people kept their diets.
Tomato, chili, all that stuff by Portuguese was already there in the Bengali diet 500 years back.
That is still authentic. As in authentic means what you are your priorities in your dishes. No, I'm not
Yeah,
the
and see,
exact-
priorities in dishes also depends upon the economy of the area, because that panta bhat example is very good, because it's obviously hot shit, but it's great for a poor person because he doesn't have any other carb or energy source for the entire day. That's why he has that panta bhat, not because it's healthy.
All I said was, I
time.
did
So,
not say that adopt those food habits. Just let me come in. I did not say adopt those food habits blindly. I said there should be a research on it. What
Okay.
is the food palette of Bengal? What is the nutrient palette of Bengal?
Hmm.
What it used to be traditionally? What we can adopt? What do we have to discard? That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay.
Researching on historical
Right.
things doesn't
Right.
mean you blindly adopt those historical
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, because it's like,
That is not my point.
let's say our civilization dies like in the next 2000 years, and somebody 2000 years after that finds a McDonald's burger and they adopt it. That'd be quite
Yeah.
not the right thing to do.
No,
And the other
it's
issue
just
is,
the point we can get some knowledge out of it. That's
The knowledge is very
for
important.
scholarly purposes, it's great.
No. So can I just add to this?
And
There is that popular. Obviously, we need to understand that mass modes of transportation and mass, which probably encouraged mass adoption and so on and so forth. For example, the Punjabification of South Indian / Marwadi / other thing, weddings and food cultures, right?
Yeah.
Paneer butter masala was not a concept before, at least. But
Of course.
I'm an addict for a reason. Okay, so exactly, right? So मैं बोल रहा हूँ, Rajma reaching all the way to the north of India, how? Because British saw it as a summer vacation. They got it from Mexico, blah blah blah. वो सब Rajma and chili comes from there. So my point is this: Kerala getting tapioca and loving it because the rest of it is logic. Coconut trees, climbing, one-time meal, all that stuff. What I'm trying to say is this: because of mass transportation, railways and stuff, the diet traceback is realistically possible. And the key starts from orthodox Bengali survivors who may or may not be living in West Bengal. Or looking at what Assam and Tripura eat. Because there is a high chance that and Odisha, there's a high chance of the intersectionality there. That comes down to the historic traceability point that I was trying to make, because this is an undeniable. Why? And I'm going to be slightly, I want to make a literal lateral point here. Why is it that the best powerlifters are largely from that Scandi area? Or why is it that the best long distance runners are from Ethiopia, Kenya and all? Why is it that Indians excel at cricket, hockey, and technically should be football, but let's not get into that rabbit hole, and these sort of sports and so on and so forth? It's because, and why is it that Pahadi people / Sherpas are far better, not just in cold weathers, but in the hilly regions compared to all of us, oxygen management problems, like these sort of things? It's because genetically we've evolved over time for particular geographies and particular realities. Right? On that basis, hence, the diets are also to where you've lived and so on and so forth. For some point, obviously, when in the post-Pala period and all that, if you have not been a landowner because the Sultanate has taken it a few men, etc., fish was probably the best way to get it. Potato is most likely considered to be upper class food for the longest time. Cafe, for example, using another example, cafes in England were actually originally for hot chocolate, not for not for coffee or tea. Cafes started because hot chocolate became a thing amongst the Victorian elite. My point is the potato, tomato, this habit must have come through the so-called BBKs of those times. And as a result, the diet traceback is a realistic research point that I do think that you're genetically naturally geared for. And what will be the proof in the pudding, so to speak, is the gut bacteria of your tummy naturally loving the food. Like,
Rutvik, I have two questions for you in this particular context. How long does it take for the body to acclimatize with new food? Because the food that we must be having ideally for health reasons, because it's our authentic food, and now won't that change in the last 500 years? Isn't our authentic food now something else?
Yes and no, right? So I'll tell you why. Because I don't know how the admixture is the answer is we do not know admixtures in current Bengalis. how much of Arab / Myanmar or this other stuff is in you, we don't know. Taking that aside, that how that influences the mother, the mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, and the Papaka Gotram lineage. It's still the fact that for some reason, and I can't really, it's just a pattern I've observed, is that you are definitely likely geared to wanting to have the native diet still to you, especially if you're largely if you're 70+% of a thing, you're good. But that being said, Punjabis and Haryanvis got that milk ka gene.
Yeah,
it's not from the British. It's from not even from the recent Islamic invaders. It's from, they say, Aryan steppe pastoralists, that bullshit, right?
Okay.
But it could just be a product of being Ladakhi / mountain and drinking goat milk, yak milk, or whatever that is called.
Right. Iranian flux. Iranians had Iranian cowherds had lot of they had that gene.
Right.
But Iranian cowherds can easily be one of those gurus, the Bruhaspati or whoever the guru of the Asuras was, running away and going to that area. So that part is what.
Rutvik, my other concern with this argument of yours is that when you were bringing in examples of Ethiopia, Norway, and or even Paharis, notice that these three examples are about people who are pretty much geographically segregated, and therefore there's not much cultural mixture with anybody else for centuries in these places. Whereas Bengal is so fertile, half of Bengalis are not Bengalis 300 years back. So who is that authentic Bengali food, and who is it for? Who is that Bengali today?
The biome naturally isolates you. You understand his point. His point is the biome of Bengal naturally geographically isolates you. It may bring people in, but it isolates the people in that region. They don't want to leave. So over time, they start developing certain genetic patterns that are suitable for that
consumption patterns. Yes.
Yes. So you have to understand that's another big thing. Lot of very highly fertile regions have a certain genetic pattern that's indistinguishable from the places around it.
I did not bring in Bengal's fertility for that purpose. I said that since it's so fertile, therefore we'll have forever people coming in. So upper caste Bengalis genetically are somebody else. ST Bengalis are somebody else completely, and middle caste and lower caste Bengalis are some different people.
I don't think so.
Not necessarily.
I think I'll tell you why. Sorry. See, can I just address this point?
Yes, please. Yes.
Elites generally have higher economic buying power, so they can afford. This has happened even in Europe, by the way. They can afford imports much more easily than poorer people. There's a reason why the elites are eating things like potato, tomato, things that are not traditionally local, because they can afford importing it. The prohibited costs, right? And over time, if it becomes a sign of cultural superiority, other people also aspire to eat it, not just because it is difficult to import. So when the economic system changes and it's easier to start importing, then every society, group of society wants to aspire to that. That doesn't mean the elites originally didn't eat fish. You understand? We're making the mistake that the local fertile region didn't provide food for the elites. No, like I talked about that thing, that rice and then superior value added. People normally go from what they can afford on a normal basis to the value added. So my point is, if you want the locals to eat a better quality food, you add the value add to a particular thing. So, for example, there could be old Bengali vegetables. Like, for example, a lot of the food that South Indians eat is based on vegetables that can be easily grown here. They don't import much of the vegetables. The vegetables are grown here. So if you observe what kind of traditional vegetables Bengal used to grow in the farming areas before it started growing a lot of potatoes and other rice and everything, because rice is not a local, it's an import from Southeast Asia. Again, the Indian subcontinent didn't have rice for a long time. Rice got imported from Southeast Asia and started growing it here, right? So that is what you look for. What traditional vegetables used to grow in that area.
Depends on the variety of rice.
Rice is a wild grass in South Asia, which they cultivated.
Anand,
and then it migrated
do you
towards
know
India.
that archaeologists have found rice samples in Bhimbetka from 11,000 years back, right?
Yeah, no, my point.
I agree. I'm not saying it is recent. I'm saying it's a long time back it came.
How rice came, I'm not totally sure about it. Whether it came from the sapling flowed in the water and got itself planted and whatnot, I'm not totally sure about that. But to just further what Anand was saying, my STs and Upadhyas are different. Yeah, see, no, this again, there is arguments are slightly more complex than that, which I guess is maybe not prudent for this debate, but it's fair to, yeah, it's I refuse to take that, and I will explain late. We can explain another time. But regarding the diet problem, Niranjan Dada, just is your question clarified with what Anand said? Do you want me to sort of further elaborate what I'm trying to say?
No, not fully, because I want to frame my question more precisely.
Oh, please take it. Yeah, please go for it. Yeah.
So you all are mainly arguing for finding out which vegetables used to be grown in Bengal, not which used to be necessarily being eaten by Bengalis, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're talking about the land here.
What was traditionally grown in Bengal? What was traditionally fished or whatever from Bengal? That part we know. But what was traditionally grown in Bengal and what the crop cycle used to be before indigo,
right.
and opium. Opium was the Queen Victoria became the best drug dealer in the planet because of partly because of Bengal and
then you will know what kind of crops suit that particular biome for people to eat. Literally, you will know.
So then, therefore, my question today is that whatever vegetables was being grown back then was probably therefore that will probably work best for an ST today, not for any other Bengali.
No.
Because they're all outsiders. Why not? Yeah.
No.
That might be true in the past. Now you don't have that issue anymore. It's not difficult to get. If you grow the crops, the people will most likely be able to afford it, even if it's.
And it's not
really expensive crops will be difficult to afford.
I must sort of say that it's not just the ST ka profile, right? And BBK is being necessarily from Kannauj, UP. I don't know if that's a joke or real, but I'll take it as a joke. But it's because
no, that's real. That's real.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
What?
At least a huge chunk of Brahmins, at least Brahmin Bengalis and Kayastha Bengalis, are from Kannauj, UP. Rabindranath himself, his family is from UP 250 years back.
Okay.
300 years from 300 years back.
That gets me to an interesting
point. And therefore, it's not just about economy, right? Not only are they upper caste, they are also from a different region. So their body is not suited for Bengal's vegetables.
No. Okay, so let's.
My oldest traced ancestor is from Kashi.
So, oh really?
Yeah, I am that category of elite.
So you're inherited dharmi. This is amazing, man. You're satisfying your ancestors already, bro.
Yeah, but you know,
I want to bring up certain figures.
No, wait. I want Rutvik to answer this. Rutvik, so what am I getting wrong with the idea that since since Shroin is a Boiragato, why should Bengal's vegetables suit his body?
The caste is inseparable. Let me sort of try to take it at one go.
About biome, not about the caste.
No. The biome is, first of all, to get to Anand's point. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me unmuckle up in my head. Okay, first. Caste Varna migration was quite common. People would also fake being Brahmin just to get into this one. First variable there only. Second thing, or inter-Varna migration was a thing. That's undeniable. Second thing, what was the differentiating of a factor of the first major or the major last Hindu Pala Empire, which is the last Bengali Hindu Empire, correct me if I'm wrong, versus the Sultanate and the others that came afterwards. So in that sense, because it's so, Sundarbans is so backwatery, mangroves, etc., that part is practically geographically off limits. Only fishermen communities perhaps may have lived there. So parts of Bengal we are considering to be that is not geographically off limits is upper Hooghly, upper Ganga only, which is more towards Bihar.
And after 1200, 1300 ADs.
Yes, and bits of the easternmost side of Kalinga. And the in the north and towards the west, say of that is Kamarupa, Ahomka, west side basically, right? So these are all still for the time anyways, geographically isolated regions in a sense, because river crossings was not a straightforward process for a normal person. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, but if all I'm asking is how does the authentic Bengali vegetable, which is very suited for an ST because he has forever been here, how does that suit Shroyan's body today?
My premise is that it's not even specifically suited just to ST. It's suited to ST, SC, and whoever has migrated, because the genetic I mean, basically, it's being that the biome is still remembers that this whatever local vegetable
Yeah, of
and
course.
the local crops may not necessarily even be from Bengal, because, for example,
Right.
You guys have done this with aloo. Aloo has replaced what was the original, which was the sweet potato and the yam.
Yeah.
In truth, that's what's happened. Chili has substituted क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Pepper.
Pepper.
It means that the biome is still well adjusted to the 90-80% of the components in the thing. It's just that once you go back to the traditional diet, the cooking process, the other parameters and mechanical processing, supply chains, etc., all these variables will change, and as a result, you are going back to something that is more perhaps natural for you. Is one of the things I wanted to say.
Is Shoyan today better off eating food from Kashi or food from Bengal? Or authentic food from Kashi or authentic food from Bengal? That's what I'm wondering.
He's in the Gangetic plain extends all the way, so he's good eating that regardless. Bengal, Upper Bengal, and Kashi as well.
I am omnipotent.
I cannot eat and yet physical all the time.
Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
I disagree with this. I'll tell you why. So, for example, traditionally, the claim is that South Indian Brahmins are descendants from Brahmins from UP. Okay, it's ridiculous
bullshit.
I'm just saying, let's assume that is true. Then my food my stomach should be suitable to eating stuff from North India. It's not. I'm more suitable to eating stuff in my local biome. But what is there grown in South India is more like palatable. I have difficulty eating North Indian food. It's very difficult. Like, it doesn't suit my stomach, right? So I think it's, while it is maybe true for a short period of time. So if you migrated maybe 100 years ago, then it's possible that your body is suited to your food from your original place. But I think by now the local Bengali BBKs have adapted so much to that particular biome.
Okay, great. I was thinking that the adaptation might have happened, right? Then I'm wondering, then 200 years later, isn't KFC and McDonald's our natural basic diet then?
No,
and
not artificial preservatives and other stuff in it. It's chemicals.
I was joking with KFC. Let's say any new dish today. Let's say biryani and stuff.
Okay, no. Biryani is again, it's a different matter here. There was always a version of locked in, hot potted, coal burning, whatever biryani everywhere. Meat mixed with rice / vegetables mixed with rice in that particular slow cooking everywhere across India and the subcontinent. That was a reality because it was one of the most efficient ways that a warrior or a function, marriage or celebration, etc., all this stuff can eat. First thing, it's the mechanics of what makes the biryani. The biryani is why that some of these the tools that make the thing are kind of the building blocks. Sorry, not the tools. The building blocks are very similar.
Okay, now to end the discussion, because I'll cut out this part and upload it separately so that chopped off portion about the food discussion itself cannot be 3 hours. Okay, Anand, finish your point, then we'll go to Stroyan and then close it up.
Biryani could have come from Central Asia to us. Rice went this direction. It's not possible. Oh, rice goes this direction, but the biryani comes that direction. Like no. What happened was rice went this direction, but it was cooked in different ways along the path based on what is available to season the rice.
So you are saying Mughals didn't bring architecture, biryani and gardens to India?
Mughals did not bring biryani to India. The maximum what the Mughal did was, I want this ingredient in my biryani cooked. This will get pot to a biryani, put these ingredients, I like this flavor. The chef is like, okay, I'll use the biryani style. The method I have, the dumb style. I will make the food you want. And the Mughal is like, oh, it's my name. Put my name on it. And we stamped on it. Like, oh, biryani became his now. What nonsense. I mean, ये bullshit the lefties push करते रहते हैं हम पर, and we just buy it hook line and sinker. और क्यों बिरयानी क्यों नहीं है सेंट्रल एशिया में? वहाँ क्यों बनाते हैं ये बिरयानी बनाते
हैं? AIM said this perfectly. Like if you go to Central Asia and all these places, they put dates and क्या कुछ नहीं. They put jack shit in that thing, man.
they बिरयानी भी नहीं बोलते.
Yes, only where subsidies can be grown.
They call it pilaf. They don't even call it biryani.
Nah. They call it pilaf rice. That's what they call it.
So are you saying that the beautiful cold desert of Fargana Valley does not grow enough vegetables to make biryani? Are you saying that? Really?
They don't have spices, vegetables. They have only fruits. They have some herbs. Everything else they get from other places. Why do you think they're a plundering society? They don't have anything. Like, basic logic hai bhai.
Yeah, it's because they're from a desert, bro. They want to go get places that has resources. Simple.
Yeah.
Sorry, Shah.
Okay, so the closing arguments on protein and Syama Prasad Mookherjee.
Yes. Now, putting aside all the discussion on biomes, some hard facts to actually spill some milk on your food pond that was discussed. I am very much into it, trust me. I would like to spend some amount of my time researching on food and traditional cuisines. But the midday meal budget in Tamil Nadu is 2,650 crores. The number of beneficiaries in the midday meal in Tamil Nadu is 5.3 million, which is 0.53 crores. The midday meal budget in Andhra Pradesh is 2,100 crores. The number of beneficiaries is 3.5 million, which is 0.35 crores. The midday meal budget in West Bengal is 1,100 crores, and number of beneficiaries is 1.16 crores. Do you know the only South Indian state which has a midday meal budget of 410 crores? It is Kerala. Do you know the South Indian state which has the highest protein deficiency? It is Kerala. Do you know what is common between Kerala and Bengal? What? It is communism.
But
Yes.
Kerala eats a lot of beef. They should get a lot of protein, no? They were heavy beef
Well,
eaters.
turns
Why
out
are
they
they not
don't.
getting that
Well,
protein?
turns out whatever we had anticipating about Bengal has actually taken place in Kerala, where people are so fucking poor they cannot afford those animal proteins. And even in Karnataka, sorry, please check it out. The midday meal budget is 1,500 crores, which is substantially more than in Bengal. And once again, the generic population of Karnataka is not so poor that they will have to be reliant on that one subsidized midday meal for their daily protein intake. So, like, let's ground our arguments on some real numbers. I do not disagree that a lot of our local cuisines have very good values. I do agree that panta bhat is a great source of carbs and it gives you probiotics. It is great for digestion in summers and blah, 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 blah. I agree with all that. I myself have it. The point is once again a trade-off between cost and the number of beneficiaries. So once again, I am saying, and once again, anytime a local biome is discussed, by the local biome of Bengali cuisine had fucking fish in it. You have completely taken it out of the conversation because it's gone. So if any of these Saudis can, the Southeast, not the Saudis, can come and Shubhendu Adhikari give, well, hand over the entire tender to Ramakrishna Mission or somebody who gives you good animal protein or whatever, please do. ISKCON तो मैं convince करवाने से रहा कि भाई तुम eggs देना शुरू कर दो. That is not happening. Now, with these numbers, if you can actually reach the break even of the bare minimum protein requirements, please do. I have no interest in feeding chicken and fish to anybody. If anything, I want them to consume it less so that I can consume it more. I have absolutely no incentives in it. In fact, I actually do believe that if you are going to procure whey protein in bulk, it will become a bit more costly for us who are from the, let's say, well-off part of things, because they would eventually have to balance it somehow. So if they are procuring it in bulk for the poor people as government, they will have to increase the taxes for us and it will become a luxury item. I agree with that. But then what is the solution? And once again, none of these 1,000 states had the effects of human engineered famines. So being an engineer, I have done the most obvious thing that comes to me. We are always on a severe crisis of resources and we have to make do with things. That is what I've extrapolated and applied on the diet scheme of Bengal as well.
Yeah, and most of our agricultural land is lost to that fake country.
Yes.
That half of Bengal is there. It exists
So yeah,
today there.
I mean, I am very much in favor of it. You support local buyers. मेरे कौन सा वो बंदा था जो बंगाल में रह के fish नहीं खाता था daily diet में? सब खाते थे. I'd even go on to say, please go and check out fucking Charak Samhita, where they are saying the animals that are consumables or eatables.
So, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lineage of Vaishnavas didn't used to, right? Or did they take it up later on?
No, they did not used to, but then the entire culture of Vaishnavism came only in the 16th century. No?
Yeah, vegetarianism is not a Vedic concept.
Modern,
with Jain and other stuff.
Buddhism and Jainism, bro.
No,
so now,
Buddhism
what
is
were these?
Hold on, we don't want to discuss too much. vegetarians, the value proposition was we don't need to kill animals to get our needs. That's what they said,
Yes,
right?
I agree. And
You
I'll
can
put
prove,
something.
hold on. You can prove to the vegetarian that unfortunately you're not getting what you need from the food that you're eating, just the vegetarian food that you're eating. Then they have to agree to the fact that your dharma requires you to start eating protein as well again from meat. The point, that's my point. So you're for example saying that the current population in Bengal is having a severe nutrition crisis. So what you say is,
If I may complete, I have few points in mind. I'll just forget it, if I may, because I've been sitting for a long time actually thinking those things over. Now, once again, if you look at the ancient society of India prior to independence, when there was, let's say, a colonial ruler or Mughals, well, you had your sections of society sorted to an extent. Why do you think is the caste concretization not an offshoot of certain? The Kshatriyas came from a particular lineage who were always supposed to be Kshatriyas, and they followed a particular premise of diet. Here in a democracy, your police constables are also coming from the same population who are midday meal beneficiaries. Your thinkers are also coming from there. Everyone is coming from there. How are you now going to see? Do you have a Doraemon's time machine with which you are going to travel to future and find out? Inka to fix karna padega, iska nahi bhi kare to chalega. This is the common mass from which everyone is going to come out. So how do you go about fixing it? Kinka sahi karna padega, kinka nahi karna padega? You cannot do that. Secondly, you just look at the numbers. 2,605 crores is 2.5 times our budget, and their beneficiaries are half of ours. So technically, it is 5 times the budget for every single individual or beneficiary. Tamil Nadu's budget for per child is 5 times that of what is being allocated in Bengal. Now, if you can convince Shopon Dasgupta to increase the budget 5 times, I have no problem. Feed them, as I said, avocado salad with eggs. Who cares? I am very happy for them. They'll be blessing me for bringing it into the discourse, and I'll have lots of punya. I might be born
I don't
as next
think-
Mahaprabhu.
I don't think anybody and everybody who was a Vaishnavite in Bengal, they stopped eating non-veg because I think it was only the monks specifically, because my family is Vaishnav,
Yes.
and I've never heard anybody is vegetarian in my ancestry.
For instance, let's take the glaring examples of Sri Aurobindo. He became a devout Vaishnava, but he was also into all those things. Who were the people who were running Anushilan Samiti?
They were non-veg. I don't see them being. I don't see vegetarians at all.
No, they were Shaktas themselves. That's why.
You cannot actually in today's democracy, you cannot actually segregate the people who need to be at a higher consumption of protein and who need to be at a lower consumption of protein. भाई तुम्हारा तो कब पुलिस कांस्टेबल का रिक्रूटमेंट फॉर्म निकलेगा तुमको आज तक पता नहीं था. How would you have figured those things out? You could not have. So you cannot be basically doing a open bias between certain people. Na? Why do you think it is कि हमारे यहाँ से इतने अच्छे athletes नहीं आते? There is a certain age in which the correct amount of nutrition should reach your body for you to become an athlete. तुम 12 साल, तुम 18 साल की उम्र में अब तुमने डिसाइड किया अब खेलना है, and that is when you start eating chicken or whatever protein or whey protein that is being supplied to you by your sponsors. वहाँ पे नहीं बनता आपका physique.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree. You can say very especially an issue for Bengal. I can say agree, but it's not a generic statement that if you don't eat meat, you cannot be an athlete.
I do agree that the eating culture of southern states is much better than ours. I'd be very open about it.
And my point is, I get that. So I got all your points. My point is that let's take all this as a premise, right? But the state still can't be too nanny about it. It can recommend certain things and provide a basic meal for the person to say, okay, this is what a balanced meal is like. But what we are proposing is being too nanny. Or like, we are you poor things. We will definitely help you in every single way. That is, we want less state intervention. We are providing more state. We're like, no, we will tell you exactly how to eat everything. And they need to make the decision.
I'll tell you, the problem is we are proposing whatever would be least problematic to them and most acceptable, because that is the part we can play. In Bengal, this conversation is not so huge. The mass audience who are a part of this conversation are fucking commies whose only point is vegetarianism impose kar raha hai. It is not about protein requirement or any such thing. आज हमारे channel पे अगर let's say 10 million subscribers होते, we would have invited the finance minister or the school minister and said, भाई आपके जवाब मेरे सवाल अब होगी क्रांति अब होगा बवाल जवाब दीजिए हमारे सवालों का. We unfortunately cannot do that with what we have in hand right now. तो हम जितना पुश कर सकते हम तो उतना करना.
Let me be honest. I won't. Honestly, I'll tell you, I want them to cancel the midday meals in India, in South India. South Indian midday meals are over, like not required anymore.
South India is rich enough.
They're rich enough. This is the budget, and even for the poor people make good decisions on their eating habits. I'm sorry, there's only to be told what to eat. This has just become like the parent is like, I don't need to cook. I don't need to cook for my kid. The kid will eat or something at home. That's what
my point. My entire premise is, in that case, you surely do not need to supply midday meals to all of the 1.13 crore children. Then you drop a portion of it in the similar fashions that you have actually followed for Annapurna Yojana and all these, and then the absolute people who are in the deficiency of things, you give it to them. Otherwise, it is just wastage of lot of money for optics. तुम्हारा कोई भी purpose solve नहीं हो रहा, but तुम optics के लिए पैसे खर्च किए जा रहे हो. उससे अच्छा तो ना ही करो. उससे अच्छा you redirect it to the economy and they can buy their own protein and have it however they want.
Because
go ahead, Ritwik.
They have proven that they will make good decisions. When they're given a choice, and they give the reasonable amount of monetary benefits, like you're able to buy stuff freely without any problems. I've proven to be buying good stuff. The problem is in city. Ironically, it's elites who make the bad decisions. It's the normal people who make good decisions. Like we need to eat all unhealthy shit, processed shit.
Why is it? Just last one. Why is it that you will see in Bengal every second lane has a sweet shop, but none of them sell you whole foods? Because some things are easier to advertise and become acclimatized to. And
no, also culture is framed. No, culture is framed of this place of sweets, really tasty sweets. Come and eat sweets. So you like literally want to rise to that label. That this is the
Cadbury Dairy Milk Shubh Celebration Sweet Subhav Sir, whatever that shit. Yeah. Sorry, Shreya.
Yeah, go ahead, Ritwik.
It's the question for you actually, and Dada. What is the spare money that's been created after all the clearances that's been going on around the railway stations, and the dearth on the free resources have been done after the SIR process? That's my first question. How much is the money? How much money is being made available from there? So let's take that as a big pot of money.
Wait, repeat the question. What do you mean with the hawkers removal?
Yeah, not just hawkers. Or post SIR, there's a lot of money that is freed up per the claim because of the fact that all the illegals are in a particular dead zone and they're not availing benefits.
Oh, that kind of money, right? Okay.
Yes, that money. How much of that money is freed up? Because that was, I'm assuming, white money. The state budget used to go for 60% of the minorities before.
Yeah.
My assumption is that was definitely part of that consideration. That's my first question. My second question is this. Since we have a budgetary constraint, we understand that. And we know that around 40 to 60% ideally of the 10 rupee per plate budget has to be spent on protein and vitamin, let's say, or protein purely, whatever. Using that metric alone, whatever is in supply should be the first, whatever is the stopgap solution we go for. But then the bit after that should come from obviously non-veg can't solve it because it's not allowed, and ideally my preference again is have a non-veg caterer as well. But the stopgap, once you go past the stopgap solution, the government, this is where I will say this, the government doing iodine in iodized salt back in the 50s or whenever it was, has saved a lot of people. So all said and done, it can't be pure nanny behavior sometimes is required for these kind of situations, especially you have 80 IQ population that you produce yourself, right? So my question is this: the government guarantee step in, right? So that part is where CSK advocacy will come in. So my question is, the second question to you is this: can you make or is it possible at all to know, according to the surplus grains and other surplus protein that is available in the market today, is it possible to then get a 5 रुपए per gram kind of metric, or sorry, kitna cost per gram metric to satisfy the 5 rupees wholesale ka thing? That's my mathematical question. Sorry,
I mentioned a few points.
The question you are asking, it's the basic Indian bottleneck of not having enough data. Simply, we do not know. We can never know. And even if we ask the government for this data, the government will ask DMs to pick up that data, and that will be administrative data, which can't be taken seriously in India.
Okay,
they will have some incentive structure, some bullshit incentive somewhere to provide fake data. that okay, this is the, let's say, okay, 5 Bangladeshis have gone away, therefore we saved 20 bags of rice. He will probably write 10 bags of rice because he's going to sell the 10 bags of other 10 bags on his own.
Okay, so the illegal, okay, that's fair enough. The black.
Yeah, so we'll need to invite McKinsey for this fucking data.
McKinsey is going to need the money. No
Now,
point.
if I may make a point, as I
Yeah.
showed you the calculations of 10 rupees per plate per plate for each child, and for 220 working days, what is the cost? As I said, it is somewhere around 2,500 crore. That is clearly not the allotted amount, right? So what they have actually done is, according to my estimates, they have taken the percentage of attendance based on the previous midday meal schemes attendance rates, and that is how they have come up with the rough estimates. Because if you multiply it with the previous year's schemes around 0.69, which was the attendance of 69% approximately, that is how they come to this figure. And I'll tell you, even in that, every child's plate is not worth 10 rupees. यहाँ से बहुत कुछ निकलेगा भी. यहाँ से you're subsidizing rupees 1,000 for all of the people who are cooking this food. वो भी निकल रहा है. Now, obviously, that number is not as huge as the entire beneficiary base itself, but that is all going. And the clear-cut division is 60% that the center will be providing for the grains. मतलब 60% or 1150 crores. That is for the food items. बाकी apparently सब कुछ 40% का logistics के ऊपर है. तो उस हिसाब से everything that is giving you the necessary protein amount, irrespective of it being vegetarian or non-vegetarian, is far overboard. So our first premise would be to convince that if you're actually going to spend the money, and if you're going to spend the amount of money in terms of increments, it will actually get you a major job done. Compared to being a show just for optics, कि last year तो last government ने 306 करोड़ खर्च किए, तो ये मिलने वाला नहीं है. How do you know 306 करोड़ क्यों खर्च हुए? Was it that the people were not interested in taking the food, or was it that the food was not worth taking, इसलिए they backed out?
Or the third option, that because of a lot of people in these sort of socio-economic situations, they most likely come from either abused homes or single parent households, or the dad being a lout and drunk and ityadi.
Yes, and
that
there are
and all
several
also
other
the major
things.
non-linear.
Right. Look, I have obviously not mentioned everything in this particular podcast because some things are exclusive and those are a bit far-fetched, but I can actually justify it in front of the authorities that be. But you can do several things. For example, whey protein procurement or manufacturing is not for Bengal because we do not have such supplies of milk. But probably start an alternative yeast protein manufacturing business in Bengal because we have all the requirements for it. We have the necessary climate, we have sufficient coal in West Bengal. Just say you can actually put up those and fuel those reactors, and you can set up an yeast protein plant. Technically, fish protein powder is something that is available, which is good because it provides you with necessary amounts of calcium from fish bones. It provides you with collagen. But तुम्हारा तो fish सात्विक ही का, तुम्हारा तो fish राजसिक भी नहीं, तामसिक हो गया है. So you are not going to get it inside. So what I'm saying is, if you want to diversify, actually, it is not that in 1 crore बच्चों को ही चाहिए protein. Everyone needs it. Everybody in this goddamn state is protein deficient. So if you're going to subsidize, or if you're going to set up alternative chains for protein procurement or protein powder procurement, you diversify resources. Some of it will be as per your logistics convincibility. Whatever would be convincing for you in terms of logistics.
Yeah,
So
I'll try on.
Sorry, just a quick, just a
Okay.
1%. Which
Yeah.
what I meant was, I don't know if I came off as misunderstood or not. Which is
No.
the attendance statistics may go up.
That's exactly what I'm telling
So it's
you.
even worse. I recognize the problem. It's quite.
Yes.
You're probably realistically working with maybe 3 rupees of the budget, not even.
Yes, I clearly showed you the math. Now
The numbers are damning. I agree with you.
1.16 crore beneficiaries, 10 rupee per plate, and around 220 working days. What is the figure coming out to be, and what is the figure that I've allotted?
Yeah.
Swan, 2 more questions for you. 2 more issues that you'll have to let's say address before you make the final presentation. One is that a bunch of government schools had closed down in these last 15 years, which will now reopen first and foremost.
Yeah.
And secondly, there is huge propaganda and misinformation surrounding protein powders in the first place. A lot of Indians, and especially patriot nationalist Indians, believe that protein powder is a Western style propaganda, etc. It's capitalism, Americans telling us to eat protein powder, etc. Our ancestor Shivaji never ate protein powder. How did he survive, etc. So we might run into that in Shrapan sir's office, because who knows, Shrapan sir maybe believes in that himself. So we will have to have counter arguments for that as well.
Is a Western import. He didn't make protein
Yeah,
powder.
we'll call you. Yeah, if he calls it Western cell capitalism, we'll call him Western cell capitalism as well.
I'm not, I don't want to say that it's a Western.
I'm not against protein powder. Hold on. It's against the dog thing all over again. I'm not against protein powder. I'm saying just because it's Western capitalism, it is not good. Like people should have it. I'm just saying it is technically Western. They're the ones who did package it and are selling it all over the freaking place. Like even 10 years ago, no one even thought about protein powder. It is like
10 years ago, Indians were healthier than today. Is that your argument? 10 years ago, Indians were stronger than they are today. 10 years ago, Indians were fitter than they are today.
Definitely. People are more fat now.
That's for a different reason, Anand. You may be factually right, but that's for a different reason. 10 years ago, they didn't have so much obesity causing fast food. That's why they were healthier. They were not stronger.
I was reading this, okay. Midday meal scheme. This is 1982. 1980, this is when CARE came to India. You know what they were giving for midday meals?
Yeah.
Corn soya meal, vegetable oils, Bulgar wheat. They were putting that in the midday meals here.
Yeah.
This is 1982. Okay.
Yeah.
They were pushing this. They were pushing all kinds of weird. And who they were pushing it to? Travel girls. You understand? I know that a lot of things in the West are very healthy. Like for example, chia seeds. All stuff coming from the West. You can eat that stuff. But the point is, they push a lot of nonsense shit on us as well.
Of course.
All this processed nonsense is coming from the West only. Where everything is processed. I can't get.
Yeah.
What would I eat? Even the noodles we used to eat. I'm telling you, when I was young, noodles. The quality of the roadside noodles was so much better than the roadside noodles these days. The same unhealthy noodles. When I ate here, so much taste, so much nicer. And the noodles we eat right now on the roadside is much worse. Like we have to understand this is being important to us. It's exported to poor countries because like, हमें अच्छा खाना खा रहे हैं, इनको खराब खाना दे दो. This is the reality. So that we have to be alert for. I'm sorry, we have to be alert for.
Yeah, go ahead, Rutvik.
No, I was just one thing. Why are we on about powder Whey instead of liquid? Is it just purely a volume, mass, transport
storage issue?
Storage. Sorry. Yeah, storage
liquid,
issue.
How do you store liquid Whey? Anywhere.
If you Rutvik, are you used to? Are you used to having protein shakes and stuff, protein powder, water and stuff?
No, I've never had
okay, if you stir it,
protein powder, I got food poisoning. Never again.
First of all, you have to stir it really well for a while.
Yeah.
And in 5 minutes, it will all become thick and solid at the bottom. Yeah.
No, that's not the only thing.
It felt like I had SpongeBob going into my tummy and it's sucking my intestines out.
That might be for two other reasons. See, first of all, no, people usually expect some taste out of protein powder and then they feel a sort of subconscious surprise that it tastes like just chalk powder. And secondly,
flavored protein.
Oh, even in flavored protein. And did you put too much or did you put 30-40 grams?
It was whatever that 30-40 gram thing it was.
Right. And you had a measurement spoon, right?
The spoon, yeah, it's because my gym bro
you saw 30 grams confirmed in the spoon.
Generally one scoop is 37 grams. All right.
Yeah.
Now the problem with liquid Whey is it will simply get rotten. You cannot preserve it in the liquid form. In fact, if you actually take whey protein, it's an off-putting point. But if you take whey protein and you do not wash your container every day, it gives a very bad smell.
Oh,
because you cannot preserve it if it is not in a powdered form. So that will have logistics overhead and storage overheads, which will be huge. उसमें ही आपका पूरा बजट का 2 गुना निकल जाएगा.
मुझे वहाँ पे I get the budget का थोड़ा सा problem है. But if since Akshay Kalpa is the kind of contractor in question here.
In fact, I have suggested, that's what I had suggested. Since Akshay Patra has all these tabelas, stables, they actually have those...
Sorry, Akshay Kalpa is a different company.
Yeah, that's fine. They actually have all those cow sheds where they procure their own paneers and stuff from. So that's what I'm saying. The whey part and the paneer part are two complementary parts of the same raw product. जो पार्ट पनीर में निकल जाता है, that is not the whey जो बच जाता है वो है. So if you can set up small, let's say a very small scale factory जहाँ पे you can refine it, do it. But then I don't think they're going to go about doing it. So and obviously that will only increase.
I beg to differ here and I'll tell you why. Akshay Patra's distribution network in these Hyderabad, etc. places, Bangalore and so on, they have these plants and they kind of set it up quite fast. So my point is that Akshay Patra, it's in their financial / proselytization interest to set up that plant across different parts of West Bengal.
And hopefully if it becomes a bigger conversation that everybody asks for protein-rich vegetarian diets from Akshay Patra, then they would have to, and they could cater to more people.
The whole point of Akshay Patra, how they upgraded, was around the late 2000s and the early 2010s more so. The concept of Satvik restaurant in Bangalore came up in one area, and the ISKCON started giving cakes and all these let's pet the kids, because McDonald's and this sort of Pizza Huts became even more popular and all that. So my point is that they are capable of adapting to cater to mass marketing taste.
I see. Great.
And it's on ground evolution. Anybody who can see the proof, okay?
I mean, so they are somewhat flexible, you are saying?
Yes, they are flexible.
They're so flexible. They're so flexible. They never used to worship any god but Krishna. Now they're doing Devi worship, this worship, that worship. They're flexible.
If they can, I would love to have Krishna conscious way for the rest of my life. I am more than happy with it. I have absolutely no problem with it. Hare Krishna. In fact, everyone would salute them by saying Hare Krishna. I have no problems with it. Now, the other thing that remains to be seen is if out of all people, Dr. Shobhan Das Gupta says this ki ye to bhai kharab cheez hai.
Protein powder is Western. Fuck off.
हाँ, वो तो तुम्हारा डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक भी वेस्टर्न कॉन्सेप्ट ही था. अब तुम उसके चक्कर में रिजर्वेशन बढ़ा ही जा रहे हो.
How is the Democratic Republic Western?
This is the
Janapadas.
Colonial mentality.
But you guys, CSK represents a good faith negotiation platform.
With colonial mentality, right? Democratic Republic.
You can
Exactly. So now, if you are suggesting that we should read Dharma Shastras to find out कि हमारे में कितना democracy था, why not go out and read Vivekananda, who said we should actually start consuming meat? Why not go out reading Charak Samhita, who said
I'm just talking about.
My point is the point. You're not getting the point. My point is less government interference. I don't want the government to interfere whether forcing vegetarianism or non-vegetarianism. I don't either.
I guess see, we all agree on it, but for the purposes of the meeting,
Whey is the most superior version of protein that is available in the market.
Why should it be the most superior protein? Why?
I don't
Let them decide. It's a cost-benefit analysis. Some people may say, my personal beliefs require me to eat little less standard protein, but I don't eat meat. Some people I want the best quality protein, I don't eating meat. That's the person who will decide. That's my point.
I'll tell you why. Because we have limited budget, and for the simple reason that if you are going to give them the options, then you will run into a cost benefit analysis problem. Because if you are going to diversify, तुम एक के लिए जो पैसा लगाओगे, you cannot completely invest in procuring it the other in the quantities you require. You do that analysis whereby you are going to combine two of the sources, and you will run into a huge logistics problem.
No, how is it a problem? How is it a problem?
I'll tell you how is it a problem. You go 2 hours prior to where we are in this podcast right now and check it out. You will find out how it is a problem.
Shayan.
And I'm not evading the question, genuinely.
It is just large companies provide veg and non-veg both to their in their canteens. Why they have
large company has money budget. No, they don't have budget.
I'm saying you bring it down. The problem is you're assuming they provide everything for everyone.
This is your first world problem, whereby every midday meal serving has 5 times the budget of that it has in Bengal. And you see the logistics in Bengal is not that sorted. Trust me.
My point is you're throwing out the good for the best. My point is
what I'm saying
No, we are already providing the good. Akshay Patra is already good.
Yes. They are good. They're much better than what we used to have. What I'm saying is, if you roll it out now, you have to opt for what is the most beneficial in terms of cost. Within a span of 2 to 3 or 5 years, when you will have rapid industrialization, people can afford those things themselves. Then we might as well go and scrap
in terms of for the relevant part of the conversation, because my question was very specific. I'm so sorry that we digress, but my question was ultra specific to the conversational dynamics that CSK will have with the powers that be. I don't know how it works. We don't know if we can bring up contract, ityadi, blah, 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 blah. because there's the big gap here. All I guess we are trying to say here is that we know that Akshay Patra has a hygiene standard that if they're the designated deliverer of this in West Bengal, they will have to have some on-ground infrastructure, including those vans of theirs which has the preservation unit in it, by the way. वो electric generator कुछ लगाते हैं बीच पीछे, by the way.
Which is partly why they had chosen Ludwig.
हाँ, वही तो, exactly. And within this preservation mechanism, as a result, we can allow for the liquid way / other these sort of options that we have, and the tadka or whatever you want to call it. ये सब हो सकता है, surely.
No, there's no need to micromanage. There is no need to micromanage. You just need to say,
just tell him. That's it.
I want this percentage of protein, this much of percentage of this kind of vitamin meal. It must be provided to me. I want it. So I'll spot check.
Anand.
Complicated क्या है इसमें? I don't understand.
Anand, your solution here is perfectly fine. You've just forgotten that that it's already being done and it's not being followed. The official government by law directive is that there must be 20 grams of protein in midday meal and no one's giving a shit. Does people honestly think that there is 20 grams? Yeah, there's the accountability that we must discuss.
Or you go from 20 grams. Off of 20 grams, you go to 15 grams. At least I'm providing 15 grams to the
no, that's
the 5 grams from the family.
Anytime we will go spot checking it, obviously we are not going to find that amount of protein that is being mentioned. And then the discourse would be hijacked by the commies. They would be like, ये तो देखिए भगवान के नाम पे vegetarian impose कर रहा है, and the conversation would be lost forever.
अरे discourse hijack commies because they let them hijack the discourse. Like अबे तू कुछ नहीं किया, तू बाहर जाके बैठ वहाँ. That's a response you give to a commie. The problem is let me discuss it with you.
The gullible masses who can't spell protein will believe that, oh my god, I'm not getting protein for the first time since 2026. Holy shit, I'm going to die now.
Wait, sorry, just to go back to the conversation dynamics.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate in this hypothetical or when what is going to be real very soon? How is the conversation going to work? How much time are you allocated? Yeah. What is the style of dissemination of information, etc.? What's the conversation dynamics here? So that people like myself, Anand, Abhay, etc., we give more useful information because we don't know this piece of information currently.
Can I ask one more question? Let's give you 2 eggs, okay? And some egg farmer decides to give the most runt of the eggs. He started providing runt of eggs to all these.
Obviously, that's what he's going to give anyway.
So my point is, it applies to the egg. It applies to the dal also. Like you suddenly will do spot check. In fact, these runt eggs, runty eggs. And
fair enough, but the worst dal is here. The best dal is here, and the worst egg is here in terms of protein. That's the problem.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't.
What do you mean you don't? Show me which dal.
Provide them good quality dals.
Where is that good quality dal?
Black gram dal. They're all very good. What are you talking about? How are they not good?
Good and 20 gram protein are not the same things.
Don't make it 20 grams. No, make it 15 grams. Let the kid get 5 grams.
Then again, we have 80 IQ idiots who will survive on my taxpayer money in government hospitals.
Huh? Why?
Because 15 gram protein.
Nonsense. Why? I'm sorry, you can survive on 15 grams protein. What are you talking about?
Yes, you survive and then go survive the rest of your life in a government hospital after 40.
Itna bura bhi nahi. I'm sorry.
Really?
Exaggeration.
It is that bad in Bengal once again. भाई तुम अगर आके TMC एरा में 5 साल बंगाल में रह जाते, upper class problems about road infrastructure would not have been a concern. Trust me.
No, are you saying you're I understand the basic argument. Are you saying your muscles are different quality of muscles that require 20 grams of protein, but the South Indian muscles require only 10 grams of protein?
Yes. You can make do with less because you are genetically not as unhealthy as Bengal.
How is it possible?
What do you mean? What does famines do, Anand?
There is a couple of nature papers
of bad hot shit food
papers. I will say that just to say there is scientific literature to back that a post-famine generation, a post-multiple famine generation, and a non-exposed famine / a good diet generation, the bio-absorption ability and these other stuff and all is so different that the malnourished person is... Hello? Oh, I thought it was... The malnourished person is more likely to suffer for the fact that they can't absorb the same amount as the healthy person because of historic genetic trait that may have come in the DNA, whatever that stuff. The gut bacteria being different, all that. They say there's also the research that clearly says that the protein absorbability also is going, and the sort of nutrient absorbability is different. It is.
Anand,
You can screen share the papers for the next time. We can bring some
Yeah.
PPTs. I do think it'll be more productive. But can you elaborate on the conversation dynamic, please? Because that's quite important.
Ludwig, just before that, one more example to Anand, that actually different people will simply have different bodies in this particular context for how they ate in the previous generations. The highest density of, let's say, obese people per capita is not in the Western countries. It's in the oceanic countries, okay, all the small island countries, because their bodies are used to not being fed at all, so they store fat extra, and now when they have KFCs in every street corner, they are doubly fat. So you won't be as obese eating the same food as a Hawaiian guy.
That is exactly.
Okay.
By the way, the Indians
are skinny fat. So I thought I thought Indians are genetically quite even, like evenly spread. I didn't know it's so stark that in
very stark.
I didn't know.
Very stark. Yeah. David Reich et al. 2016 and related. You can Neeraj Rai et al. And the studies. So I've quoted some authors for you. You can look it up.
Okay, so Ludwig, I expect that we'll get probably 15 minutes of time. And we are mainly going there with another friend who has a bunch of development proposals, which I posted on my community tab one day, 20 bullet points, Disneyland and stuff. That's why I went to meet Shankar Ghosh yesterday, who is the tourism minister right now. So he'll have his presentation. Then hopefully in another 5-10 minutes, or at max 15 minutes, we'll say, sir, we as Vanguard, we also have this idea. Please check this out. So the first question from them will be that, what do you want from the government? Because they're always getting ripped off from somebody, and they will think that we maybe want to become consultants for the government and technocrats, when we want to become advisors to the government in terms of food security and stuff. Then we will give them the good news that, no, sir, this is just our humble suggestions to you as patriots of the country. We don't want any money. The next concern of them will be that if we propose any new company or any particular company, then they'll think we are taking money from that company. So we can't propose a name of any company at all, or suggest bringing in new companies, etc. So the best way to go about it would be that, see, sir, this is what you are doing. This is what you are looking to do. You are actually trying to give healthy food, but if you don't give them enough protein, these are the problems that they face in the future, and these are the political optics problems you are facing, which you also don't face with whey protein. So, sir, how about you take this suggestion? And they will say, yeah, okay, this sounds like a good idea. I'll take it into consideration. And if they don't like it, then they'll say, yeah, it's just not just that doable, but we'll look into it, and then that will be the end of it. Yeah, go ahead, Anand.
I have a question about a control group that I just thought of. Aren't Bangladeshis a control group technically in this? Because they eat meat like all the time. Like there's no lack of meat in the culture.
Yeah.
So how come they're so stunted their growth?
Because their cows are way unhealthier than Indian cows. Their cows are dog shit.
No, I'm saying forget about the cows. I'm saying they eat chicken, they eat mutton, everything they eat.
All of that is all of that, Anand, is a little more hot shit than in Bengal, because the food, all the let's say crops that the cows and hens themselves are eating is a little more hot shit than in India and in Bengal, because that's a much more poorer country.
But they're getting 20 grams of protein, right? At least I'm sure they're getting 20 grams of protein, more, if not more.
In the entire day, maybe.
No, I'm sure they're getting a lot of protein because they're only eating that.
In comparison to whom? In
comparison to anyone in India, any group in India.
No, they won't. They won't, because all of Bangladesh is not eating chicken breasts and isolated protein, because roughly
leg
they are eating bullshit chicken.
Let me break it to you. The protein content in chicken leg is very different from in chicken breast. Chicken leg mainly contains the fat portions and stuff. The breast is what contains the solid proteins. In terms
so
of
they're not eating a lot of protein, you're saying?
Oh no! Sorry, I misunderstood Anand's point. His point is that since they are generally meat eaters, shouldn't they be generally healthier than Indian vegetarians?
Yeah, and for me, I see Bengali so-called BVKs who don't eat meat. They seem to look much more healthier than the Bangladeshi.
Yeah,
I'm so confused about it. I'm confused with the
control because of the quality of the food and crop.
Okay. The quality of the food, and then they're extremely poor. You see. How did we actually anticipate that there is going to be a regime change? They were getting poorer by the day. In fact, the cost of vehicles and everything had increased. It was so rapidly poor. See, I'll tell you, they do not eat as much meat as they appear to be, you see, because they're extremely poor. The large of the actually well-to-do people do, and they're probably healthier. The simplest way to probably go about it is without your this thing. BSF finding if they can enter Bengal in that short span of time, wading all through the water, they're pretty healthy, I think. So
yeah, middle class upwards, any Bangladeshi will be healthier than an Indian vegetarian.
yes.
I agree with the Bangladeshis who are not in India, like people Bangladeshis who live abroad, right? And they live with other Indians. To me,
Yeah.
they look comparatively more stunted than the comparable Indian.
Yeah, because
Like I observe Bangladeshis
Yeah.
and Tamil people.
It is because they are the poor people that are coming to India for better opportunities.
Sorry?
Have you gone to Bangladesh and seen the native population that lives there? You have seen the illegal immigrants that they're entering, and probably they're poor. That is why they're entering. Now, I'll tell you, for most part of Bangladesh's history, it was not a rich country which could afford animal protein as well. You see, it only became rich or somewhat affluent during the last few regimes of Sheikh Hasina, when she actually pushed the entire textile industry. And wo jab thap par gaya, they're now back to extreme poverty now.
and
So
then
they
Shayan,
So they're not a
yeah,
control
go ahead.
group. I think my premise
Yeah, it
their
can be.
control group is wrong. Okay.
No, they can't be. And then Anand, the non-Ashraf section of the majority of Bangladesh is ST actually. So their nutrition is probably whatever wild boars and stuff they ate. It shouldn't be that bad.
Again, fish, and then
Fish and wild boar.
And again,
I thought it's wild boar that's considered to be
I'll just present one small point. It is not just about stunting, you see, because stunting takes a few generations to reverse. And what Ruti pointed out, I actually have all of those references in my actual presentation. Yahan pe I cannot present it simply because some papers you cannot present to public just like that. If they're not available on Gesture and normal people access it, these are behind a paywall. So you cannot just show it on your it may get banned and stuff. But I have those papers, and it is not just they in fact have the particular age in which the intervention is required. So the best kind of intervention to reverse stunting is actually from 2.5 years to 5 years of age. But wahan pe to they are not midday meal beneficiaries. So there are only bet is that when we are sufficiently industrialized, that would be reversed eventually.
Yeah,
but the mothers would have that, which is why
and these pregnancy kits. 5 pregnancy kits that
a major problem also with Bangladesh here, these other impoverished communities, etc., is that chemical plant pollution in the water, breast milk, etc. Game over.
Yeah.
Also, if kids fall sick,
finish your point.
If kids fall sick when they're young, there's a higher chance they will get stunted because again,
extreme sickness in young age.
Which is why the kids were falling prey to marasmus and all those things rapidly. Which is why nylon tikka, which is the tilapia, had to be imported under the FICRI proposal of 1950s. That is how they had solved it at that point of time. Now, anyway, and the other thing might be that whatever liver problems that can be put as a hindrance to whey protein, well, that is why we are distributing it now. If anybody's claim is 1 scoop of whey protein is going to damage the liver, we are distributing it into 3 equal parts 3 times a week. So 8 gram protein powder would be basically this much. You'd seamlessly have it in your diet. Aap kha jaoge, aapko pata nahi chalega, and it will get its thing done.
Yes.
So that's why we are not going for 2 scoops 2 days a week. We are distributing 1 scoop into 3 parts and serving it 3 days a week.
Okay, so I guess
this was a go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. Just wanted to say this, since the conversational the conversational mechanics are known now. It seems to me that the pliability is largely dependent on how good of a Shark Tank pitch you give on the spot, right? So like
that's going to be on Stroyan.
So my mentor has a very deep problem with me. He never starts listening to me on afternoons. Only on days when I appear early in the morning does he start, because if I'll go on for 3 hours for my research update, and by the end of it, he will be looking at his watch. Ki, bhai, ghar jana hai, chhod. That's actually a thing, but I don't know how much of time.
Because nuance is missing in these sort of pitches and presentations and stuff. You need compound graphical plots to sort of show the issues, right? And there's also appeals to emotion and appeals to sort of general cultural sensibilities that I get.
गरीबों का ही तो भला करना है.
Sorry.
Yes.
गरीबों का ही करना है. अभी लोग के avocado salad and egg करना है अभी बंगाल में.
This is a fallacy. You don't need a complicated presentation. You need a very clear focus. So
Yeah, I
anyone,
do.
actually, if I'm listening at a pitch, my priority is what is your core focus. Explain why that core focus is validated with these things. That's it. You don't need to give large reports. That is only for people
time
to
nahi hoga.
verify your
Time
data.
nahi hoga.
You need to
But
verify your
some
data.
graphics might
Yeah, yeah.
eventually help. Some graphs and
That is-
stuff
that-
might
that
help
is- that is
for
good.
simplifying
This one
and
helps. Because you need to establish 3 or 5 slides of, I'm assuming 15 minutes is not,
I agree.
and you need, do you get question and answer time? Sorry, Anand, just a quick
Let me give
question and
you
answer
this
time.
point is very important. This is very important. This point is very important. As long as your core point is facilitated by all the plots, whatever graphs you want to put, that is an addition to your core point. Your core point should be strong.
Yeah.
Explain your
Yeah.
core point. If the person will question you on your core point only, not on your additional evidence. As long as you can substantiate your core point very well, they are on board. If you can't substantiate
go
your
ahead.
core point, how much ever you put along with it will not help.
Yeah, go ahead, Rudvik.
Yeah, no, for my question was, do you get time for question and answers, yes or no?
Yeah, it's
given
the
that we
entire
can
conversation
convince
is
him
going
in the
to answer
15
only.
minutes, in the 15 minutes, if we can indeed convince a man of his stature who is somewhat learned, not somewhat, much more learned than us. And I believe that the only reason if he refuses to acknowledge the problem is he has certain political constraints he
Political
cannot
considerations, yeah.
So if that is the case, then there is nothing to be done, I guess, eventually. But then we have to push our points as much as we can. And if the 15 minutes are interesting, then probably it might extend for another 15 minutes.
Yeah, so my recommendation
Yesterday
is
it basically
against
went
the
on for God knows how
iodized
many
salt
hours.
example.
Sir,
Go ahead.
I'll tell you what.
Wait. I can't hear Rudvik's points. Wait.
Sorry,
What
Shreya,
are you saying?
I'm so sorry. You speak first, then I'll speak.
No, Rudvik, speak. What is it that you wanted to point
The
out?
marketing, not the marketing, but the sensible pitch that you should give to someone like him, perhaps should be that iodized salt. It's nobody from any political angle can dispute it. So, as a result, this sort of equivalent example,
idea.
and all, you could say like, what the key performance indicator of Akshay Patra, not Kalpa, Akshay Patra should be as follows. Give an example, blueprint of what your schedule, what the recipe buffet ka menu kya hai, basically, right? I'm so sorry for that example. What the buffet ka menu is. The second thing then is that the KPI then should be is what is their assumption and cooking technique for कि इसमें कितना nutrient वगैरह वगैरह है. Now,
Look, I look at it.
Based on the cooking technique, which by the way must include the amount of dilution they do to meet the quantity requirement. So it should be treated like a chemistry experiment. Solution kitna hai, like that kind of a thing. That part should then, as a result, come to the intellectual department of the Bengal government, who then say कि भाई इतने dilution से इतना protein नहीं मिलता है, blah 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 blah. You are not going to get the required nutrients and stuff. इस cooking technique से नहीं होगा. We know you have this in this location, which the government / Akshay Patra will know. Then that iterative process carries on. So my question, the center, to get to Anand's point of key, what's the center focus point of the pitch, should be that CSK recommends these key performance deliverable data sheet that should be what Akshay Patra gives, and the follow-up loop of getting to the supply part and the on-ground thing is key. On the basis of these things, how is it that you're densifying so in that process itself, Akshay Patra will realize कि भाई इनसे पंगा मत लेना है. They will try and adhere to it as much as possible, because all said and done, the members of staff are very disciplined. They're all uspat ka, there's no problem. Hygiene and all is already covered, so that's not really an issue. My question, and hence that's my sort of piece of information that I'm hoping you can style it out that way, because in that way the graphs will also come into picture.
Yeah.
And in that, you can also put in the points of ki sugar kam karo, ye gluten free or protein iska disease problem hai. These are the flags that has to be raised, because lactose intolerance, that stuff. Would that be a fair thing for me to say? And do you think that's palatable?
True.
That would come in second, third meetings. In the first meeting, it would be just about convincing them of even having a protein powder or having the discourse the protein being
I
an
would
important
say
part of
more
the
than
discourse, that
protein
would be the
powder.
conversation.
That is a marketing problem. Just say the liquid. जैसे हाँ सर आपको पता है पनीर में हम नींबू स्क्वीज करते हैं तो पनीर वो दूध फटा हुआ वो उबलता है whatever that sort of shit पनीर बनता है आप उस पानी का सिलसिले को लेकर इसमें डालेंगे तो आपको इतना बच्चे का उलाव मिलेगा whatever you call it. You get the point, right? So
yeah. That is there, and hopefully the spirits of Vivekananda helps us from heaven. And the second thing is we have to advertise it as turning Bengal from a protein deficient state to a protein powerhouse, which is easy, feasible, doable, because the gold standard for midday meal in India is Tamil Nadu. And in Tamil Nadu, they provide you 5x one each day of the week. We can certainly do better than that in terms of our logistics if we get certain numbers fixed. So that would be a huge optics powerhouse for them and a win for them.
Not just for protein. You should say the whole thing, macro
nutrients. The entire scheme in itself. So that would be a huge win, that with slight intervention of a few thousand crores, not even a few hundred crores, which can easily be diverted from other useless things, we can go from being the worst to the best in one term.
Yeah.
And
okay, closing thoughts to Anand. Yes.
See, I think you're. I don't want to be disagreeable, but I think your approach is wrong. Let me be clear. Your approach is very simple. Bengal has a protein deficiency problem. The earlier governments are not able to satisfy it.
Yeah.
Our current method of trying it with Akshay Patra has some deficiencies. We can clearly understand if Bengali youngsters do not get certain amount of protein, how much of it, based on your studies, what a study you've done, if they don't get this much study, there's going to be a problem. The current solutions do not cater to this requirement. How will it affect the fundamental political realities if you don't fix this problem? What are the solutions that you're proposing to fix this problem?
Yeah.
Any details that you would like on these solutions, I am willing to provide. Ask questions.
Yeah.
Do not give them the data. Make them have a conversation. So first lay out the problem very clearly. Lay out all the problems that they like. This is the guideline. I cannot get out of this path. I'm not going to go somewhere else and ask. This is the path. Lead them down the garden path to your end point, and then you say, "I will give you the evidence for this particular information that I'm providing." Do not go straight to.
Yeah. That's how we'll do it.
I want you to have protein powder in your feeds. No. Start with this and get to the say. How do you solve it?
Yeah.
Any questions? And if the questions and if the questions don't come, the person's not interested. Remember that. Just don't wait. Stand there for 10 minutes. The questions don't come, they're not interested. The questions come, you have got someone interested.
Yeah.
So the final thing that I would say is the way we can eventually get a Burkean conservative guy interested is present is in the form of that this is some form of human capital investment rather than simple freebies which will not fetch you anything good. That would be.
It is a huge human capital investment.
That would have to be the first selling point, that you are actually investing in human capital in opposition to optics or mere optics. After that, you achieve everything that you are going to achieve. And in retrospection, if you see the last government's disastrous performance in terms of midday meal, from there, if it is going to a great standard, it would be one of those small step for humanity.
It would be a model. It would be a model reform by.
Yeah, exactly. So it would go from a ship to a flagship.
Okay, then. Thanks, guys. Thanks. And genuinely huge amount of thanks, Anand, Rutvik, Shrayan, and Shondipan as well, and everyone else, Abhay, for coming up with the valuable suggestions, feedbacks. Everybody in the live chat. See you all soon. Bye, Anand, Rutvik, Abhay, Shrayan. Good night.
বসন্ত এলো পাতা ছড়া